morning, everybody, and welcome. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny. Johnny is remote today simply because, if you haven't been tuning in, I have been full of AIDS the last couple of days. So, therefore, Johnny wrote to me yesterday. I don't know if you guys know this. You may not be aware. Johnny, he hides it very well. But Johnny has multiple sclerosis. If you don't know what that is, it's some people in the 80s, they were very insensitive. They called it the gay cancer. And we lost a lot of people, and it was really nasty. But don't worry about it. They've got a lot more treatments for it now, and it's no longer a death sentence. Johnny has MS. I had the flu, and it's much better to play things like that safely than come over here and have me turn this way and go, how are you doing today?
That would just make you my daughter. I mean, that's really what she does.
I have to be better than that, though. I have to be.
Do you?
That's what they told me. If I want to do this for a living, you have to be better than a 4-year-old. However, I've been watching a lot of MLC lately, and I've seen that is not true.
Yeah, I would say, have you ever watched the internet? I feel like 4-year-olds are doing quite well as a demographic.
I got to say, 4-year-olds are killing it. You know, yesterday, Geno and I were on. By the way, you got a nice little rest in yesterday. You got a little sleep in on a Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, it was beautiful. I got up just in time to miss an N-bomb, apparently.
Well, don't worry. Did you catch the second or third one? God damn it, Geno. Fucking A. And then a gay F word. I mean, gay F word, that's all right. You know what I did yesterday to kind of mitigate that? Some people were like, oh, you should just take it down. And I'm like, well, we didn't do an evening show on Monday night because I was sick. Numbers are already going to be down for the week. I got to take the clicks where I can get them, stay hip in the algorithm. So what I did was I just didn't monetize the episode.
There you go.
Yeah.
That'll cover you.
Yeah, I just said,
be fine now.
You know what? We're not going to monetize it, so that way nobody needs to look into it. It's just there. It's just Geno fucking being Geno. And then you call him on it, and he's like, no, we need to fight back against these things. I'm like, that's not how it works on YouTube. You don't go to YouTube to fight back. You go to YouTube to surrender. You go to YouTube to go, all right, here's what I'm doing. I'm going to this platform because this one's the biggest, and I guess I'll suck some dick.
Yeah, I mean, you sign a TOS, it doesn't really mean you're ready to fight at this point. At that point, you have surrendered.
Yeah, if you
literally signed over.
Right, that's like the French in the rail car in Campaign signing over France to the Germans and then going, all right, now it's on, bitches. No, we just signed it over to you. It's yours. That's like going to a mortgage closing and then going, all right, let's haggle on this price a little bit. No, it's done. But it was a fun show yesterday. We did enjoy ourselves. But yes, there were some strenuous moments like that, as it were. But you got in touch with me yesterday. You said, hey, why don't I Skype in, or why don't I Zoom in tomorrow? And I'm like, that's probably a good idea. Although today, as you can tell, I'm feeling much better. I still
don't want to risk being downwind.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
And in
either.
The splash zone, I mean.
No, I wouldn't either. And I'm feeling much better. I think I just have, and I've never had this before, but I'm 36, so it happens. I think I just have a fucked up back. Like, I was thinking I was sore from the flu, like I had flu aches, and maybe I did. But like today, I feel much better, and the right side of my back, lower back, is fucking killing me. I might just be getting old.
That could be a thing.
It's very.
Getting pegged every night probably doesn't help, but I mean.
So that's why they call it blowing the back out. I didn't know. All right, guys.
I thought it was for the prolapse rectum.
Yeah, let's catch up with the chat, and then we have a lot of announcements today. Number one being Steel Toe Coffee is here. Steel Toe Coffee is officially live. The link is right there, pinned in the chat, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's just the Steel Toe coffees. They made one page specifically for that. Crescent Mountain Coffee, the company that we work with that sent us the coffee, said, would you put your name on this? And April tried it. I even tried it, and we said, absolutely.
I tried it too.
Yeah, check it out. Lots of people have been buying it so far. We're very happy about that. All we've done is announced it on the evening show, the B show, the small show. and it's done very well. So keep it going, and replace whatever coffee you're drinking now with Steel Toe coffee. Very, very good. As it goes, as people buy it, as it becomes a habit for people, Crescent Mountain does want to add other items, K-Cups, whole bean, the April's Magic Bean concept. They want to add all of that. We just got to make sure that it's something
that
you
there's
guys,
a market.
Yeah, that you guys want it, basically. So there it is, pinned to the top of the chat, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Mods, if you could do me a favor, every 10 minutes or so today, if you could just do a copy and paste. If you're a mod on this channel, I know all you guys can't be here for 4.5 hours, but just a quick copy paste of the Shopify link every 10 minutes or so people could pick it up. Pick up the Steel Toe coffee this morning. You're going to love it. All right, let's get into the chat and see what you guys are up to this morning. And then Tucker. Shitloads of Tucker news yesterday. Tucker finally made the big announcement of what he's going to be doing in the immediate future, Johnny. And we also have Fox News numbers since Tucker left. And basically, this is how the numbers are shaking out for Fox News. If Greg Gutfeld isn't on your show, you're drawing dick.
They literally have nothing but Gutfeld. What about Laura Ingraham?
They're falling behind in everything but the shows that Gutfeld is on. That's it. I mean, pretty soon they're just going to have to give him Tucker's spot, I think, and just let him do 3 shows a day. Toe the Nutless Wonder Boy says, good morning, coming in to drop my daily like and then go listen to yesterday's show. Hey, catch up however you need to, but thank you for coming in and dropping that like. Guys, hit the like button, hit the thumbs up. Let's get that to 150 by the end of the hour. That's good. Hello, Morning Patriot. Hello to everybody saying good morning. Citizen M says, MS is just Johnny's desired pronoun. He's a sick, sick boy. Blues Mama says, why didn't you donate to Geno's fundraiser, or to Johnny's fundraiser? What's wrong with you? Did you have a fundraiser?
Did I have a fundraiser?
I think they
I don't remember
Jerry Lewis telethon.
Shit.
Nick, first name, Gur, last name, says, I appreciate Geno hollering out for me. No, I don't. I don't think he was calling out your... You know what? Never mind.
Take it however you need, homie.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it was a shout out for you. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, hey, Johnny, look, you got your remote you wanted. Just need a Steel Toe logo on the green screen, and you're good.
Oh, yeah, no, I that's what I was thinking, too. I was trying to find a way to do one quick, but I didn't have... If I have an image and things, I already figured out how to set it up with the camera. So, yeah, next time we can do that.
Good to hear you're feeling better, old man. Thank you. I'm using Socialist Media. Digital Litter says Johnny has a better backdrop, easier on the eyes. I do like it. Johnny took down his green screen, and I said, just go with that.
Yeah, I got a lot of shit for it when I did my show with it with the egg chair, but yeah, no, it's not a bad background thing. It helps because this is a basement level, so it makes it feel like you're on like a patio. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Sean Raz says, so if you're going to do co-host like this, April needs to fix the damn backdrop. I get it. I understand. It's never all right. It's always worse. It always needs to be better. It's never good enough. I hear you 100%. Sir K says, Johnny, your mic sounds like Bob Levy's. What's wrong with your mixer?
What? What do you mean my mic sounds like Bob Levy's?
Your mic sounds like Bob Levy. Take it as a compliment.
All right.
How about that? Take it as a compliment. Oh, no. Where did I leave off? Oh, there we are. As soon as they take international orders, I'll get some, says I'm using Socialist Media. Yeah. Right now they're doing domestic orders inside the U.S. They're working on the international part. But, hey, if you're inside the United States, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. The link is pinned in the chat. Order your Steel Toe coffee. They make it to order, so the beans get ground and packaged and delivered to you within 5 to 6 days. So that's some pretty fresh-ass coffee. Blues Mama says, I don't know where Johnny had his fundraiser. I just know that neither Aaron or Steel Toe neglected to donate to it. Could you inform me of this fundraiser?
Yeah, I don't. I'd like to know about it, too. Do I have money coming my way? I could really use that.
I don't know. Yeah, Blues Mama continuing in the chat. Hey, Johnny, did you have a fundraiser?
Yeah.
Blues Mama, here's what I'm going to do for you. Because I see the autism is kicking today. There was no fundraiser. Let it go. Fauci's Pangolin says, who was that ass Max Weirs on yesterday? Oops, behind in the chat. That's funny. MN Concrete Guy says, Geno got me in a situation. I was listening with my black coworker when he dropped the N-bomb. He asked what kind of racist shit I listen to. Yeah, thanks, Geno. I appreciate that. He doesn't think about that shit. Geno's 54. He doesn't care if he grows or not. I'm in a growth industry. You're either growing or dying. And right now, Steel Toe went like this. Whoop, shot up, and now we're like this. Stagnant. I don't need some guy shouting out the N-word when I got black people listening. Oh, Christ. Barry Watson says, Corey's still on the banner. Yeah, so is Oz. Big fucking deal. Who cares?
They are big parts of the show.
Yeah, they were big parts of the show. I really got to say, the internet in general is just, the worst parts of it are just real low IQ shit. It's just like, guys. It's like children. It's like you're playing a game with kids, and you're like, guys, focus. Come on. Like, it is like a dirtier, shittier, less classy way to do a show. Like when you involve the internet. Like just sitting and doing a show and like next topic, here you go. That's the way to do a show. Once you get into the chat, you get like 7 good ones. And then you get one guy where he's like, did you see that thing over there? It's like, hey, just focus. Yeah, Fun With You says crabs in a bucket. That's exactly the way to put it. Crabs in a bucket. Perfect. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I love persons of color. We need to fill quotas. Of course. The Tigger next door says, hey, I'm a black people, and I don't mind him shouting it. Well, good. There we go. Then
see, we have someone saying it wasn't racist.
Yeah, if we have one black guy saying it was, and we have one black guy saying it wasn't, then guess what?
Cancels out.
Yeah, it's a wash, and the jury's still out. All right, boys and girls, 285 away from this morning's goal. That's right, 285. We are crushing right now. We are way the fuck ahead. So if you want to keep us ahead, go ahead and contribute. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships, including gifted memberships and Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very much. And hello to Rumble. Good morning to all of you. Like the show, share the show, and everything else. Yeah, Pragmatic Baxter says, wait, this isn't an ADHD support group? You would think. 285 away. Let's all be irresponsible. Let's all be disgusting. Let's all be gross. And let's knock out that 285 right away. Knock the shit out of it. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, the best ways to do it. The most convenient ways. Super Chats and memberships. All right, guys. Tucker Carlson made his announcement yesterday. He has let us know what he is up to and what he is doing after leaving Fox News and basically killing the network, essentially, as we're going to see in a little bit here. Tucker decided that he's going to Twitter.
I love how he's not smug at all right at the beginning.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's Tucker's face. That's how he looks. Tucker just looks like a guy in a log cabin who just killed 19 people. And he's very proud of himself. But Tucker is going to Twitter. He's going to do his show there. I think it's a good idea. It's not. Here's the problem. Everyone was waiting for like a pro wrestling type debut and like a sexy pick and, oh my God, something out of the box and crazy. And Tucker kind of just reached for the thing that was there.
Yeah, I mean, what was it recently? Everyone thought he was launching like literally like his own news network. Like he was going to compete with CNN. TNN.
Yeah, TNN. Well, and that's remarkably expensive to start your own network. And I know Tucker's got money, but I don't know if he's got start your own network kind of money. Some people were thinking he would take one of the Newsmax deals. I don't think anybody thought Valuetainment was really in the running, but they thought maybe Blaze, Daily Wire, Rumble, and he goes, nope, I'll do it on Twitter. And it's not a bad idea so far. The announcement alone that he made yesterday has 17 million views.
Yeah, and I'm sure Elon Musk really hates this idea.
Yeah, I'm sure Elon's like, oh, damn it, we got Tucker. Think about that. Like, you're Rumble, and you're like, yeah, we got Crowder. And then like 2 weeks later, it's like, oh, he's remarkably abusive towards his wife while she was 8 months pregnant.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's apparently a giant piece of shit. And then Twitter goes, well, we made a signing of our own. I go, oh, who's that? Tucker Carlson. Oh, Rumble put all their eggs in the Crowder basket just before Tucker became available. Well, let's see. Let's listen to Tucker's announcement here and why he made it.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. You often hear people say the news is full of lies.
Who says
that? But most of the time, that's not exactly right. Much of what you see on television or read in the New York Times is, in fact, true in the literal sense. It could pass one of the media's own fact checks. Lawyers would be willing to sign off on it. In fact, they may have. But that doesn't make it true. It's not true. At the most basic level, the news you consume is a lie of the stealthiest and most insidious kind.
Uh-oh.
He's busting out the big words.
Wait a minute. Where is this going? I hope there's no mention of headwear involved. This is it's getting a little weird, Tucker.
Facts have been withheld on purpose, along with proportion and perspective. You are being manipulated. How does that work?
You're telling me that there aren't trans people every 13 feet where I live? How dare you? You mean at every high school the girls' basketball team isn't trying out trans women? I find that hard to believe. That's not what the news tells me, Tuck.
I certainly hope that isn't the case. How are we going to compete? We need some dudes in there.
Yes.
Work? Let's see. If I tell you that a man has been unjustly arrested for armed robbery, that is not, strictly speaking, a lie. He may have been framed. At this point, there's been no trial, so no one can really say. But if I don't mention the fact that the same man has been arrested for the same crime 6 times before, am I really informing you? No, I'm not. I'm misleading you. And that's what the news media...
That doesn't sound like an insinuation into the Jordan Neely story at all.
Yeah, that doesn't seem pointed.
Yeah. If I inform you that a man was choked to death on the subway, is that technically true? Yes. If I omit the fact that he's been arrested 40 times for beating the fuck out of people on the subway and throwing some people onto the tracks and threatening to kill people, I'm leaving out a couple of things, to say the least.
We are doing in every story that matters, every day of the week, every week of the year. What's it like to work in a system like that? After more than 30 years in the middle of it, we could tell you stories. The best you can hope for in the news business at this point is the freedom to tell the fullest truth that you can. But there are always limits. And you know that if you bump up against those limits often enough, you will be fired for it.
Who could he be talking about?
I don't know. It couldn't possibly be the person sitting right in front of us. That couldn't be it at all.
That doesn't sound personal whatsoever. That sounds like it could be anybody. I wish you would be a little more specific.
You might as well just be doing this the whole time that's going on.
Sometimes you try to tell as much truth as possible, but the motherfuckers who write the checks don't want you to, and eventually you get too spicy for their liking, and they fire your Swanson inheriting ass. I mean, could be anybody. Don Lemon, perhaps.
That's not a guess. It's guaranteed. Every person who works in English language media understands that. The rule of what you can't say defines everything. It's filthy, really, and it's utterly corrupting. You can't have a free society if people aren't allowed to say what they think is true. Speech is the fundamental prerequisite for democracy. That's why it's enshrined in the first of our constitutional amendments. Amazingly, as of tonight, there aren't many platforms left that allow free speech. The last big one remaining in the world, the only one, is Twitter, where we are now. Twitter has long served as the place where our national conversation incubates and develops. Twitter is not a partisan site. Everybody's allowed here, and we think that's a good thing. And
wait. Hold on. Who's we? I know some people have threatened to basically set themselves on fire because that's what Twitter wants to be. I've heard people threaten to leave the country because that's what Twitter wanted to be. I mean,
there was also the whole, for a long time, it was incredibly liberal. Let's not ignore that part. I mean,
take it easy, Tucker. I mean, they just haven't found a way to fuck Twitter over yet. I mean, it's been free speech for what, 8 months? I mean,
they've been trying to stop Elon Musk.
Oh, God, have they? Yeah. So, look, I agree with you, Tucker. I think it's great. I think it's awesome. It's a free speech platform. I just, let's not count our chickens before they hatch is all.
And yet, for the most part, the news that you see analyzed on Twitter comes from media organizations that are themselves thinly disguised propaganda outlets. You see it on cable news, you talk about it on Twitter. The result may feel like a debate, but actually the gatekeepers are still in charge. We think that's
That's true. I mean, if you think about it, the debates we have on these topics are only allowed like within a certain framework. You can tell because it's like an electric fence. The minute you inject something into the argument that is maybe a little too spicy, I mean, there's a firing or there's a pushback or there's a cancellation or, there's just, when it comes to selling beer, you can't sell beer using someone who is a self-mutilating freak. If you argue about the beer, you can't call someone a self-mutilating freak. So there's limits on how far you can go.
And if you piss off one group trying to appease another, when you apologize to the first group, you will undoubtedly piss off the second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no victory, basically.
Bad system. We know exactly how it works, and we're sick of it. Starting soon, we'll be bringing a new version of the show we've been doing for the last 6.5 years to Twitter. We'll be bringing some other things too, which we'll tell you about. But for now, we're just grateful to be here. Free speech is the main right that you have. Without it, you have no others. See you soon.
Boy, he went from Rupert Murdoch money to Elon Musk money. Ooh, I wonder how much they're giving him to do a show on Twitter.
I don't know if they're necessarily paying him. I think he's really like,
oh, come on,
hard for free speech.
They've got to be paying him.
Oh, I'm sure they're paying him, but I mean, I'm saying I don't think he signed on for the money. Like, I think he signed on for the free speech aspect. I think he's really kind of, like I said, I think he's really kind of hard up for that free speech thing.
Well, and I don't know, like, what can he do? Because technically, we've seen this. He's technically still under contract to Fox News. Like, they're paying him. What we saw was they're paying him until January of 2025.
Yeah, but isn't he also suing them now, though?
Yeah, now he has a lawyer who's trying to get him out of that deal. But like for him to go on Twitter, I don't think Fox is going to let him out of that deal without some kind of non-disparaging agreement.
I have no idea, but I don't think he'll want to sign on for a no disparaging agreement. I think if Twitter pays anything for Tucker, that's where they're paying. Is they're going to buy him out.
Hopefully. But, Duncan Murdoch says, how vanilla of him. I wonder how much he can really say right now because of the fact that he's still under contract to Fox.
Well, I think that's kind of why, like we said, he could be pointing to himself the whole time, but he didn't specifically say that I was fired for these reasons, because then that would be making a claim or a statement that could be actionable. So
he could end up making Fox look like such phonies. Like they try to be the conservative network, but what they really are is like conservative safe. Like we're gonna go as far right as like the liberal media allows us to go. Like we're not gonna go.
It's big con.
Oh my God! Look out! It's the Tucker and Crowder show.
Well, I think that'll be the thing. I think if Tucker really does do this and legit, because as opposed to like Crowder, I believe Tucker when he's saying this shit.
Yeah.
And at no point is he like, hey, and remember to fight this fight and to do this, we need your support and your money. He doesn't, and he knows he doesn't. So he's literally like, we're going to do this and we'll be back. So I think honestly, he could end up kind of hurting Crowder in a way. Like he could. I mean, he could kind of siphon a few people off in a few ways. I
think Crowder would tell you nobody can hurt Crowder like Crowder can hurt Crowder. Thank you very much. So fucking watch it. You know, if he had any sense of humor and he wanted to turn this thing around at all, we would have fucking watch it t-shirts by now.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you know how well fucking watch it Crowder t-shirt would sell?
I would have at least one, right?
Yeah, I would have a fucking watch it t-shirt. NF Cap says Tucker can only self-produce right now or work for himself until the contract issue is settled. He can't sign any contracts until then. He grabbed the biggest free speech platform. Yeah, that's a good point. Can he even accept money for doing this show?
But also, as we've said, does he need money?
That's true.
I don't think he does.
Do you even need? Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's not if he's getting paid by Fox.
Yeah, if he's getting paid by Fox, like this is kind of a really sweet workaround.
Yeah.
If he's not under contract and he's getting paid by Fox, he's technically still getting paid.
Yeah, Fox is technically paying him to do a show on Twitter. Wow. I mean, you can't stop him from going on his Twitter and streaming some shit.
Yeah, it's what we all get to do.
Chris Colpin says, if Elon and Tucker said it's on, then they have talked money. I mean, really, you can only give them some cash under the table, I would think.
Or like a delayed cash agreement thing where it's like, we'll be paying you and everything when that ends. But like we just said, do you really need money from Twitter, especially up front, if you're getting paid by Fox to just do your show?
Chris Colpin said, he says, no, Crowder is funny. Tucker is not. Jonesy also says, Crowder is a funny dude. Could you please do me a favor then? Could you please show me a funny Crowder bit?
We're still waiting.
Please show me a funny Crowder bit. I'd love to be proven wrong. And if you tell me the tombstone thing, I'm going to puke at you. I'm going to puke at you. Not on you. I'm going to throw it at you. I'm going to projectile vomit at you if you tell me, oh, have you ever seen the tombstone or the Braveheart parody? Have you ever seen Crowder's going to give it to you? Wait, you haven't seen Biden Sharts. Wait, hold on. Have you seen the Billy Joel We Didn't Start the Fire parody? You guys are ready to eat your words. Oh, some people saying it actually they didn't mean like they okay, they meant this.
Not funny, haha, funny queer. Mm-hmm.
I see.
You know what? Jonesy got me. He says, Aaron, Dave's contract was hilarious. That's true. That's true. Dave's contract was funny. You got me there. Stevie J says, let me correct you. Landau is a funny dude, and Crowder sometimes did a good job reading Landau's jokes. Even that. Loaded Wrench says, the home video of Crowder is funny. Okay, you know what? Crowder did make that funny piece of video. So you just have to film him when he doesn't know he's being filmed. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, we did just say that the fucking watch it bit would be hilarious. Like, yeah, so no, that if he'd lean into it, that would be great.
Did someone say Crowder is funny, says Galloway fam? Imagine. Yeah, right? That's what I always think, too, when someone says, oh, I love Crowder. I go, imagine that guy. Imagine just watching that and going, this is what I'm into. Pragmatic Baxter says, Crowder does a great Eddie Izzard impression, I hear. That's true. Rasputin of Raymond says, Crowder isn't funny, change my mind. And Jonesy says, so we agree, he is funny then. Well, you know what? Technically, I guess Jonesy got me. Yeah, Crowder, I got to eat my words. The backyard video was good. The Landau contract was funny. So, all right, Crowder is funny. I am wrong. Thank you very much to Hobo Chili Recipe for $4.99. Says nobody hurts Crowder like Crowder, with the exception of the Hodge twins. They shifted my kidneys like a champ. You are a brave dude. 280 away from today's goal. There you go. Thank you for starting us off today, Hobo Chili Recipe. Click the link right there, Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo. Become very irresponsible with the way you contribute to Steel Toe. Knock out that 280, and we'll call it overtime for today and another successful Steel Toe day. Thank you to the evening show crew, Gray Duckling, David Chandler, the others who made it way over yesterday's goal. Blazing Barbarian says, Crowder is as funny as Geno is handsome. Yuck. I mean, mean-spirited, but I understand the nature of what you're trying to say. So Media Matters came out with another leaked Tucker piece of audio, Johnny. You know, we've been watching these, and I don't know. It's made Tucker look remarkably likable, actually.
Yeah. Oh, God, can you guys believe Tucker doesn't just bow down and go with the established, like, system? We wanted to put on a sweater, and he thought that was gay. Like, oh.
Tucker said that nobody watches his own network's online platform. Tucker asked his makeup person if they have pillow fights in the bathroom. Tucker called the Dominion lawyer who grilled him during a 10-hour deposition. What did he say? He goes, I hated that fucking guy. And he's like, I know. You know what was funny about the Tucker stuff? Every time he said something like offensive or like he hated somebody, he goes, and I shouldn't say that because I know that's bad and that's not good energy and I shouldn't do that, but boy, did he trigger the shit out of me. Like, Tucker was so full of self-awareness in all those leaks that he would say Like, oh, I hated that guy. He was a piece of shit. And he was like, yeah, but I also know that you got to treat people well no matter what. And I can't wish harm on other people. And Media Matters pushed that forward. And they were like, look at what this piece of shit did.
You think they'd at least cut that second part out? Like, just like, oh, let's not air the part where he has because in a weird way, it's like a very timid Alex Jones thing where he's just like, he's sitting there. He's not ranting and raving about it, but he's like, I fucking hated that guy. But I shouldn't do that. That's wrong. And, he's just, missing the energy from just, and he's a fucking piece of shit. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a Christian.
I apologize. I'm a Christian. That's not what I meant to say. This is a family show, and I'm sorry, and I'll never do that again. But he's a piece of fucking monkey shit. So they got another 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Easy, Geno.
Yeah. They got another 2 minutes and 10 seconds of Tucker, and they went, hey, if you guys, look, we may not have hit with the other stuff we got at Tucker talking before his show, but wait till you get a load of this. Everyone start placing your bets like it's a roulette wheel. Is this going to end up making Tucker look really bad? Did Media Matters just hang on to the worst one for last? Or is it going to be another incidence of Tucker being remarkably likable, his staff seeming to enjoy the time they're having with him on the show, and him just talking like a normal guy? All right, ready? Everyone get your bets out. Everyone get your bets out. Did Media Matters play this did they slow roll Tucker, or are they still going to look retarded? Here we go.
I did. I talked to her at great length. It was actually pretty funny. I said,
He's listening to somebody.
Oh, I said, she tried to I was like, she's got a lot of liberals working over there. And, they see this as war. And we're the main force on the other side. And, that's crazy. If you've got pronouns in your Twitter bio, you shouldn't work here.
I mean, he's right. And I guarantee the person who's, leaking all this footage and all this stuff of Tucker, guarantee they got pronouns in the Twitter bio. And shit like this kind of set him off a little bit.
Why does it? I swear to God, it sounds like he was using a lint roller.
Somebody is lint rolling him. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have this up. I apologize, everyone. There you go, Johnny.
Oh God, yeah, because I'm sitting here like that sound that's too familiar.
Yeah, he is being lint rolled by the woman that he asked about the pillow fights in the women's bathroom.
Work here because we can't trust you because you're on the other side. And she goes, well, who? And I said, I'm not going to name names because I don't know who did it, and I'm definitely not going to cast aspersions on someone unfairly. Just because you're liberal doesn't mean you did this. It does mean you shouldn't work here.
So Media Matters is like, look, we got him. And he's like, look, I understand. I don't think they're a bad person.
I think what they did was inappropriate, and I don't think that they should work. But I'm not about to point a finger without any evidence and just immediately demonize someone because they're on the other side of my political spectrum.
Right. I got to say, Media Matters, you guys got to cut your losses. I mean,
you got to admit you are secretly his PR department because either it's one or the other.
Yeah.
This is. Oh God.
You guys have to either stop posting these because they aren't the W that that you think you are, or you have to go, you know what? We only here at Media Matters, we only posted these because we actually really kind of like the guy, and we wanted to show you that there's a human touch to this conservative monster that we've been calling a Nazi for 6.5 years.
And Roger,
I got to say, Johnny, I wish all Nazis were this pleasant.
This is how Hitler got them first.
I would never put up with this shit. Why would you do that? Do you know what I mean? They see this as war. It's like, I'm an actual liberal. I'm totally fine being like, our makeup artist is like a screaming lefty. No, but I'm not that way, but they are that way. And I said, I'm not ashamed of anything I said.
You now look like you recently had COVID. You look fresh-faced and healthy.
But do you know what I mean, Justin?
I know.
If you've got that horrible guy who was just horrible, who was Judge Janine's guy, that guy is like a screaming left-wing lunatic. Why does he work here? What? He totally dicked over his anchor, and then we expect he's not going to dick over the network? I don't have specific information on it, but I would. It's just. Yeah, it's crazy.
You can definitely tell because these are from months and months and months ago, or maybe even a year ago. You can tell that there's already a rift between him and Fox. Like, he already
Yeah.
doesn't like the way the network's going. It's already shifting to a place that he doesn't really recognize and he doesn't understand and he doesn't get. So I think actually looking at these, we're starting to get a bird's eye view into, like, because remember when they announced that Tucker was gone, it felt really sudden. It was like out of nowhere. Like, holy shit, just over the weekend you fired him?
Yeah, he even said on Friday, we'll be back. We'll see you Monday or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
we were all expecting the return of Tucker.
Right. And then in this clip, we see it looked like they were on the outs. Because he would do his show from a studio where he lived. And they would satellite in to Fox. So he was already kind of isolated from them. And I think he watched a lot of the shit they did. Because Rupert Murdoch's kids are, I don't think they're lefties, but they're definitely moderate. And they want to kind of take Fox in that direction. And they're doing a great job with primetime. But I think Tucker kind of saw that, and he kind of saw it as flashing warning lights, and nobody else was listening. And something had to give. And then a couple weeks ago, something gave. Tucker did.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm always telling my children, like, you know what the truth is. You can feel it. Don't lie to yourself.
You were in here?
This is the first time I've gotten it from all these years, you know?
She's so great.
Now throw your vape pen.
Yeah.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight.
Yeah, just the same guy as he starts his show. Just the same guy you just heard talking.
What a piece of shit, everybody.
What an asshole Tucker Carlson is. Oh, my God. What a son of a bitch. He's just talking like a guy. And he's really nice to his staff, and everyone seems to be having a good time. And what an asshole. Stevie J says, Jonesy took on Aaron in the chat, and he got the W, credit where it's due. Yeah, Jonesy said Crowder's funny, and I said name one. It was my fault because I said name one funny thing Crowder's done, and he said the backyard video and Dave Landau's contract. I walked right into it.
Yeah, dude, that was a complete KO on his part.
Yeah, that was he definitely got us there. Don Lemon Zaid says Media Matters is the real life Sideshow Bob stepping on the rake bit. Yeah. Kenny G-Man says Alex Jones was calling the firing 3 weeks before he was fired. Oh, really? He was saying Tucker's going to go? Yeah. You can definitely see it in those leaks that he is not happy with Fox News. And it's not even so much that he was not happy. He kind of looked at Fox and he went, what the fuck are we doing? Like, apparently
he kind of looked at it more like we were supposed to be the counter to that, and now it seems like we're just that.
Right.
In a different on a different side of the field.
Right. We're that light, basically. Thank you very much.
We're rhinos.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Katie for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you getting things kicked off on the PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo side of things. $270 away from today's goal, boys and girls. And remember, if you want to pick up your steel toe coffee, it's at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Mods, go ahead and throw that link up in the chat. And pick up your steel toe coffee today. Great way to support the show, but also just a great way to get some awesome coffee. Johnny, you've had it.
Yeah, it's actually really good. April made a cup for me, and I normally, as you call it, I normally sweeten mine up and stuff. As, oh, you need a candy bar. But yeah, no, that was really good, kind of just on its own. I need to get some so I can make it here at home.
So you can put your candy bars in it.
Yeah.
so you can throw those candy bars in there. Thank you, Stevie Lou, for putting the link there in the chat. There it is, guys. Go ahead and click it. I see. I keep getting texts from our guy at Crescent Mountain Coffee, and he keeps sending me the orders. Like, he's like, look, we have this many orders. Look, we have this many orders. So thank you guys very much. Keep picking those up. Great way to start your day. Thank you to I'm Using Socialist Media for gifting 5 Steel Toe memberships. Appreciate that. That puts us $260 away from today's goal. Mark Atkinson, Viking, Wuhan Fried Bat, XNS90X, and James Kreutzer, all getting memberships. Thank you guys for your support. So Fox has been feeling the loss of Tucker in the ratings big time. All day, Fox is still winning. Their total viewership is beating MSNBC's viewership, but only by 56,000 people. It's 1.379 million to 1.323 million. But in primetime, Fox is getting their asses kicked. Now, remember, primetime is where Fox ruled. It was Tucker, Hannity, Laura Ingraham. They were kicking ass.
Yeah, like the three. That's why I thought even with losing Tucker, you think they'd still have, because they still have, like, I'm sorry, if you're a Hannity fan, you drink the Kool-Aid. So it's just.
Right. You think that the Republicans are right about everything and the Democrats are wrong about everything. He's kind of that old school, like 2003 Republican, like talk show host, where it's, he's kind of cut from that Rush Limbaugh mold. But like Rush Limbaugh was kind of a performance artist. He was doing like pro wrestling almost. Mm-hmm. Hannity's like kind of bought his own bullshit. So Tucker,
he's a hard R.
Tucker, correct me if I'm wrong, he was on at 7 p.m. Central. And then it was Hannity at 8 and Laura Ingraham at 9, is I believe how it went. Well, Tucker's slot has now gone down to 1.284 million viewers. Now, didn't they say that Tucker had like 3 million viewers when he was on Fox?
Yeah, so that's like a little more than half of his audience is gone. Like, who do they have in his spot right now?
I think Jesse Waters.
Oh.
Yeah, they have, it's called Fox News Tonight now, but I think Jesse Waters is hosting it. So they've lost over 50% of their audience. MSNBC is beating them there. Hannity is still beating Alex Wagner tonight in total viewers, but he's losing in the prime demos. In like the 25 to 54 demo, he's getting his ass kicked. And Laura Ingraham is losing in the 25 to 54 demo as well. So Fox ends up getting their ass kicked by MSNBC in primetime. At 11 p.m., it picks back up. Gutfeld has 1.5 million viewers at 11 p.m. Eastern time, his late night show. And then the other show that does really well is their 5 p.m. show, which is The Five. That does 2.3 million. That's anchored by Greg Gutfeld. So really, Johnny, unless you have Greg Gutfeld on your show,
you're fucked.
Yeah, Fox is taking a shit right now since Tucker left. So
especially in the next couple of years when the audience that they are holding on to for Hannity and Ingraham die, that's not going to go well. Those people are aging out.
Oh, could you imagine the average person who watches Laura Ingraham?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to go well. I literally don't see anyone that has their original teeth watching Laura Ingraham.
Yeah, right.
I feel like everyone.
If
like, hold on, let me boil my dinner.
If you go and you count original teeth versus viewers, Ingraham would not do well. I think you're right. But like if you go out, like I always imagine this. Go out in your neighborhood and ask people about certain people. Because like when you're on the internet, you think that people know who people are. Like for example, if you go out and you ask people in your neighborhood, hey, you know Mr. Beast? They would go, no.
Who the fuck are you talking about?
Who the fuck is Mr. I don't know what a Mr. Beast is. Is that a video game? Like the internet is kind of, it's not all of pop culture. It's a very small part of pop culture, like that YouTube world and everything else. That's why I always tell people you can't live in it. Like if you live in it, you're not living in the real world. Because if you go out and you ask, and it's kind of the same way with if you only watch one news organization. Like if you only watch Fox, you go out and you ask people, oh, I really love Laura Ingraham. Do you know who Laura Ingraham is? A lot of people are going to go, what the fuck is a Laura Ingraham? Just because you lock yourself in a bubble and you think these people are more important than they are. It reminds me of being a wrestling fan when I was a kid. You're really into pro wrestling, but you go ask the average person about a pro wrestler, like, hey, man, did you see Conan's promo on Nitro last night? They'd be like, you're speaking Chinese, motherfucker.
I don't watch that fantasy shit.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say that if you're looking at the average age of like a Hannity and Ingraham viewer, I would not be surprised if their average age was in the 60s.
I kind of expect it to be. We know one thing's for certain. It's definitely not in the 18 to 25.
Ooh, not 25 to 54 either. They're struggling there. So, yeah, it's got to be over 60. But I mean, think about it. That makes sense. Imagine someone 30 years old telling you they watch Laura Ingraham every night. I think you're wasting your life.
Yeah, I'd lose faith in humanity, but I kind of, it does make sense to be like, Oh, that Laura Ingraham really tickles my dick. I like closing my night to that beautiful piece. Like, all right, that goes.
I love a good Adam's apple on my conservative gals. Is Laura Ingraham the Dr. Laura talk radio lady? No. That's Dr. Laura Schlesinger. And I think, wasn't she she got in trouble for racism or something like that. Laura Ingraham is the Easter Island headed bitch who's on Fox News. And she's kind of like Hannity. She's like that Christian conservative, the right's always right about this and the left is always wrong about that. Whereas Tucker definitely was more of a guy who had a flamethrower and anybody could get it. And I think that's going to serve him better on Twitter than it would have, served him on Fox. It already seemed like he was getting frustrated and fed up with Fox. All right.
Yeah, he was done.
So there's one more Tucker item I have for this. MSNBC and NBC News were talking about Tucker going to Twitter and doing a show there. And as if they couldn't help Tucker make his point better, the one question they were most concerned about with Tucker's new show on Twitter is, hey, wait a minute. If he's just on Twitter, he's going to be able to say whatever he wants. Now, to me, you can definitely tell who the good guys are in life and who the bad guys are in life by how they view that statement. Like if you tell me that Don Lemon got a deal and they said Don Lemon is going to be able to say whatever he wants in this new deal. Now, I may agree with Don Lemon 5% of the time, but if I heard that he had a deal where he could say whatever he wants, I'd go, well, that's fantastic.
Great for him. I'm still not going to watch it because I imagine it's going to suck, but
right. It's not
Don Lemon, but good for you, man.
Yeah. Congratulations. Now, if you hear Don Lemon or Tucker Carlson is going to be on a network and they get to say whatever they want and you go, what are we going to do about this? I worry about you, especially if you're on the news. If you're giving people information, I mean, isn't that you? Think about that for a second. Isn't that you just kind of admitting openly we brainwash people? Because you hear about a guy who's going on a platform and he'll be able to say whatever he wants. And you go, hey, wait a minute. Isn't somebody going to police him to stop him from saying certain things? It's like, bro, you just kind of gave away that that's what you guys do all the time. Like, you can't conceive of a news platform where someone just gets to speak openly, meaning on the news platform you're on, nobody gets to speak openly.
Wait a minute. If he gets to speak openly, he might just present facts and stories and truth. That's not cool. Wait a minute. What have you been doing?
Yeah, exactly. He might just present things as they are and let the viewership decide. It's like, yeah, what do you guys do? Oh.
Isn't that your job?
Yeah. Isn't that what you're supposed to be doing? Oh, yeah. By the way, did we finish striking all those YouTube channels that said things about vaccines and elections that we didn't like? Just making sure. But yeah, everyone should say exactly what they want to until we don't like it. Then we got to get rid of it. So
hey, isn't that what you guys are supposed to be doing?
Let's
yeah, that's what we're doing. Hey, welcome back to the show. Sean Hannity, everybody.
Sean Hannity can't even have a vape pen. To me, like the Tucker leaks transposed with the Hannity vape pen tells you all the difference in those two guys' personality.
Oh, absolutely. Which one is faking it? I don't know. The one that literally stayed the same from before to on air, or the one that, hey, we're back. Oh, shit. Remember, that's gay. I wouldn't do that.
I can't let the 65-year-olds know I do an e-cigarette. They might think it's wacky tobacco. By the way, aren't all the 60-year-olds now? They were like, okay, they were in their 20s. They came up in the late 70s and early 80s. Weren't they all like disco and coke degenerates?
I mean, if history is to be believed.
Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, I don't know why the disco and coke degenerates need to be judging everyone else. But let's play this 30-second clip from NBC. Out of all the possibilities of Tucker going to Twitter, this is what they took out of it.
Okay, well, listen, Twitter was already under fire from misinformation, disinformation, all-out lies, anti-Semitism, racism before Elon Musk took over, and now it's gotten kind of crazy, right? Seemingly unmoored, if you will. Will anybody be able to...
Oh, my God, I just noticed this. Johnny, who is it?
Oh my God, is that fucking...
Look who's back.
Yeah, that's the fucking... I can't remember his name. Uncircumcised dick.
That's Stelter.
Yeah, Brian Stelter.
Helter Stelter is back.
The dude who was hosting the World Economic Forum on misinformation, where the people pretty much explained how they want to police any information they don't like, is now here going, yeah, Twitter was a den of racism, anti-Semitism, and misinformation. And that was before Elon Musk took over. No, it wasn't. That was not before. That was at your complaint after.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk did a beautiful thing to BBC with that, where he's like, all right, give me an example.
Right. They all just
kind
of
the Geno thing.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, give me an example.
They all just kind of say that, don't they?
Yeah.
They're just like,
and he put the dude on the spot. The dude backpedaled continuously.
That's what I hate.
I've experienced that to literally like, well, that's what people are saying is happening. And
I feel like if NBC got held to the same standard like Alex Jones did in a court of law, they'd all be bankrupt.
Oh, yeah.
But yet they just get to go on TV and go, well, you know, Twitter was a den for racism and anti-Jew shit and all of this before Elon Musk took over. Now they really hate Jews over there. And, well, here's Tucker Carlson. Like, what a shitty way to present. If you don't see that as the brainwashing and the propaganda that it is, to like subtly set it up as like anti-Semitism, racism, all these terrible things that we all hate. And then Tucker Carlson is coming there.
It's kind of like when there's a horrible thing going on, they always find a way to kind of tie it into January 6th. Like that was the greatest evil to ever happen. And somehow everything came from that.
I'm trying to think of what the Republican equivalent of that is, because I'm sure like the Hannitys and the Ingrams of the world do that too. It's probably something to do with trans and like drag shows and shit like that. They probably, you know, try to pile on all their shit on top of that. And like, this is why we need God back in the schools. It's like, whoa, I didn't say that. I just said, could we not have, you know, people stuffing their bras, tucking their dicks back, putting on makeup and reading to kids? I didn't say we needed to start saying the Our Father before lunch. Take it easy.
Look, no offense, man, but religion has an iffy thing with child's genitals too. So I just kind of want to let's distance both of them.
Yeah, why don't we distance ourselves from everything that has a shoddy track record with kids' balls? That would be nice. But then again, you think about that, public education doesn't have the best relationship with kids' balls. So who do we get?
Keep them at home.
Mr. Rogers is dead.
Oh, shit.
I think in person.
And for a while, there were people suspected that he had a questionable relationship.
No.
And then I thought that was a thing right before he died, where people were saying, and that was disproven.
Yeah, they'd better not. So anyway, sorry, guys. I got a little shell-shocked that Brian Stelter is back. I'm sure he'll set this guy straight on his crazy racism talk.
Well, if we all know from Tucker Carlson, Brian Stelter is another one of those poor media people who was sacrificed for always telling the truth.
God, he carried the fucking water for CNN every time. The second they got new owners, they go, get this fucking stooge out of here.
He carried so much water, his haircut makes him look like a bucket.
Yeah, this fucking Toad from Mario looking motherfucker. Get him out of here.
Racism before Elon Musk took over, and now it's gotten kind of crazy, right? Seemingly unmoored, if you will. Will anybody be able to police what Carlson says, or is this the point? It's just a free-for-all.
I think this is the point. It is a free-for-all. It's what Elon Musk wants to provide. This move by Tucker may cement the idea of Twitter as a right-wing website.
As a right-wing website.
He's been saying the whole time the problem is both sides are the same and we need to step out of the two-side dynamic. They're going to be a right-wing website.
Hey, we need to let everybody just say whatever they want and do whatever they want and tweet whatever they want. And we're going to have Tucker on, and we're going to let Tucker just say whatever he'd like to say. Well, clearly this makes Twitter a right-wing website. I'm like, how is that right-wing? That's not good. That's not a good argument for your side if you're surrendering free speech. It's either a bad argument for your side in saying that free speech is a right-wing thing, or it's bad for the rest of us if they can condition these people who are center or center-left to believe that free speech equals right-wing equals bad, therefore free speech equals bad, we should all have our speech checked up on. And I'm worried that it's kind of going that way.
Yeah, I again, like you were saying earlier, it's really a bad look where you come out swinging with, but who's going to police what he says? Like, but you're not supposed to. You're supposed to be presenting.
You're
on.
literally the media, which freedom of the press is protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution, and you're asking who's going to police the First Amendment of the Constitution. You're literally doing the govern me harder daddy bit. Like, you're sitting there going, hey, who's going to put me in chains? You're sitting there with your hands like this going, hey, why isn't anybody here to put handcuffs on us? What's the deal? Like, well, why don't you just move your arms around however you want? Well, what am I, some kind of Republican? It's not a Republican thing.
Who's going to prop up or demonize the political party in charge based on their political alignment?
Right. Well, do we really need someone to do that? Get out of here, leper. Sorry.
Can we judge them on the job they're doing and not their political affiliation? What are you, gay? Go on.
You Nazi. Empire Actual says Brian Stelter is CIA. Not joking. Honestly, a lot of people look at that and they roll their eyes. I'm telling you, it's the only way him having jobs makes sense.
Yeah. It's kind of like the Dylan Mulvaney thing. Like, how does Brian Stelter happen without a lot of help?
Right. If Brian Stelter is CIA, it answers all my questions, which is, how does that work? Now, if you tell me, well, it only works because the CIA is propping him up behind the scenes to spread propaganda, I would go, oh, well, that makes a whole lot of... Why didn't you tell me that to begin with?
We just need a picture of him and Dylan Mulvaney together. Just like, hey, welcome to the club.
Yeah. Fact-checking with Dylan Mulvaney. And we got a guy who can't even get his fucking genitals and pronouns right, and he's going to be fact-checking shit? This sounds good. By the way, thank you, K. Fallen the Great, for putting the link in the chat. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. If you're just joining us, Steel Toe Coffee is here. The orders are coming in like crazy. Thank you. Dozens of orders already. Thank you guys very much. Get that Steel Toe Coffee. Try a bag. Switch to Steel Toe Coffee one time. And then if you like it, it's your new coffee forever and ever. Check it out. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. The link is right there in the chat. And pick up your bag today. If this goes well, we're going to add a lot more varieties. We're going to add the K-Cup thing, the whole bean thing, the different flavors, as long as this goes well. So switch to Steel Toe Coffee, and it's not used. We're not using it to fight the libs. We're not using it to save the world. You know what we're doing it for? To help support this show, to deliver you a great product, and to make sure that we keep going and growing. That's it. That's all it is. No, this mug is going to save you from the communists or anything like that. It's just coffee. That's it. Let's continue on here. We're done. We've covered all the Tucker stuff. That's all the Tucker news we have today.
All right.
He's going to Twitter. Fox is crashing and burning in primetime. And all the other media is freaking out, wondering, hey, who's going to put handcuffs on this fucking guy? Is Twitter just going to let him talk? Oh, God. And I love how they...
He might start saying stuff we prefer not.
Right. I love how they immediately jump to... And I think this kind of tells you a lot about them and what they would do if they were unfettered. Johnny, what's one of the first things they jump to when someone says free speech and we're going to let people talk? What's one of the first consequences they think is going to happen?
That the people they don't like are going to have free speech. They're going to spread misinformation and hate speech.
Right, exactly. That's just it, hate speech. They go, oh, well, if we have free speech, that's going to mean more racism and anti-Semitism. It's like, well, not necessarily. Why? Is that what you would do if you had the power to just say whatever you want? Is that what would increase? I've got news for these people. If free speech increases, you'll see an increase of everything. You'll see an increase of please and thank you. You'll see an increase of nice things. You'll see an increase of you're a fat whale, I hate you. You'll see an increase in the use of the N-word, the gay F word, every slur there is. It's just, that's what free speech is. It's just more speech. That's it. So guys, just look, you've got Tucker's going to go on Twitter. He's going to say some shit. You can like it. You can not like it. Then you can decide if you want to watch or not. That's it. Simple as that. $260 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. So we're under 300 by the top of the hour. Let's get under 200 by the top of the next one. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Thank you all very much. Also, did we get to, I know we didn't push likes at all. But we want to get to 150 by the top of the hour. So how close did we get? Let's finish off the rest of the way. If someone wants to go ahead and hit refresh and throw the like number at me, let's clean it up and get it up to 150 now that we are right at the top of the hour. Straight up 7 o'clock. Good morning, boys and girls. So we're at 100. Okay, everybody hit like, everybody hit thumbs up. Let's jack that up to 150 right about now. Let's go to the next story. A school board member is having to resign in Texas after some controversial remarks made about women. There are certain headlines that when I see them, I go, well, I'm talking about that tomorrow. I'm going to definitely I don't even need to listen to this yet.
Is someone guilty of quoting Kindergarten Cop again?
That's enough to get you fired now. But no, this guy resigned because he kind of went old school Texas on his thoughts about women. Let's go ahead and play this one from Galveston News.
Parents in Galveston ISD are responding to an overnight resignation of the school superintendent there. That unanimous decision to accept Jerry Gibson's resignation came after a long executive session by the school board. ABC 13 reporter Jeff Ealing is live this morning with reaction from parents there. Jeff?
Here's how I know whatever he said was probably kind of bad. They haven't told us what he said yet.
I mean, resigning in the middle of the night never looks good.
No.
Unless you're Tucker Carlson. That's the only one.
Yeah, there's only two kinds of people who flee in the middle of the night. Bank robbers and guys who said some fucked up shit at the school board meeting. That's it.
Hey, good morning to you, Melanie. Before we get to that parental reaction, and there was quite a bit of it, we did get a statement from Galveston ISD just about an hour ago. Let's go ahead and get to that about the retiring of Superintendent Gibson. It says
you see, it was a retirement. He retired.
Well, they say every N-word adds 10 years to your life. So.
Part, Dr. Jerry Gibson has announced his retirement as superintendent of schools for the Galveston Independent School District. The board and Dr. Gibson have entered into the agreement believing it is in their respective best interest and the best interest of the district.
All right, cool. Make with the sexism. You're losing me. Hey, he said something really sexist. He got fired. I'm not interested in the firing part. I want to hear the sexism part because I want to know where we as a society aren't allowed to go when it comes to talking about women. Because I got to tell you, over the years, I've seen that door shrink and shrink and shrink. I've seen the window close more and more and more. And I got to say, it depresses me every time. So
I'm really hoping there's like your mom should make me a sandwich because it's like if we don't have some hardcore sexism, if it's just something like, I mean, I don't know, women earn what they earn in the workforce, then I'm like, all right, come on, I just speaking truth.
I want this guy to earn his sexism firing. Like if you can show me something so sexist where I go, oh shit, yeah, that guy's gone, that makes me feel better because I'm like, well, at least we're making him earn it still. But like you said, if they're like, well, women choose to do different jobs, and that's why they make 77 cents on the dollar for every man, and then you go, well, he's terrible, he's fired. It's like, oh, well, that sucks. But if he says something
their earnings are.
But if he says something like, these broads shouldn't be on the school board, they should be popping out babies and making me food, I'd be like, okay, there we go. At least he went down swinging.
Most parents only found out about this after waking up and taking their kids to school.
Do you think he should have resigned over those words?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
What words?
I really do.
Show me the words.
Most parents we spoke with agreed that Dr. Jerry Gibson's resignation is the right course of action. It was last month at a groundbreaking for the new Ball High School when Gibson said in part, quote, the ladies are the worker bees. They're going to get it done behind the scenes and keep pushing the details. But we need a man to push this through.
So he just said facts, okay? And if you don't believe me, look at female sports right now.
You know what? Here's what I'd like to say. This actually is a very satisfying comment because I can see it, I can laugh, and I can also understand the decision. I can salute, I can go, rest easy, sweet prince. Your watch is over.
You can rest now, Tony.
Yes. And now my watch has ended. You know what? You took your shot. That's what's important. You shot your shot. You got to go down swinging. I can see where this maybe pissed off some people. Look, the ladies, look, they'll push their, shoulder to the wheel and they'll push this forward. But when it comes time for closing, you're going to need a big swinging dick in there. Like, we're talking about Alec Baldwin from Glengarry Glen Ross. He's like, no, penises are for closers.
This is almost a Jimmy the Greek moment in this day and age with what he said.
Kind of, yeah, like a gender Jimmy the Greek.
Yeah. Because, I mean, that's how easily we're offended by this now. So what he said was really just kind of like, well, what they do is they take the big woman. No, don't
They
say
take
that.
the woman and they make her the worker bee in the house. But when it comes to closing the big deals and, negotiating the big stuff, you got to go to the man for that one. Attaboy, Jimmy.
Man to push this through. Many parents told us they feel those words are not acceptable from a person in public service.
Nowadays, yeah, absolutely. Can't say anything anymore. But yeah, it was absolutely enough to say.
I think there was.
I love how she's of two minds about it. She's like, ugh, you can't say anything anymore. But yeah, I get it. That was enough to get him fired. She's like, look, man, I love a good sexist comment every once in a while myself. That was pretty shitty.
Look, as a redheaded woman, I'll tell you to your face, he's not wrong, but he can't say that.
It would be funny if you looked into like how the school got made and if it really was a guy who was in on closing the deal. And then you're like, well, I mean, he may be fired, but he wasn't lying.
Too much water under the bridge. I think it's probably best to, start fresh.
But
It's not a saying, too much water. Water under the bridge means it's fine.
Means it's past and you've moved on. That's literally like I've gone past this. We've let it go.
Right. Boy, he was right about women. Boy, are they fucking stupid. I love that he's got an easy button on his desk. I hope he hits it, and when he hits it, he goes, shh, the women's suffrage movement was a mistake. Shh, Susan B. Anthony was a fucking hack.
Let's agree one gender shouldn't vote. Whoa, easy button.
Everyone agreed that Gibson needed to leave over those comments.
I wouldn't think that would be enough for a resignation.
So Gibson's.
Why did we cut the rest of that?
So that lady doesn't get to speak. Everyone else gets to say, well, I think there's too much water under the bridge, which isn't a saying. And then that woman goes, I don't think he should have been fired. Cut. I want to know what she said after that. It's probably something like super like racist. She was probably, I bet you if he was a black superintendent, he could have said and beep and like, oh,
I don't think he should have been fired. I mean, we have so many issues with teachers telling kids what to do with their genitals. I'm a little more worried about that. All right, we got to cut that last.
We got to cut that. I don't think he should have been fired. I mean, what are they going to replace him with? One of the millions of illegals that are flooding across the border? All right, ma'am, we can't get into immigration on this story. We've got a hard out at 2.5 minutes.
That's not safe for air.
Last day is going to be June the 30th. He's going to be paid until then. He's also going to get a $70,000 severance package. He is going to finish his tenure, we are told, working from home. In the meantime, Galveston ISD's Executive Director of Secondary Education, Matthew Neighbors, has been named the district's acting CEO until an interim superintendent can be selected.
How awesome is that? So they get rid of this guy for saying, the women are the worker bees, and that's wonderful, but you need a man to close. And they're like, that's a terrible thing for him to say. He's fired. And who do they replace him with?
Another dude.
A dude. Women are the worker bees, but they can't be in charge. Oh, that's terrible. You're fired. Get out of here. Oh, who are you replacing me with? Some dude. Some swinging dick.
Your comments upset a lot of women, and they put their complaints forward, and now we're forced to act, and we're replacing you with another man.
Yeah. And the women go, oh, I can't believe you replaced him with another man. And then they go, oh, it's all you gals do. Bitch, 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 bitch. Sean Raz with $2 says, it's Wednesday morning, not evening. Oh, I'm sorry. It says Wednesday evening goal. I'm sorry. Cody 33C with $4.99 says, sounds like he went to the school of Don Lemon. Oh, yeah. Well, Don Lemon likes to bitch about their age and how they're not in their prime. He's got a little bit different take, but yeah, maybe these two would get along as long as Don Lemon doesn't ask the guy to smell his ball sack.
That's why I would like Don Lemon on Twitter. I imagine like as soon as Don Lemon does a show on Twitter, he's like, and our top story, catty bitches, and then just goes on like woman hating for like a half hour.
See, that would make me like Don Lemon if he was just a bitchy homo on Twitter and he was like, all right, dirty whores who are overweight and still feel the need to wear revealing clothing. Let's talk about these bitches, shall we? Just has like Andy Cohen and other cunty gay dudes on there and they shit on women all show long.
Let's talk about these hags that hang out at the clubs that obviously have nothing we want to buy, but they still want to be our friend. What the fuck?
Yeah. Hey, Jennifer writes, I'm all for ending women's suffrage. There we go. One of the good ones, we call them. David Chandler with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. New York Sewer Rat, Al, Guy Sartell, Becky, Lil Streeter, Aaron's Period Pill, Amberly Rose, Binary Recoil, Zero, Reno Nicholas, all getting memberships from David Chandler. That's also going to put us 230 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep it going. We're getting close. Keep being as irresponsible as ever with contributing to the program. Talking about Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, all of it. Go ahead and contribute. Again, only 230 away from today's goal. Thank you, Sean Rass, for renewing your membership as well. Okay, guys, what did we say? Under 200 by the top of the next hour? We're looking good. Keep it going. And remember, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com to get your steel toe coffee. Thank you, guys, very, very much. If one of you want to throw that link in the chat, that's where you can get your steel toe coffee. Again, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. One of the mods will have that up in the chat in just a second. Thank you, everybody.
Just ordered me a bag.
Nice. Bill Maher had a fight with Dr. Phil on his podcast.
Okay, I need to see this.
I know. Bill Maher has a podcast called Club Random, and he had Dr. Phil on, who I guess Dr. Phil's retiring at the end of the year. He's done. He's calling it quits on the Dr. Phil show.
Well, at a certain point, you realize you sit stupid people down, and they're just not going to learn. It's like, you could beat sense into a raccoon, but it doesn't mean he's going to, say your name.
That's
That's
about it. Yeah. I mean, look, Bill, you talk to enough dumb whores and they become more famous than you start to get a little pissed off. I talked to the stupid Catch Me Outside bitch, and now her tits have more subscribers than I have viewers. It's discouraging. Every time
everyone else is getting the Phil bump, I'm in a slump over here. It's time to hang it up.
I got to tell you, if I got to talk to one more trans person, I think I'm just going to go fucking ape shit. So Bill Maher wanted to, of course, talk to Dr. Phil about Trump and Biden. And, Bill Maher may have like a little bit of based shit in him now. Like he may be getting old and kind of fed up and all that, but there's still a big chunk of Bill that lives in that bubble where I don't know, like he doesn't know people strongly dislike the direction Joe Biden's taking the country. And that's like Democrat, Republican, and moderate. Like he's got a 30 to 35% approval rating. The vast majority, 2/3 of this country, think this guy's doing a shitty job. And that's just the ones that'll admit it. So he brought up Trump and Biden to Dr. Phil. And I tell you, Johnny, he was absolutely shocked that Dr. Phil could believe that maybe Biden is doing a worse job than Trump. Couldn't believe it. And it started right. I mean, I expect it from like a CNN person, but like Bill Maher can go and say something that's remarkably coherent, totally based in, reality and everything else. But then he can still find his way into that bubble where he's like, how could someone think that Trump is did a better job than Biden? It's like, I don't know, people who pay for gas, groceries, and just about everything else.
Look, if you're honest with it, the only way you can sell it to me is you got to admit it's impressive how he's pissed off everybody. Like I'm like, all right, yeah,
exactly.
Biden's ability to suck is in a way an accomplishment because nobody has done it to this extent before.
Exactly. Thank you to Peterbilt Piston for the $50 super chat. Very nice of you, sir.
Thank you.
195 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. All right, let's go to the Bill Maher, Dr. Phil fight.
Trump you got to like be on the page that he's worse than Joe Biden and very different than Joe Biden. Come on, Doc.
Look, it's not politics that determine the outcome of society. It's culture. I don't care about politics. You go back to the beginning, and Democrat and Republicans have been in control about 50-50. They've had control of the House and Senate while they were in control of the presidency about 50-50. They've had it not in control 50-50.
I mean, that's a good point, but also Bill Maher's set is fucked up. What is he running, like a 70s disco?
I almost feel like it's like a closed down strip club. Like, I feel like if we turn the camera around, there's a stage and a pole.
Oops, it's like a dimly lit. Yeah, look at it. It's like a dimly lit.
Dude, that's
room.
a VIP room. You can't tell me it's not.
Yeah, he's even got a chick with giant tits in the background. It looks like somebody's about to grind on your dick for $30 a song. That is an odd set. Like, Bill really does have that Peter Pan syndrome. I think we looked it up the other day. He's like 67, and he's still behaving like a 28-year-old bachelor. Bill, come on. At some point, what did they say in Wedding Crashers? Time to grow up, Count Chocula. Jesus. He's got like 18 different boozes there, and he brings Dr. Phil on. He's like, hey, you know what this looks like? This looks like a 30-year-old divorcee in the 70s building the party basement that he always wanted.
This my bitch of a wife wouldn't let me have this shit. Well, now it's time to do it my way.
Yeah, except now you both qualify for Medicare, and you're still hanging out in that basement.
Bill, it's called a midlife crisis. At this point in life, you're supposed to have moved on from that. You're out of it.
Bill, you're supposed to be doing reverse mortgage commercials, not this shit.
I can't get you to just out and out say that Trump is a completely different animal than the politics on the left and the right that we both agree is very lacking on both sides.
But that's why people chose Trump, is he was a rock through a window.
He was something. It's the same thing of why Minnesota picked Jesse Ventura when we did. We're like, you know what?
Yeah.
How about fuck these two? We're going with something different.
Right.
Granted, Trump ran under a Republican thing.
I love that, like a Bill Maher, who's a smart guy, I love that he says the reason and then acts like he can't figure out the reason. He's like, ugh, Donald Trump, come on. I mean, I know he's a rock through the window of the two-party system that people hate, but why would people pick him? Just repeat the thing you just said. That's exactly what it is. He's a protest vote. Well, why would people pick him? Because they're fed up with the left and the right. Well, I know that, but what? It's like you're talking in circles with Bill Maher.
But that he is a completely different element and much more dangerous.
It's a completely different element and much more dangerous.
Much more dangerous.
You know, all those hundreds of billions of dollars that Donald Trump spent funding that war in Ukraine. Oh, I'm sorry. You remember all those orders that Trump signed when he was president that forced people to get an experimental medical treatment or they couldn't work? Oh, that's sorry. I apologize. Yeah, you're right. He's a really dangerous kind of animal.
That huge border crisis we had with.
Oh, yeah. The border. I forgot about that. By the way, that's tomorrow, I think, that Title 42 or whatever expires. And I guess there's like hundreds of thousands of migrants just camping
700,000 migrants, according to, I think, CIA or FBI estimation.
Oh, my God. And they're just waiting till tomorrow to cross over.
And that's not including the ones that are still crossing at this point in time. Like that, the best part is people like, what do you mean they're waiting? I thought it was open season. Like, no. People are getting caught and sent back currently. So there is a healthy number that are like, we're going to wait till that thing ends and we could just walk over and go asylum and stay.
Yeah. And now correct me if I'm wrong. That was all part of COVID, wasn't it? The Title 42.
It was the one decent thing COVID did for us.
Right. It was, if you get, what was weird about Title 42 isn't it just basically enforcing the law?
Yeah.
Title 42 is like, hey, if we catch you fucking around and you're illegal, we send you back. It's like, well, why does that have to expire? Why can't we just...
the reason is we're sending you back because you might have that horrible COVID and we don't want you to bring that in. And, but as long as all of the migrants distance by 6 feet and wear masks, we can be okay with it.
guns, fentanyl, and crime, you can bring those things in. I mean, we're not total prudes, but I mean, I don't want you coughing on us. Jesus.
And look, if we kick you out once, you can come back 1, 2, 3, 4 times before you do something major that we have to do something about.
Hobo Chili Recipe says about Bill Maher, I can get a pinball machine now. I divorced my wife. I got a discount with my AARP card. Jennifer says Bill Maher never had kids. Kids are pretty crucial to making a person grow up. That's, you know what? That's a pretty agreeable statement.
I'll agree to that. Mine made me grow up.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess Bill not having that part of him developed, I suppose, I guess you would say, maybe makes him. But that doesn't explain why he can say why people would pick a Donald Trump and then not understand why they
pick Donald Trump.
A Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't get that part. An otherwise intelligent guy who, is it denial? I don't know. Stevie J, yeah, this is the quote from Bill Maher. This is basically what I was getting to. We agree that both sides are terrible, but Trump is different, and that's bad.
That's like the people who are like, look, man, I'll tell you, I don't really subscribe to either side. I kind of pick each story based on what I hear. Yeah, man, you can't pick either side, but we have to agree the Democrats are worse. And I'm like, you just picked a side.
Right. Exactly. I think the Bill Maher thing is just Bill Maher's career the last 5 or 10 years has been you watching Bill Maher and going, you're close, you're close, you're close. Shit. Just missing it by that much. Ron Stoppable says he's dangerous in the sense that he has power, just like anyone with power can be dangerous. Yeah, I think the idea of the president is dangerous, if you think about it.
I think the idea of a president who is behaving the way Biden seems to behave is kind of dangerous, because the thing is we see him very well put together on the edited video segments, but whenever you see him live, you're like, that's not the same guy.
No, right. Yeah. King Kong Dong says at least Bill didn't have a kid at 74 like Mr. De Niro. Fuck that, dude. 79. De Niro just had another kid. He's 79 years old.
Robert De Niro just had another kid?
79. He just had another kid. Delco Lou says multiple felony convictions are okay for reentry, but you better have a mask on. Yeah, I never thought I'd say this, but keep that part of the COVID regulations going. I mean, let everybody fly without a mask and let everybody go back to work whether they've been vaccinated or not. But could we keep kicking out the illegals that are here causing problems? That part could be kind of nice. Ross Dogs.
It's not like they're not getting in anyway. It's a slower feed.
Right. Could we not do something that allows 700,000 people to just go, no? I mean, really, it's like the scene in Braveheart with the spears. You've got 700,000 migrants just going, hold. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says Johnny should house a migrant family. He can net $2,000 a month from the liberal Minnesota government.
And my lawn will look great.
$2,000 a month isn't enough to feed and shelter that many people.
Yeah, no. How many people are we talking about? Have you seen $2,000 a month isn't enough to take care of a family of 4 at this rate?
No, not even close.
You gotta find a way to somehow stretch the grocery bill now. I don't think I want to pick up a migrant family for $2,000 a month.
No. 195 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. If you'd like to contribute, the best ways to do it are Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Super chats and memberships are welcome as well. Rumble rants. Thank you to everyone over on Rumble. Thank you to Laughing Lions who put the Steel Toe Coffee link up on Rumble. Very cool. If you're watching us over on Rumble, like Susan, like Eagle of America, like Laughing Lions, and many others, hit the thumbs up button and show your appreciation. And if you're watching on YouTube, definitely hit thumbs up. Helps the algorithm, all of that shit. You know the weird, wacky, getting your show in front of eyeballs game that YouTube plays. The best thing you can do is subscribe to our channel and hit the like button. Thank you guys very much. I wish I could say this next article surprises me. Unfortunately, it does not. The Jordan Neely protests in New York City, the guy who got choked out on the subway?
Yeah, the completely innocent victim, right.
Yes. Oh, the poor Michael Jackson imitator that got killed. Oh.
He's just an innocent street artist who was killed for being black.
By the way, I know that shit works on people from small towns and stuff like that. If you've never been to New York, street performers are fucking obnoxious. It's not like they're a licensed guy who has scheduled showtimes. It's usually just some bum or some asshole who's like in your face dancing like Michael Jackson and then putting his hand out, and going, come on.
Everyone thinks it's Ed Sheeran sitting in the subway with his guitar case open, but really it's St. Cloud Superman going, "Oh, you want a picture with me? $20."
Exactly. So there's people that are disrupting subway service, and they're protesting because they think the guy that choked this dude who's been arrested 40 some odd times for being violent on the subway and said he was going to kill everybody on the train. Those protests, you will not believe this. I'm even going to put the article up so you guys don't think I'm lying to you. Communist-tied activist group driving Jordan Neely protests, receiving donations from Soros and Zuckerberg foundations. I said the other day that, I bet you communists are trying to disrupt society by funding these protests and organizing them just so they can make shit a mess. Because the weird thing about communism is it's such a great system and it works so well that they have to purposely make everything absolute dog shit before anybody would consider them to be the solution. That's been...
This option is so star-spangled awesome that we're going to make everything else such shit. It looks like the only good thing.
It's literally been every single communist revolution ever is, well, first what we have to do, we got the perfect plan for society. Oh, really? Because what we have now is, it's okay. It's not the best, but it's working. Yeah. Well, we got a better idea. Oh, okay. Well, what's your better idea? We're going to purposely hijack the fuck out of this thing and make life terrible for you. It's like, well, that sounds awful. Yeah, but then we're going to come in and improve it by a little bit. Wait, well, then won't it still be worse than what it was? Oh, that's okay, because once you say that when we take over, we just kill you.
And we'll be doing great in all this, by the way.
And don't worry, we take all of your money, and then we decide who needs it, and we provide everything for you. Wait, so you guys just get to take all of our money? Yeah, it's great. And then you just dole it out as you see fit? Yeah. And if we say that you're not doling out enough to us, we just throw you in a prison camp and tell you to shut the fuck up. Not for nothing, but that just sounds like a really good deal for you. And I have to go through, it's almost like Revelations. You got to go through the tribulations, and but if you're good, you get raptured up into heaven. If you don't get raptured up into heaven, you're fucked. This is going to be a bumpy ride. That's communism.
Communism is literally the Ben Stiller groundskeeper character from the old folks home. Is just, well, now your back's going to hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
Isn't this system way better than the one you had before? So, yeah, Laughing Lion says, you can't make a communist omelet without killing 1 million people. It's very true. Yeah, any system that depends on making things shitty and wrecking it before they can even be considered as the option, and even then they have to kill people to get it, I don't know if that's anything I want to be a part of. George Soros and Mark Zuckerberg's foundations previously donated to an activist group with communist ties that has recently been promoting protests over the death of Jordan Neely. On May 1st, 30-year-old Neely, blah, 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 42 prior arrests, blah, so on and so forth. We know all about it. Penny was subsequently accused of choking Neely to death. He released a statement through his lawyers saying he never intended to harm Neely. Oh, by the way, there's a new video out of the guy who choked him, putting him in the recovery position, and the other people on the train congratulating him and thanking him for helping.
So in other words, he did what he was supposed to do in that, because you're not supposed to choke people out. But if someone's choked out, you did what you're supposed to do to make sure that person recovers.
Yeah.
And again, it wasn't like he took over the guy's gig. All right, this guy's threatening everybody. I'm going to choke him out, and now I'm going to beat the shit out of all of you. He kind of ended everything.
He choked him out. He turned him on his side. He tried to revive him. And the people, and in the video, the people on the train are patting him on the back saying, thank you. That guy was, menacing us, so on and so forth. We're not seeing that one being, I haven't seen that one in any news clips yet.
That's weird.
I'm sure
it's
they're
almost
just,
it's not making the rounds.
Yeah, I'm sure they're just waiting until the right time, Hey, who knows? Maybe Friday at 6 p.m.
Much like all of that footage that we got a while back, actually, ironically enough, pushed largely by Tucker. on the January 6th thing. We had to wait to vet it because we wouldn't want to disparage anybody.
Think about that. Yeah, the January 6th footage. If you don't have Tucker, like if that comes out now, it doesn't get seen because Hannity wasn't releasing it.
Hannity wasn't pushing it.
No.
And Hannity wasn't sitting there calling out the media for not putting this stuff out there in relation to the other clips as well.
Right. Yeah, they'll probably do the same thing with the new video. And by the way, it's not new video. This video was available when this story broke. Like, they could have easily shown the guy putting Jordan Neely in recovery position. They're also not reporting very much that the uncle of Jordan Neely said, yeah, he was struggling with mental illness and he was self-medicating with K2.
Yeah, apparently that's not a warning sign or a red flag at all. When you have mental illness and you're like, you know what? I'm crazy. I'm unhinged. I should be my own doctor.
Yes, exactly. I think I've lost control of my life in many facets, but I think I got this one. So, yeah.
Look, the purple elephant that's talking to me right now says, I am a chemist and I can trust what I say.
And look, Lawrence wouldn't lie to me. Wait, who's Lawrence? The elephant. Have you not been following the conversation? Christ almighty.
I assumed you were ignoring him because he called a broken bottle a knife.
Well, New York's Voices of Community Activists and Leaders, an organization dedicated to empowering low-income individuals, promoted the demonstrations and encouraged its members to participate. They released a statement blaming Neely's death on Democratic Mayor Eric Adams and Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul for allegedly spewing, get this, the mayor and Democratic governor of New York, the communists, are saying that they're spewing hyper-conservative, fear-mongering rhetoric that led to Neely being lynched. I will say, if you are a political group who views New York City as too much of a conservative hotbed, you and I got nothing in common. And let's try to stay as far away from each other as possible. Fucking Eric Adams and Kathy Hochul. If they wouldn't release the crime statistics and show people how shitty it's getting, none of this would have ever... No, I'm pretty sure it still would have happened. Pretty sure this...
Really, all this violence is because of this Eric Adams. This conservative cunt shouldn't be in charge. You realize there's a D in his name.
Yeah, he's a Democrat. Yeah, a conservative Democrat. The New York Young Communist League has been outspoken in supporting the Neely protests. But in 2019... Mark Zuckerberg's education fund donated $100,000 to the group leading the campaign. They slammed the governor for allocating, or the governor and mayor for allocating $62 million to police overtime pay and another $455 million loan for a horse racing facility. Funds that vocal officials slam should have been used to address homelessness. Please, somebody tell me what you could have done. Where could you have taken that money, given it to the homeless, and had it make a lick of difference?
Or more importantly, if giving the money to them was accomplishing anything, where are these results right now?
Yes.
I feel like we can look at this now and go, oh, that didn't work. Hindsight there.
We have never been more tolerant and forgiving and allowing of homelessness, and I would struggle to say that it's getting better. Wronghole Rick says, breaking news, K2 not actually medicine. Who would have known?
Look, all right, the demon says the only way to keep him quiet is with meth, so I need lots of meth.
Yeah. Who are you, Wronghole Rick, to tell us all? Let's see your doctorate. K2 isn't actually medicine. The dragon that talked to Jordan Neely said it was totally fine to quiet the voices. The boss says he was going to go in and replace them with big, pretty lights. Kotod says Joseph McCarthy did nothing wrong. Dude, the more I see this communist shit going down, the more I'm like, I guess it wasn't the nicest thing to be going after all of those communists and framing them and shit like that. But, it did keep the shit to shoe level. Maybe McCarthy had a point. Because they pitched the McCarthy thing as like a witch hunt. Like, he's seeing communists where they don't exist. It's like, no, he did find a few communists.
No, he saw communists. That's all he saw. The problem was he saw them as an enemy, and he did something about it. that's questionable. I mean, I don't approve of all the blacklisting, but if I could argue where we are now, maybe we should have taken a harder lean.
Yeah, if Trumbo not directing or not writing Spartacus would have avoided us being in the situation we are now, I would have kept the motherfucker blacklisted. But
yeah, I mean, we could have done without that one.
That's just me. $195 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in on Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo, please do. We're already under $200 before 8 o'clock, which is great.
That is amazing.
Thank you guys very much. Keep that going. Be irresponsible, as we say. Support your favorite show. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. $195 away from knocking it out today. Super chats and memberships count as well. Steel Toe Coffee is for sale. If you're just joining us for today, if someone wants to throw the link in the chat, you guys will be able to see it. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com is where you can go to find the Steel Toe Coffee. Go check it out. It's finally here. Get yours today. Dozens of people are already getting it this morning. Let's make that 100 people by the end of the show. That's, again, the link will be in the chat in just a moment, and you guys can click it. Go get your Steel Toe Coffee. All of the prices, by the way, include shipping. So there's no extra charge for shipping. It's all built in to the price. So if one of the mods wants to go ahead and throw that link into the chat, I sure would be grateful. All right, let's go switch gears here a little bit from news and politics and all that stuff to an update on Britney Spears. There's a new documentary coming out on Britney Spears and the ending of her conservatorship.
Okay.
And look, you might...
It's called Oops, I Did It Again.
By the way, Gray Duckling has the link right there in the chat. If you want to get the Steel Toe Coffee, there it is. Just click it and make your order today. All right. The Britney Spears thing. So they made a documentary. They talked to people. And multiple sources are kind of leaking the terms of ending that conservatorship. It wasn't like a judge went, hey, conservatorship's over, let her handle her own money, blah, blah. Like, it came with suggestions. Like, here's what you should keep an eye on. Here's what she might do. Here's what she should stay away from. Now, to me, if you need someone to do that, I don't know if the conservatorship should be lifted.
So we can't have her watched over, but we got to keep an eye on her. What?
Right. Oh, I think it's irresponsible. I think we need to stop lording over this woman. Now, in order to do that, here's a list of about 25 things you should definitely keep an eye on for her so she doesn't completely destroy herself. It's like, well, shouldn't we then just keep the conservatorship on? No, we're not a bunch of meanie heads. What's the matter with you? Well, one of the things, and look, man, if this list contained like, she shouldn't eat flour after 7 p.m., that's one thing. One of the items that they said we should be careful of is don't let Britney too close to knives.
Okay, why did we get rid of... If there is a sharp objects warning label on a person, I feel like that usually comes with supervision. A conservatorship is kind of for someone who has a warning around sharp objects.
Yeah. In fact, the one kind of person I can see who needs a conservatorship is someone who can't be trusted around knives because something bad might happen to them. Usually not a good idea to leave that person up to their own devices. But here we go. I'll play this clip for you from the Britney Spears conservatorship documentary that TMZ did. I've always hated the Britney Spears conservatorship thing, the whole issue, because it was a bunch of retards on the internet tweeting and yelling and screaming, and they were just having a great time, and, oh, we should end the conservatorship, and hashtag free Britney, and blah, blah, blah. And then, like, once the conservatorship is lifted, it's not like these motherfuckers are hanging around and bringing Britney breakfast and checking on her. They just went, yay, we started a hashtag, and something happened. It's like they stuck firecrackers up a bullfrog's ass, and once it went off, they went, oh, well, on to the next thing. They didn't, the minute we saw the first Instagram videos of her dancing like a mental patient in her foyer, those people weren't like, oh, maybe we made a mistake, oh, maybe we shouldn't have pushed so hard for this. They were like,
oh, thank God, OnlyFans, here we come.
Yes, it's almost there. The long game is nearly complete. Well, here's the clip from TMZ about the warnings that came with lifting the conservatorship.
There's also an element of danger. Another recommendation at the end of the conservatorship, keep knives away from Britney. Multiple sources
just with how she's
direct
using it alone, I wouldn't want to knife. Like, dude, that is not good knife skills.
Nobody's eyes who look like that should be holding a knife around people.
Multiple sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ. Britney has had a fascination with knives. At one point, sleeping with one under her bed. We're told she's in mortal fear someone will come in the middle of the night, strap her to a gurney, and take her to a psych ward.
I mean, what kind of irresponsible, crazy person would do something like that?
If she certainly never had that happen before in her life.
You could make an argument that, yes, people have basically had to strap her down to a gurney and take her to a mental hospital. That's true. Okay. So, you know, the old saying, just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean somebody ain't watching me. Okay. Fair enough. But you slept with a knife under your pillow because you thought people were going to take you to a psych ward. Never once, you know, maybe thinking or doing some self-auditing and going, why do these people perhaps want to take me to a psych ward?
I'll say this. You got to have some balls to be her husband then. What if you, like, half asleep, like, roll over to cuddle? And she's like, not again, motherfucker. And she just grabs the knife and starts stabbing. You're just, Jesus, I just wanted a hug.
Yeah.
Oh, why does it cost me a kidney every time?
Or she's having a bad dream and, you know, somebody ends up getting it. Yeah, if you're a judge and you're like, all right, I'm just looking at the terms before we end this conservatorship. Wait a minute. You can't let the bitch have knives? No, Your Honor. She sleeps with them and she thinks people are out to get her. Well, then I'm not getting rid of this conservatorship. You all clearly need to keep a fucking eye on this chick. Are we doing the South Park episode? Are you guys looking for a good harvest? Because this is how you get a good harvest.
As one source put it, she lives in constant fear of being reinstitutionalized. TMZ investigates Britney.
Okay, but there's probably a reason why there's a threat that you might always be institutionalized. Perhaps because...
I feel like if you're institutionalized against your will several times, you might start kind of being on the lookout for that as a thing.
Sure. But also, maybe, just maybe, stop doing things that would make people go, should we perhaps institutionalize this broad? Because she seems a little batshit.
You're right. How dare this crazy person not have a little bit of common sense?
Kane B says, under her bed, at least it wasn't under her pillow. Unless she sleeps under her bed, no judgment. Yeah, you can't really rule anything out with this Britney chick.
Well, I'm assuming under the bed means between the bed and the box spring, is because that's. I hate to say how I know this from personal experience.
Oh boy!
If they sleep with a knife in the bed, if it's not under the pillow, it's usually between the bed and the box spring. It's a really quick, easy grab. And especially if it's like, say, and again, this isn't at all based on personal experience. If it's like a buck knife or a Bowie knife and you have like the sheath in there, the bed and the box spring will hold it really nice and you can just grab it and go.
And this is
I mean, is it hot? Yes, but you're always worried about the Lorena Bobbitt morning after.
And you're just guessing.
Yes, I'm just guessing.
Yeah. Okay.
I have no information on this at all.
Well, I'm really glad that you've given this some thought.
I'm pulling this completely out of my ass and not out of the sheath between the bed and the box.
Load Hog on Rumble says Britney should have stayed or probably should have stayed under that conservatorship. What? Come on, she's just dancing all crazy.
The hell you say?
Yeah, she's just dancing all crazy and medicated and not allowed to have knives. She'll be fine. Load Hog says she's been acting pretty crazy. I don't want to say, she's been acting pretty. I don't want to say crazy, but she's been acting pretty loony. You do understand that's the same as saying she's acting crazy. Like, if you go to a crazy person and go, I don't want to say you're crazy, but you're definitely a bit loony, they would take that as an insult. Load Hog on Rumble also saying, to be fair, though, crazy people don't know they're crazy. So if she recognizes she's loony, maybe she's not as loony as she appears. Well, I mean, she's thinking that people are going to come get her in the middle of the night and take her to a psych ward. And she thinks that's... She thinks that's unreasonable. That's the part to me that kind of gets me, is that she thinks...
And then she posts videos where you're like, yeah, I can see where the psych ward might be a necessary call sometimes.
Right. Like when you have posts on Instagram that make us go, should someone maybe come get her? You can't really go to us for sympathy and go, hey, wait a minute. People might come get me. I'm like, do you promise? Are you sure? Let's open up the 7 o'clock hour stories, shall we? Let's open these up here. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory with a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, optics, knives, parts, you name it, ammo. Go visit their store in downtown Foley, Minnesota if you're here in central Minnesota, or if you're anywhere else, go to midlandarmory.com. And midlandarmory.com will have that giant selection just for you. Derek and Tracy do a great job of finding you exactly what it is you're looking for. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Also, don't forget about All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. If you're in the ditch, if the car stalls out, if it won't go, whatever it is, All Care Towing is there quicker than anyone. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And our friends at Stoney's have our 9th anniversary party coming up on Saturday, August 12th. Johnny, myself, April, Geno Bisconte, Keanu C. Thompson will all be at the Steel Toe anniversary party Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's. Eventbrite.com, Steel Toe anniversary show. Get your tickets. Join the cornhole tournament in the afternoon. If you don't want to go to the comedy show or you don't want to be in the cornhole tournament, just come out to the party and hang out with us Saturday. August 12th. And don't forget to pick up some of that Steel Toe coffee today at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Well, boys and girls, we are 195 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, there's the links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. If everybody feels like chipping in, there's the best places to do it. Super chats, memberships, all of it counts towards knocking out that goal and doing an extra half hour of overtime. Robert Darth Mode says, I just ordered my 1 pound bag. Attaboy. Thank you very much, Robert. And thank you to everyone who's ordering their Steel Toe.
You need to start drinking that coffee.
Oh, my God. I need something. Just getting over my illness. Feeling a hell of a lot better today, though. Like I really
yeah, but as I hear you, I'm really glad there's a large amount of distance right now.
Yeah, well, I get that. There's a little bit of viral shedding, I'm sure.
I'm a little gun shy about getting sick, considering it hasn't even been a month since the last time I got sick, and that didn't go very well. I'm just like, let's avoid it again.
Yeah, you just got off your deathbed. You're not trying to go back to it.
I mean, it was comfy, but yeah.
You were ready for the sweet release, but God damn it if the Reaper didn't tease you again. Whore. A Nebraska, this is shocking. I can't believe this. And I don't even know what happened here. But a Nebraska high school star athlete with plans to play football in college died after he suddenly collapsed during track practice on Friday, days before he was set to graduate. I mean, that's
weird.
Yeah, but that happens all the time, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah, it's certainly not anything we could attribute to a common factor. This is just kind of like, something we deal with in life all the time. I remember growing up thinking anytime I run the 500-meter dash could be my last.
Yeah, it's just one of those normal things that happens all the time. Just 18-year-old kid, prime of his life, great athlete, ready to go to D1 college. He just falls down and he drops dead.
Greg, you're in great shape. You just got a scholarship. Join in the relay race. You trying to kill me, coach?
Wisner-Pilger High School senior Hunter Palmer, who was an all-district running back in football, a member of the basketball team, and a track runner. So, shitty cardio, right? Died hours after his tumble at a hospital in the city of West Point. It is with a very heavy heart. Phrasing. Phrasing. Let's not talk about heavy hearts, swollen hearts, any kind of heart problems whatsoever. Let's keep that out of it.
His rhythm was clearly thrown off. All right, now you're gaslighting me.
Yeah. It is with a very heavy heart that we can confirm that Hunter Palmer, a senior at Wisner-Pilger Schools, has died. So when will be the appropriate time for the mass media and places like YouTube and everywhere else to finally just come out and say the thing that you and I aren't allowed to say right now? Like, how many years? Because remember, everything with that disease, with COVID, it's always been a certain amount of time before they've been able to come out and go, oh, well, looks like whoopsie daisy. Sorry about that. Like, whether it's masks or lockdowns or, you know that
conspiracy theory we deplatformed all you guys for? It was totally true. We knew it all along, but we couldn't trust you with that information. So now we're letting it out. Oops.
Yeah, we just couldn't. You know what it was? You guys were making too much noise. It was too loud. So we just had to quiet you down a little bit, bring the volume in the room down, and then we could tell you the truth. That's the best part about all of these, them revealing that the conspiracy theories aren't conspiracy theories. They never give anyone their accounts back.
Yeah, it's somehow they're never responsible for misinformation when they deplatform people for telling the truth, and then they also don't have to give them the platform back. It's great.
No, they just get to go, hey, when you said it, it was harmful. When I said it, it was information.
Hey, look, when you played a video that we had on our site, you did a no-no.
I mean, look, water under the bridge, that strike is gone and everything, but that did piss me off a lot.
Oh, it was kind of bullshit.
Like, we played it on our show from YouTube, and then they took it down off YouTube after that, and then gave us a strike for playing it. It's like, fuck me then. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, I'm ordering a bag myself for quality control. Does the beans help confuse a narcotics dog? It's for research purposes. I will be wearing a lab coat. Well, I mean, if you'll be wearing a lab coat, I mean, how can you say no to the guy? Let us know. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Pick up your steel toe coffee. That also knocks today's goal down to 190. There you go, guys. So you're under 200 by 8 o'clock. Let's get under 100 by 9 o'clock. Let's also get up to 200 likes by 8 o'clock. So everyone hit the thumbs up button. We've got 10 minutes to get to 200 likes and help out the algorithm, help get the show out there. Thank you, guys, very much. Everybody hit the thumbs up. So this multi-sport athlete was committed to Midland University in Nebraska, which plays in the National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics. So he's going to be like a D2 athlete. He was an avid fan of wrestling and also enjoyed playing golf and baseball, excuse me.
You know, a really unhealthy person.
Yeah.
Who never gets enough exercise.
I'm sorry, but we say it every time one of these stories comes up. 18-year-olds who are in great health don't just fucking drop dead at a track meet. And again, if there was one of these kids, like if this kid was the only one in the last 3 years, 2 years, whatever it's been now, I would go, all right, well, I mean, like there are like 1 in a million things where some kid has an undiagnosed heart arrhythmia and he overdoes it and he drops dead. That's certainly happened before. It happens once every 5 or 6 years. But then you get, like 383 Novocaine says, Las Vegas had 17 people drop dead last month, all under the age of 30.
It's almost like it's something we should look into.
Right.
If this happened at one place at one time with a person who was maybe, say, of a particular color or something like that, and they did it with an AR-15, we'd never stop talking about it. Yet somehow it's not a story right now.
Right. When it comes to this one, you and I have to sit here on pins and needles and go, okay, let's be as vague as we possibly can on how we talk about this. Like that's the worst thing is like the insulting that you have to do, like the insulting you have to do of your own intelligence to even talk about this stuff publicly. Like you have to go, okay.
Or you have to go to Rumble or Twitter.
And check out Tucker Carlson's new show. NF Caps on the Britney Spears thing says part of what happened is that her father was abusing the conservatorship and her through it. She probably does need a health conservator, but not the old arrangement. I mean, look, in fairness, like Britney Spears ran her fortune down to like $2 million and her dad built it back up to 60 million once they took the knives away and sold her records for her.
I mean, honestly, if you ask me, that's technically her dad's money. Like her dad made the money,
right?
Her dad rebuilt the fortune. I mean, I'm sorry, but like possession is 3/5 of the law, isn't it?
I thought it was 9/10.
9/10, whatever.
That's what my uncle always said behind the shed. But that, yeah, you know what? That's probably not here nor there. If you have to get someone off of a conservatorship, but then go, hey, by the way, asterisk, don't let her have any knives. Why don't we give a little bit more time on the conservatorship?
All right, so we're going to let her be in charge of herself, but here is the lengthy list of behaviors to watch out for. Oh, so we shouldn't watch over her, but we should watch over her.
Carl from Who Are These Podcasts with $5 says, I tried to send a joke about COVID and YouTube wouldn't let me. Oh, well, hype train, of course. Royce Lopez patented $5 hype train. Is that true? You can't even send a COVID joke in a super chat. I'll have people write me. They'll be like, hey, man, I want to support the show. I tried to send super chats. Did you block me from sending super chats? And I go, no, you can't. Like, there's certain things they won't let you say. I've sent people super chats and I've had to rewrite them like 4 times because there will be just like some kind of fucking trigger word that they have.
They really hate that word that I keep using.
I know, and I've spelled it with an A. I've spelled it with an ER. I've even I've used
a PH.
Yeah, it's all kinds of different ways to do it. So I've tried to write it as Geno Bisconte. It still won't let me. By the way, Carl was on Misery Loves Company yesterday. In all fairness, before Carl got on, I was ready to turn that fucking thing off. Like, I've been watching purely for the train wreck. I mean, the chat has completely hijacked both of those shows, and it's in charge of both of those shows because the people who are on them are miserable. And, people will say, like, oh, why, you prep a show and you just want to have fun and this and that. Yeah, because I watch those shows. I don't watch them for entertainment. I watch them as a cautionary tale. Like, I watch those shows and I go, I don't want to feel like that. I don't want to be doing my show and just feel like dog shit. Like, I'd like to have a good time. And then
I've gotten to the point where I don't do stories if they're like too serious because like I'm not here to bum everybody out. Like I'll do like I won't skip a story because it's serious if I have nothing else to do. But if I've got other stuff, I'm like, how about we don't do this one?
Right. Oh God, I do that all the time. Like we'll have something coming up and I'll go, no. That's just
made it to the sheet, but we're already we've got plenty of things to pick from. We'll just ditch this.
Yeah, like every day I turn on MLC and it just everyone's a little more depressed. Everyone's just a little more down. But all the people in that chat sending the super chat, they're just digging the knife in further. And like Kevin's 63, and Kevin will believe anything they tell him in the chat. So like they'll purposely fuck with him and like tell him people are doing shit to him, and it's like. He's like, I don't even know if I want to do this anymore. And then Chad's like, I don't even know if I want to do this anymore. And I'm just like, you guys, you could have picked a different path. Like you could have done a show. You could remember when Kevin yelled at us on his show. He's like, what, Steel Toe? Am I supposed to do topics? Am I supposed to just do show prep? I'm like, well, look at where you are now. Wouldn't you? I mean, it seems like you'd be a lot happier.
It couldn't hurt.
Yeah. It certainly seems like you would be a lot happier if you were doing some topics every once in a while. But yeah, people are watching that train wreck. And like Carl came on and he made it fun. Carl came on and he was like, hey, I got some clips of Chad and this and that. And like, don't get me wrong. I like making fun of Chad as much as the next guy, but 3 hours of it, it's like the only way. It's like the thing making Kevin miserable, but it's also the only thing that pulls him out of his misery. It's
bagging on Chad.
These two are like Professor Moriarty and Sherlock Holmes. They're just going over the edge together and just falling down. But yeah, Carl, I will say this since Carl's here. Carl absolutely did save that show yesterday. Salvatore.
I have to say in that analogy, Kevin Brennan has to be Sherlock Holmes because then that makes Levy like Dr. Watson.
Oh yeah. Levy's for sure Watson. Because he's the one who's always trying to get out. And then he just gets getting pulled right back in. Salvatore,
I just can't take it with this opium junkie, and he's dragging me into shit.
Salvatore M with $5 says, since we're no MLC drama, I need to ask. Bob is aware that Kevin will turn on him soon, right? He can't be oblivious to it. I don't talk to Bob about that kind of stuff. Bob, the last time Bob and I were on speaking terms, we would talk about this kind of shit, and you see where it ended up. Now that Bob and I are on speaking terms again, we really just talk about how much fun this thing is or how much fun that thing is or how we can get out of this or that or the other. It's not like misery or anything else. Bob seems like a genuinely happy guy. So as far as people going, oh, does Bob know that, Kevin's going to turn on him or that? I don't know. I don't know. Like Kevin,
and you don't want to be the one who puts that brain seed in someone's head and causes a rift that maybe was going to happen on its own. But either way, you don't want to be the one responsible for it. So just stay out of it.
Well, anyway, Carl gave us $5, and that reminded me that he was on MLC yesterday, and I just wanted to bring that up. But Salvatore says that answer means Bob isn't aware. No, no. My answer is if I ever talk to Bob, we don't talk about that kind of stuff. I'm not saying Bob doesn't think that.
We don't talk about Brennan.
Oh, fuck you. That was bad. I don't talk to Bob and I know what happened between the two of us last time. We keep it pretty skin deep when we talk to each other, and it's fun that way. I like that. $180 away from today's goal after those contributions. Thanks, boys and girls. Rusty Grammer says those guys should take your advice. Johnny learned from you and has his own bang-up show. Yeah, Just Kidding LLC on all of your platforms. How many are you up to now? YouTube, Twitch?
I'm up to 3. I'm looking at getting a 4th because people keep saying to check out Kick, so I'm going to start looking into that too now. So
YouTube.
Hopefully going there.
Right now, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch.
Yep.
Are the 3.
Right now, it's YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. The main 3.
Wasabista with 600 yen says the Central African nation of Chad has announced it's changing its name to Ray DeVito.
Oh, no.
God. Yeah, and then that whole universe has its own whack packers now, and they're all mentally unstable. And, it's created a nuclear fallout that's going to take years to clean up from. Let's talk about this one. A pregnant woman was a hero. This is just a real short, quick news story. I have to say, as a parent, how you like the Eric Clapton thing, like how you let your kid climb out of a window, I have no idea. How you let your kid hop out of a window, I have no idea. And if I were a parent and my kid crawled out of the window, I would be like, oh, I hope there's someone down there to catch them. And if there was, I go, oh, I hope it's not like a pregnant lady or something. Well, sometimes when we need a hero, we can't be choosy. Let's play this one.
But it was that one.
Carrie Jones points to the 2-story window where she noticed a toddler had popped out the screen Monday.
So, thank you. Your face says it all.
How? You have to be like, because the toddler does not pop out the screen like a fucking, like an escape artist. That's going to take some time.
Right.
Are you not watching the child at all?
It's not like the young child can do the thing where it, pinches down the 2 tabs on the screen and then pushes the thing out of there. You asshole.
The pregnant Des Moines mom was outside with her dog.
And I noticed the little boy was bending over the edge of the window. And
can we agree that this lady's going to be a great mom? She's saving kids before she's had one.
Yeah, she doesn't even have one yet, and she's already saving their lives. Yeah, I don't know how you let a kid get to a window and pop it out and fall out of it. Like that's, oof. And that's imagine the guilt. Imagine, just the guilt of this woman coming to your front door, holding your child, going, yeah, it fell out of the window. And like the pregnant lady's trying to be nice, so she's not going to openly judge her to her face, but she will curse about her when she gets home. But now imagine.
You want me to keep it? I got one on the way. I might as well.
I mean, you clearly are overwhelmed. I mean, I can just take it home with me if you need a break. And you feel like you feel like such a failure when someone brings the kid to you. You're just like, oh shit, I'm sorry. I lost track of them. My bad. Like I remember one time we were at the beach. This was last summer. We were at the beach and I was helping one of the kids do something. And the other 2 were in the water. The oldest one and the youngest one were in the water. And I told the oldest, I'm like, hey, you're old enough. You know how to swim. Watch your sister, whatever. And me and the other one were playing around. I had my back turned for a couple of minutes. This woman comes running up to me with the other 2, and she goes, oh, I'm sorry, your daughter got scared, and she had went under the water for a second. And I'm like, oh, I feel like such a bag of shit. Like, you feel so terrible when that stuff happens. Even though you were watching one of your kids, you were doing something, you had a plan, it's totally fine. Anytime someone comes to you in public and is like, oh, yeah, this happened, you're just like, God, am I a fuck up? You just feel like...
I don't mind failing as a parent at home because I don't have to tell anybody that it happened. Like,
right. I just hate failing in front of other people.
The window. And so I ran back through the house I went to the neighbors, I knocked, rang the doorbell.
Jones says the toddler's mother never answered the front door, so she called the police and ran back to keep an eye on the window.
Please tell me she did not leave the house with a toddler just running around rampant. I mean,
Mommy needs to take a nap after her fentanyl, sweetie. You behave.
Mommy needs a fent nap. Don't open the window. What's the age kids are allowed to stay at home alone? Do you know what it isn't it like 10?
I'm a bad judge for this because my parents were horrible parents, so they left us home alone, just supervised by the older ones usually.
Yeah.
But I would say, I guess, maybe if your kid's really well behaved, like 10, 11.
See, like, and I don't know if
I still
I'd
feel weird about it.
I wouldn't leave mine alone to take care of younger ones at 10 years old.
Yeah.
Like, I just wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
Like I said, you're not my parents.
When I came back out, the baby was holding on to the ledge, hanging. Sorry. Anyways.
She was fucking Stallone and cliffhangering it to the window.
How much do you weigh?
You're sitting there underneath that kid. Your knees are just trembling. You're like, really? You don't get to hit the reset button on this one. Do not fuck this up. This kid has clearly been failed by all the other adults in his life. Don't add yourself to that list. You make this fucking grab. At the very least, cushion the blow. Maybe make them hit pavement from 8 inches instead of 18 feet.
I mean, but you have to realize the one thing that will do the most of the cushioning is your current kid in development. So, I mean, do you want to risk saving this kid who has tarded parents at the chance of making your kid tarded?
What quality of child are you saving? That's what we're asking.
What are the odds you caught the kid and like as soon I got you and the kid, will you be my mom now?
Yeah, what are the odds that you're catching the one that's curing AIDS? I mean, let's be really honest about this.
I stood right underneath him, just in case. And I was screaming, saying, help, help, hey, your baby's hanging. Because the window was open, so I was hoping somebody might hear me.
Still no response.
Boy, Johnny, those fent naps are rough, huh?
Jesus. Oof. When mommy ties one on, she really ties one on.
Come get your baby. It's going to die. You hear something? No, I'm tired.
From the child's mother as he dangled from the window and then lost his grip. Police scanner audio describes what happened next.
Looks like the baby fell out of the window, but the collar caught the child.
Well, I just caught him like this, so he kind of hit me.
Oh, those giant pregnant tits. That's what helped him. Just got those giant milkers. Those big life givers were able to provide like like in Mr. Deeds, the big, jump trampoline that the fire department brings out. That's what she was able to do with those tits.
Thank God for catching me. I haven't eaten in a while. You mind popping one of those bitches out? I could go for a little late night meal.
Exactly. He's sitting there going, oh man, they nurture life, but today they saved one.
My belly a little bit. I think the adrenaline kicked in, and I didn't feel anything, and his pamper fell off, so I wrapped him in my house coat. And
I bet you the kid's diaper was all dirty and shit, like the parents aren't changing him regularly. So
I am very much wanting to see who these parents are. I'm sorry. I don't want to like demonize the child in any way, but I feel like if you are these parents, you need to be like publicly shamed.
We still don't even know if they're there.
We have yet to find the parents. Did this kid get the house on his own?
We have yet to locate anybody who's supposed to be responsible for this child at all.
In 3 minutes, the cops showed up.
At 33 weeks pregnant, Jones
the cops were there before
the child's life.
I'm just glad I was there at the right time. And I think I
sends this woman into premature labor. Fucking, she loses her own kid, saving hers. Oh,
well, I feel like at that point, then you have to give her your child.
Yeah.
She's done better with it than you have so far.
We have 20 seconds left, and we still don't know if the parents are here.
Imagine what it would have been like.
Parents.
A couple minutes later, sorry.
Come on. Parents.
See a baby on a concrete. Yeah.
You don't need to get vulgar.
So scary. And when police say the toddler is okay, the mother was home and eventually did come out. Detectives and DHS are investigating.
Investigating?
The child services is investigating. So the mom, I'm thinking mom might have been drunk or high or something if they've got child protective services on it.
if your kid had the time to pop the screen out, then hang and dangle for its life, a stranger had the time to see the kid run around to the front door, knock on the front door, give up on that, come back, scream for you, and catch the kid, and then the cop showed up, and then you finally appeared. Yeah, I'd hope you're drunk.
Yeah.
I'd hate to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I was working out and I had my earbuds in.
You're saying that that's probably a low percentage chance that.
I'm guessing it's very likely that there was substances involved.
Hobo Chili Recipe says the kids smelled like Boone's Farm and depression. We need Starship Trooper laws for having kids. Yeah, I think a lot of people would sign off on that. Not a lot of people would pass anymore, though. Laughing Lion says this is why children shouldn't watch Wile E. Coyote cartoons. Perhaps. Aya Najah says lurker subber for a bit here. Oh, well, hello. Just want to say this is the only show I can tolerate daily. Thank you. Shout out to April. Found you when she was on Simpcast. She's a peach. Aaron is a gay peach. And Johnny is a peachy addition. Well, there you go. I think you two got the better of that deal.
Probably.
I'm the gay peach.
That's usually the way it goes.
Yes. The gay peach. Thank you. I will forever, for the rest of this show's existence now, be known as the gay peach. Thank you very much. Hit the like button. Hit subscribe. Great for the algorithm. It's wonderful. There are people who started making fun of Steel Toe, saying, hey, hit the like button, hit subscribe, which is funny because that's not really our thing. That's a commonly used phrase on YouTube. But now they started out making fun of us. Now they're just doing it. Now they're doing the hit like, hit subscribe thing.
Well, it's funny. Some of the strongest haters of this show now unironically do everything they hated on this show for doing, except the prep work part. The one part that we pushed, like, if you did this, it would help you.
Right, guys, I know you keep copying us and you claim to hate us, but copy the best part, which is doing a good show, preparing one. Look, we've been you've been nothing but terrible to us, but we've tried to help you every step of the way because we understand you're big fans. And let's be quite honest. It's kind of like when a guy hangs out with your girlfriend a lot in high school, but he's a fucking dork and you know he's not a threat. So you're just like, sorry, man, I just don't see you as a threat. So here's some help.
She thinks you're a wiener guy. It ain't going to happen.
I just kind of think
even if I wasn't here.
Yeah. I think you're a wiener guy. Do the work. If you're going to copy our show and then claim you hate it, at least do the work to do the good show part. Oh, boy. Guys, we are getting very close, though, I think, to 9,700 subs. So 10K by the end of May is still in play. We're hoping to get to 10K by the first day of summer, but a lot of the audience is shouting the same refrain. 10K by the end of May. Let's see if we can get there. 180 away from knocking it out today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Check any one of them out. Throw in a couple of bucks. Knock down that goal. We'll do 30 minutes of overtime today. We're under 200 by 8 o'clock. So, I don't know, get under 100 by 9 o'clock. Sounds good to us. And we're over 200 likes as well. Let's get to 300 likes by the end of the show. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit subscribe. You guys know what to do. You're making a great pace this morning. And remember to pick up your Steel Toe coffee at CrescentMountCoffee.com. CrescentMountCoffee.com. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Thank you guys very, very much. All right. This next one is definitely what I would consider an overreaction, and it's from our drunk friends in Wisconsin. We do this show from Minnesota, and if you're not from either of those two states, do us a favor. Never confuse us for one another. It will make Minnesotans very upset. Wisconsinites, if you don't know, are brutally worthless drunks. Minnesotans want nothing to do with them. Waukesha police say they arrested a man accused of driving away with a boy in a vehicle. Now, this sounds like, maybe some kind of creepy predator kidnapping thing. It's not. The police said that the man abducted the child because he was upset with a group of kids who were ding-dong ditching homes in his neighborhood. Look, man, I know you're making a face. It's a harsh punishment. I get it. But at the same time, it sends a pretty effective message.
I'm yanking the next kid that comes near my house.
Right. Do you know the rates of ding-dong ditching, shit in a bag, toilet paper on a tree, or eggs on the house you would see if every time you committed a gross misdemeanor against someone's property, they fucking abducted your child. I mean, it's pretty effective. He even gets like the phone voice changer from Ransom. He's like, I have your son. And there's only one way you're going to get your son back. If you promise. And they're like, sure, anything, we'll meet you. We'll drop it off. It's okay. You shut up. The only way you're ever going to see your son again is if you promise me he'll never ding-dong ditch again. Wait. Are you sure? Like, you don't want ransom or anything else? Make sure the motherfucker stops ding-dong ditching. I mean, sure. Yeah. Like, can we get you like a case of beer or anything with it? Case of beer would be great. Thanks. All right. You have my instructions. Bud Light. Yeah. Bud Light, please. Nope. I promise I'm not going to molest your kid. All right. It's a common misnomer for those of us who drink Bud Light nowadays. All right. You take it easy. All right. Bye, Marge. Oh, shit. Bye. The incident happened around 8:15 p.m. Friday night in the area of Wolf Road and Moreland Boulevard. According to police, the man threatened a group of 4 boys, all between the ages of 12 and 13, who were ding-dong ditching homes in a subdivision. You know, there's something about, like, I'm not old enough yet to hate these kids. There's something still kind of endearing about, like, a kid, like, kids actually going outside still and fucking with people.
I mean, yeah, they're screwing with their neighbors, but at least they're getting fresh air.
Exactly.
You know? I mean, they could be playing Call of Duty. Instead, they're knocking on an old guy's door and fucking running.
Right. They're not playing video games, blowing each other up and yelling the N-word at each other.
Actually, wait, hold on. What? After the stories we've done, this might not be good. After they ring the doorbell, they tend to run. That could be bad. We should have them at home, sitting on the couch, playing Call of Duty, where their heart rates are nice and low.
You know what? You don't see any vaccinated kids dropping dead playing video games, do you? Not in this lifetime.
Yeah, we have not heard one story of an esports player suddenly collapsing in the middle of a round.
And really, if you look at those people, they really do look like the people who should be collapsing and dropping dead.
A lot of times when I watch that, I'm placing bets if they're going to freaking faint when they stand up. Like after they win, like they celebrate, like, yeah, I did it. Oh, I stood up too fast. And they're going to fall over. And I'm just like, that makes sense.
Right. Thank you, KJ Fury, for the $5. He says, sweet peach of Az. Right. So now my name is Peach. That's wonderful. I'm really definitely going to live this one down. Carrie C says, ding dong ditch for life. Ding dong ditch to me is like one of the more harmless pranks you can pull as a kid.
Yeah, if they were doing the flaming turd bag thing, I'd be like, well, you know, that's gross. And like you could start a house on fire. I mean, technically.
Yeah. Egging is a bitch. It's hard to clean up. Toilet papering is time consuming and all that shit. But a good ding dong ditch, I mean, unless you're this guy, I just hope he doesn't get more and more triggered the more it happens. He's like, I'm going to fuck the next kid who ding dong ditches me. Like, dude, hey, whoa. We're going to have to take you in if you keep shouting shit like that, all right? I know it's frustrating, but you can't.
He booby traps his buzzer, so now it's a taser. And then it's to catch the ding dong ditcher, but unfortunately, like this guy's just delivering an Amazon package, just wants me. What the sorry, I thought you were a ding dong ditcher. I'm just here to deliver your fucking package, asshole.
Damn it, it was an aquarium for your fish, you fucking dick. Ow. God damn it. Yeah, you're not gonna feel your left arm for a couple minutes. I really set it to high voltage. I wanted to fuck those kids up. All right. Well, turn it off next time. Jesus.
It was really meant to just lift a 10-year-old off the ground. That was the point.
I feel like I just touched a cattle fence, you motherfucker. I got a very troubling text from April just a little bit ago. April has been staying out of the bathroom the last couple of days because she's worried about, viruses and things like that. Would you like me to read this text of her first experience going into the bathroom?
Oh, yes. I'm sure this is great.
Would the audience would you guys like to hear this text message of the bathroom, April's first experience with it? Well, first, let's see what Ryan the Garbage Man has got. We'll go to Ryan the Garbage Man, then we'll read the text for you. Ryan the Garbage Man, what's going on?
Hey, man. There used to be a guy that lived outside of Wilmer. Every homecoming, his yard would get teepeed. So what he did was he would take a super soaker and fill it full of fox tips and hose down the culprit. He'd lay in wait, and when they'd start throwing the toilet paper, he'd start shooting them with the fox tips.
Oh, I think I heard of that story. Thank you very much, sir. Hey, everybody, what's your wacky ding-dong ditch? What's the craziest thing you've ever done to a kid who ding-dong ditched at your house? Why don't you give us a call and let us know what's going on with the ding-dong ditch consequences in your neighborhood? Yes, hi. I ding-dong ditched once when I was 14. Oh, that's crazy. And what happened? I was molested. We'll be back with more of the Steel Toe Morning Show. Fuck, maybe we really need to look into our caller topics.
I thought it was all fun and games, and then he said it's gone from ding dong ditch to ding dong dick.
Oh no, nobody wants to play ding dong dick. Don't play the game if you can't sit in the penalty box, kid. Oh man,
they drew first blood, sir.
Actually, no, judging by the stains there, no, you did. But anyway. All right, so April's text message is the following. I was going to shower before going fishing, but I decided I had to clean your diarrhea splat toilet before I could even exist in that room. All I have to say is yuck. What is that color? God bless. You know, let me just say something in my defense. A man's clean and a woman's clean are two different cleans. I thought that thing was clean. I don't know what she's looking at. I don't know what crevice that she was looking into. I thought the damn thing was clean. I look in the bowl. There's nothing in the bowl. It's good. We're clean. But
I told him to tap me on the leg when he ran out of air.
I promise it's not as bad as whatever she's saying. I swear it. I did a better job than that. I think she's just sensitive to certain visual stimuli. I promise. Our guy from Crescent Mountain Coffee Company says 30 orders already this morning. Thank you guys very much. If you want some Steel Toe coffee, guys, post that link in the chat. Crescent Mount Coffee Company, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Mods, if you want to throw that link in the chat, Steel Toe Coffee is finally here. You can get your bag today. Shipping is included in the price, so it's great. Check it out, crescentmountcoffee.com. I'm sorry, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. There's the link in the chat. Zen's got it. Go ahead and click it and get your Steel Toe coffee. 175 away from today's goal. Of course, the best way to support the show, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Super Chats, of course, count as well. All right, moving on. You know how in the 90s and early 2000s, like the big in vogue thing for politicians was if the Republican politician was against gay marriage, he was probably fucking some guy in a hotel room? Well, now I think the new thing might be you got to keep an eye on these people who are, quote, anti-groomer and who talk about grooming a lot. And they're really big on what grooming is and can define it for you very, very well. Because we're starting to see a couple of people.
How do you know?
Yeah, we're starting to see a couple people begin a trend. A Republican Texas state representative who crusaded against, now in this article, this is from The Advocate, I think that's a lefty site, the not real concern about LGBTQ plus people's grooming of kids. Now, this is where bias really fucks you up. Two things can be true at the same time. We can say that there seems to be a disproportionate amount of playing fast and loose with the rules of the laws of consent in the LGBTQ plus community. I
There's
think
certainly a higher probability there.
Yeah, that's about the most politically correct way I can put it. But two things can be true. That can be true, and keep an eye on these Republicans who talk about grooming a lot. They might be grooming kids. We don't need to take our little, this is what Bill Maher and Dr. Phil were fighting about. We don't need to take our little biases and do the Hannity thing where our bias is always right. It's always virtuous. It's always righteous. and their bias is always wrong and always artificial and fake and doesn't exist. That you don't have to do shit like that. But anyway, this Republican Texas state representative who was crusading against the LGBTQ community's grooming of kids resigned from office this week after an investigation found that he groomed and plied a 19-year-old staffer on his team with alcohol and then had sex with her.
God damn it, man.
Whoopsies.
Why?
Now, wait a minute. Here's
Why?
Now, grooming, they have to be careful here because I think this might be like
an over-exaggeration?
The- a
Because
left-
grooming implies like that you've been at it for a while.
Yeah, this might just be a lefty website kind of spouting some, like exaggerating here to make their point. By the way, thank you, Carrie C., for becoming a Baby Boot member. We appreciate that. But, like, grooming is, like, you start talking to them when they're underage, and then you keep talking to them, Then when they become of age, you fuck them, right? I mean,
I don't know. As someone who's never groomed, I'm not sure how it works exactly. I mean, tell me how it goes in your house. I'd like to know.
Fucking leave me in the lurch, you son of a bitch. I'm pretty sure that, all right, fine. I'm 100% positive that's what it is. I just didn't want to be on an island by myself. But since you put me there anyway, grooming is
I just don't go to Epstein Island. I'm sorry.
It's when you, well, look, the weather's nice, okay? It's going to be a theme park. So when you start talking to a kid and then when they turn 18, you fuck them. That's grooming. This to me, does anyone know about The Advocate? Like, it seems like it might have a lefty bent to it because they're accusing this Texas Republican guy of grooming when I don't think he groomed
I think he
anyone.
just kind of did something questionable with a really young person.
Yeah, he fucked a staffer. That's way different than grooming. Like if the staffer, if he knew the groomer, or if he knew the staffer when they were like 16 and was texting and Snapchatting and shit like that, and then fucked them when they were 19, that's different. But
I knew the groomer. I had her do a poodle cut.
But this is really just kind of like that disgusting bias shit where like you're just trying to pass the buck onto that side. Like, oh, you know how they talk about how over on this side we groom a lot? Well, what about him? It's like, well, that's not grooming. What do you mean that's not grooming? He fucked a 19-year-old. That's perfectly legal. I mean, it's his staff member, so it's kind of like it's morally fucked.
It's super fucky. Like let's not say that it's okay, but at the same rate, let's also not say that's the same thing.
Right. You're trying to. By the way, there's no better way to show that you're guilty about someone saying your side does a thing than being so desperate that you like just try to make a bunch of noise about another guy doing something that's not that
the minute
thing.
that it happens, like, hey, that's this guy doing the same thing you accuse us of. So
exactly. So I don't. People are telling me that Wasabista says The Advocate is an American LGBT magazine printed bi-monthly. Oh, cute! It's bi, and available by subscription. The Advocate brand also includes a website. Trans people from Wikipedia. Okay. So it is. So they're trying to. They're just trying to throw off the yoke of the grooming thing onto somebody else. Only that doesn't work. So he fucked a 19-year-old and a 21-year-old staffer, and he's a 45-year-old married state representative. After consuming alcohol at Slayton's apartment before the encounter, the 19-year-old aide reported feeling really dizzy and having split vision, according to the committee's 16-page report. Yeah, that's being a fucking creep. That's not grooming.
yeah, that's plying them with so much alcohol that consent isn't even a possibility. I think. Yeah. I feel like again, this guy's a piece of shit. Let's not miss that point. But again, grooming, I feel like is a step too far.
Yeah, how about the fact that you're actually almost like not running cover, but you're diminishing what a piece of shit this guy is by trying to make it like a political thing, like the right does this, the left does that, and you're trying to shoehorn him into this grooming category when the truth of the story is bad enough. The truth of the story is he got an underage, like a 19-year-old girl fucked up and railed her. Like that's a fucked up story. Hey, congratulations, Advocate. You have yourself a bad guy. But now you try to put it under the title of grooming because you're nervous about something. That's just, ugh. Politics, I mean, it really does. Politics just ruins everything. It turns everybody into a worse person. It turns everybody dumber. Like, you have to actively treat yourself as if you're dumber than you actually are just so you can, like, protect your side. instead of going, oh, look, this guy in Texas, he's a piece of shit. Instead of going like, see, they do grooming too. Okay, first of all, you didn't prove that you don't. You just showed us another piece of shit and claimed he was doing the same thing. That's about the lowest bar to clear in the I'm not as guilty as you thought I was game. Ugh. It's just, like, it's all just so disingenuous and just, it leaves you feeling like, you know when the water hasn't turned hot yet and you're trying to wash bacon grease off your hands?
Oh, no.
You know? That's what politics is to me.
You're just rubbing your hands in lukewarm water, but they're slimy.
Right.
You can't get anything to happen.
You can't get the grease off. Like, you just need that hot water and soap to get it off of you. That's what politics makes me feel like. If I ever get too, like this story, if I ever get too deep into a story like this where it's clearly political point scoring, I can feel the sensation of bacon grease like slipping on my hands to cold water. It's just, you can't get it clean. Big thank you to Jason with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that, Jason. That's going to bring us down to 170 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. You're knocking that down nice and easy. Let's see if we can, in the next half hour, get that under $100. We appreciate it. If you feel like throwing in, there's the Streamlabs link, the PayPal link, and Venmo in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. We are 170 away from today's goal. All right, so grooming it was not. Creepy it was. Grooming it was not.
Hey, Yoda.
Johnny, when you were...
Creepy it was.
Yes. Statutory it was not. Creepy unconsensual it was borderline. Oh boy. No, Granny. If this is an apology from Granny, I will take this call today because he got really fucked up and called into the evening show yesterday and just rambled about nothing. Granny, what do you have for us today? Hopefully you're in a better state today than you were yesterday.
I was a little drunk last night. Okay. I'm not going to lie about that.
Thank you.
And also, I'm behind in the chat, but I have a wacky ding-dong ditch story.
Oh, I'd love to hear it. And you're in Florida, so it probably involves someone getting shot or molested.
Or both.
No, this guy yelled at us for throwing fireworks out at like 2 p.m. in the afternoon and waking his baby up. So we bought a trash can, and we shit and pissed and threw dead animals into the trash can for like a week. And we leaned it up against his door and rang the doorbell. And there was like, I don't know, 5 gallons of just pee and dead squirrels and poop and everything that ran into his door.
I have a question for you, Granny. I want you to answer this honestly for me, okay?
All right.
Do you see yourself as the baby face in this story?
No.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
full villain. It's villainous. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was worried.
Yeah, it was mostly
like,
my poop too.
Hey, congratulations on contributing the lion's share of the shit to the felony you guys probably committed.
Really logged some hours in that one.
Yeah, very good. All right. Well, hey, look, this is the difference between a great call sober and a very confusing call drunk.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate that. Hey, thanks for your time.
Hey, thank you, buddy. There's Granny. He put shit, piss, and dead animals in a garbage can and leaned it up against someone's door. I like that he at least admitted he wasn't the baby face, that he was the heel in that.
I am aware that I am the piece of shit in this, actually, quite literally.
Look, Aaron, before you start to get too judgmental, I just want to let you know I am a total piece of shit for doing that. Okay, fair. Mr. Approachable says, talk about a bullshit lie. Let me ask you something. Who would lie and make themselves look like that much of a redneck Everglades piece of shit? I guess Granny. But still, I believe him. Stevie J says, Granny wasn't drunk. He was using his Fed tricks to confuse you. I mean, that's true. Granny is a Fed, as we found out many times in the past. So
a dirty, dirty Fed.
You do have to look out for shit like that. All right, guys, hit the thumbs up button. Contribute to the program if you feel like it. Thank you very much. And let's continue on with the show. Johnny, when you were in school, substitute teacher day, that was a free day.
Yeah, that was day off. Like, we're watching a movie and it might not even be tied to anything we're learning.
Right. I mean, it just might be the teacher wanted to watch, I don't know.
Fucking Top Gun again. I don't care.
And they would try to tie it in. They're like, well, this is about air travel and history. So
You guys are talking about the Cold War, right? This is English class. Fuck it. We're watching Top Gun.
Hey, you guys what are you working on here in class? The Pythagorean theorem. Oh, interesting. Well, Derek Vineyard's foot travels at a 90-degree triangle when it steps down on that man's head in American History X. So we're going to go ahead and pop that in for today. So, may seem like a stretch, but I think you'll all be educated by the end of the film. Well, one Florida teacher, substitute teacher, decided, hey, what kind of sub do you want to be? They wanted to be the cool sub. They wanted to be the sub that all the kids were like, hey, have you been in this woman's name was Hale, Mrs. Hale's class? Oh, she's fucking cool, man. I love her. She's just the greatest. Let's see how that worked out for her. Let's go ahead and hit play on this one.
According to the police report, it happened in last period here at Eustis Middle School. It says a substitute teacher heard a student talking about his friend. The 7th grader wanted to vape, and she gave him hers to take a hit.
First of all, God bless you for doing this story. And secondly,
the 7th grader wanted to vape. So the 50-year-old substitute took out hers and handed it right to the child. This is the equivalent of a kid going, oh, man, I could really use a cigarette. And the teacher going, smoke up on me, kid. And then firing up the Zippo for him. Jesus. Although, you know what? In the 50s or 60s, you might be able to see that. I'm not sure.
Man, my vape isn't working. Well, I hope you're not a pussy. Mine's pretty potent. Why don't you take a tug?
Hunter has an 8th grader at Eustis Middle School. As a mom, she's had her worries about what other kids are doing at school.
I never thought that a substitute teacher would give my child that or someone else's child any of that stuff.
Yeah, well, you never thought your kids would have a fucking cool substitute, did you? Did you?
Just other students.
According to a Eustis police report, a 7th grader said a substitute teacher named Jennifer heard his friend say he wanted to vape, and that she said, I have one, and pulled it out. That 7th grader says she then asked if he wanted a hit and told him not to report it.
Why?
That's legally binding. He can't report that. No.
Right. He made promises. He pinky swore. Why is it that it's a police report when a kid vapes and the teacher says, don't tell your parents, but when the kid says, I think I want to cut my cock off, and the teacher says, oh, I'll help you figure out how to get on that road, just don't tell your parents, that's seen as very progressive and noble.
That's a hero, apparently.
Yeah, we're fucked.
You can't do this. You just can't do it. I mean, this should be common sense.
Eustis police say the substitute...
Ooh,
holy Jesus.
That is a rough-looking bitch.
I was going to say that lady was maybe vaping something other than nicotine, and that's part of the but no, there's definitely nicotine in there. There might even be, I dare to say, there's probably some other smokables in there.
Jesus. Don't vape. This is a don't vape poster, kids. Jesus.
Oh, shit.
He's facing child abuse charges.
So she has a responsibility to that classroom to protect kids.
To provide them with vapes.
Not abuse them.
Is what she...
According to the report...
You know, Hank Schrader is right. He reminds me of Hank from fucking Breaking Bad.
I wasn't going to say it, but yeah.
About what happened, she admitted to it and was escorted off campus and told not to return. Chief Capri says the reason she gave for doing it was surprising.
We contacted her. She immediately...
Dude, it's 100% Hank Schrader. That's ASAC Schrader. Sorry, buddy.
Post Miranda confessed to doing it. Her response was she just wanted to fit in.
You see, the teacher, the 50-year-old who was in charge of 13 and 14-year-olds, they just wanted to fit in. They just wanted.
Look, I offered him a line of blow, but I wanted them to like me.
I mean, I offered him blow, but the kids were being pussies, so we had to start them off light. You know? So we went with the vape. Jesus Christ, lady. You're not the whole
vapor shots of my twat. How am I supposed to win these kids over?
The whole point of being a teacher is that you're not fitting in. You're not supposed to fit in with the other kids. You're supposed to be in charge of them. Oh, man. What? You know what? My idea of showing American History X actually would have worked out a lot better for her. That one might have just gotten her a talking to. This one, gonzo. Done.
Oh, no.
She has a responsibility to spay and neuter them kids, says Kyle. No, it's a different. No, I don't think that's the role of the substitute teacher.
I mean, if you want to technically talk about what the end game of some of that, I'm just saying that might not be what they're after, but it certainly is a byproduct. I mean, that does happen.
Laughing Lion says track coach would give us money to buy him a can of Skol. Well, see, now that's harmless because you're buying it for him. I'm sure if that coach or that teacher had found out that you took some of his Skol, he'd kick the shit out of you.
Yeah, like did you give him the can and goes, all right, now you get the first dip, son, and he just starts packing it up? Like, I don't think so.
Yeah. Wronghole Rick says, substitute Aaron, why are we watching American History X? This is algebra class. Well, you see, A plus B equals, A in this case is Derek Vineyard's intelligence. B is the death of his father being a triggering event in his life that warps his mind. And equals C, which is white supremacy and neo-Nazism. See, there's a social lesson in there too, kids. All right, fine. I just wanted to watch American History X. Now shut the fuck up while we watch a great movie.
You want a goddamn math equation? One white guy minus one black guy equals one white guy in prison.
All right, guys, off we go. I'm going to open up the 8 o'clock hour stories here. We've got quite a lot of stuff still left. Plenty for overtime today. We're about 170 away from knocking out today's goal. So if you feel like contributing, there's all the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the best ways to do it. Super chats and memberships do count as well, but those three only take 5%, whereas YouTube takes 30%. Let's knock out that 170 and do a half hour of overtime today, boys and girls. Get a little irresponsible, chip in $5 or $10 a piece, and we'll knock this thing out in no time. Triple N says A equals Aryan, B equals Brotherhood. Oh, of course. Killer Beehive, A is the curb, B is the stomp.
Oh, Jesus, man.
Know that. Freaky Deaky says Aaron shows American History X. Find the value of X. There you go. The angle of his kick plus the strength of his neck equals a felony. Says Hulkamasha baby.
Oh.
See, Johnny, there's all kinds of math lessons to be learned. Racism plus activism equals a dead brother. There's one. See? All kinds of things. Thank you, Zen, for putting the coffee link up in the chat. Crescent Mount Coffee myshopify.com. There's the link in the chat if you'd like to pick up your steel toe coffee, which officially went up on sale last night. And you guys are picking that up in big numbers. Keep it up. We appreciate it. Phage Lives gifting 5 Tier 1 memberships. Thank you very much for that, buddy. We are now 160 away from today's goal. Hey, in the next 20 minutes or so, let's do a couple of things. Let's get up over 250 likes in the next 20 minutes. And then let's get under $100 for the goal in the next 20 minutes. So at the top of the next hour, let's do it. Let's knock it all out. Thank you guys very, very much. Where are we at likewise? Fuck it. We might try to see if we can get to 300 by the end of the hour, depending on where we're at now. I know we're over 200, but where are we at? Is 2,320? I don't think that's okay. There you go. 230. All right. At 230. Let's go to 250 by 9 o'clock. But let's see if we can reach and get to 300. But let's make sure we're at 250 by the top of the hour. Everybody hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. We appreciate all of it. Anything that helps spread the show and grow Steel Toe. Yingling beer. I'm not familiar with this one. It's a Pennsylvania brewer.
Never heard of it.
Yingling Beer has launched limited edition red, white, and blue cans to support veterans in a timely marketing move that positions the brand to scoop up Bud Light's ex-customer base. Oh, come on. This is
We're Star Spangled America. You should all buy our beer.
They're wrapping themselves in the flag and then giving part of it to veterans so that you and I can't see through this, what is clearly an obvious ploy to set themselves up as the anti-Bud Light, red, white, and blue, fuck yeah, who cares if it tastes like dog piss? We're the America beer, motherfucker.
Didn't we already have the anti-Bud Light, like, freaking right-wing beer or whatever?
Yeah, some conservative guy made some really cringy commercial about his new beer.
Like free speech or something. Yeah, I mean, it'd be horrible if they named it something like free speech red ale.
Wait, fuck you. That was our beer.
And it was goddamn good, damn it.
It was a goddamn delicious red ale, and it was wonderful, and it lasted. It was supposed to be a temporary run. It lasted like 3 or 4 years. It was great. Yuengling is awesome beer. I've been drinking it for years, says Zen Rhino. Well, it's the oldest beer brewed in America. Someone said, well, shit. I guess I don't know anything about beer. In a statement released,
I don't drink beer, so it's not a thing I know.
In a statement released Wednesday, the Pennsylvania-based brewer announced the release of the patriotic can with military nonprofit Team Red, White, and Blue as part of the brewery's Stars and Stripes program to honor the nation's heroes. I mean, yeah, this kind of disarms you. I mean, it's so goddamn star-spangled drunk that if you go, oh, come on, you guys are just trying to capitalize on the anti-Bud Light kick, you're just going in the other direction, they can just turn right back around and go, what? You hate the flag? You hate the troops? What is it about our beer that you don't like?
The promotion for this needs to have Toby Keith for the theme song.
Right? If he wasn't...
My daddy served in the army.
That really is the song.
He lost his right eye for this can of piss water that tastes pretty good and dry.
This is, if he didn't have stomach cancer right now, maybe they could have got him for it.
Damn.
You know what? Here's a way to throw a fucking monkey wrench into the machine. Really confuse the shit out of people. Have it be for the troops, have it be red, white, and blue, but have Dylan Mulvaney as the spokesperson. Now nobody knows what the fuck to do. Everyone would get to the liquor store and just stop in front of the cooler and stare at that beer. It's for the troops. It's pro-America, but it's got that thing on it. I don't know what I'm... Maybe you throw Brooks and Dunn right next to Dylan Mulvaney and we go, we dare you to not buy this fucking beer. Come on, asshole. Yeah, there's the cans. Oh, God, they are really just flagging it up.
Jesus.
The release of the themed can. Hey, do you want to support the troops? Get good and fucked up with us at Yuengling Beer. The release of the themed can seems to be a strategic marketing move. What? No. While their competitor, Bud Light, continues to face controversy over sending trans social media star Dylan Mulvaney a custom can. Trans social media star, that's a really funny way of saying CIA psy-operative. Oh, well.
The weird part is like, just out of nowhere, this social media superstar just blossomed, just was there, and was all of a sudden, like, everybody... Weird.
Yeah, just really, again, out of nowhere. Just didn't have this slow rise where they had a few viral videos or anything like that. Just out of nowhere, here's this thing that just became big. Strange.
And then they cut it off.
No real reason to ask why, I don't think. A lot of people in the chat are saying Yuengling is awesome. It's really good beer. Wow, we really I didn't realize we stepped on such a hornet's nest here.
Again, I had no idea.
Yeah, Optic Nerve says, oh, yeah, social media superstar who just popped up one day and was all over the place now disappeared. Yeah, you don't really see Dylan Mulvaney anymore. Got a check cut from the CIA, and they went, hey, good job. You started another stupid, pointless fucking culture war over some beer. Why don't you go rest for a while? We'll have you meet with the president again really soon. He doesn't even remember who the fuck you are.
Look, we're going to call you back out a little closer to the election for 2024. That's all we're going to say right now.
Exactly. We'll call you when we need you. April says, can I buy it in Minnesota? Now, why is everyone falling for... I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just too old and cynical. I don't know. But, like, I see a company go, yeah, this product that we sell that's booze, man, it's for the troops and it's for America. I, like, immediately get skeptical.
I just feel like that has to be your justification when the cops show up. They're like, all right, can you explain why you had to start punching your wife and children? Look, I had to do it for the troops, okay?
The only reason I backhanded my wife for talking too much about spending our money on beer is because I had to make sure that our troops knew I loved them and my country stays pure. I ain't going to drink that trans beer. It's watered down piss. But, sir, your drinking problem has caused you to abuse your children. Yeah, but I made sure that 0.222% of the profits from that beer went to the soldiers. All right. Johnny 1.0 says Aaron has trust issues. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I just have trust issues. The Mood says, I love working at a place where I can play this show on the speaker and people think it's funny. Well, that's great. Have them all subscribe to Steel Toe as we continue on our march to 10,000 subs. 10,000 subs. We're so goddamn close. I can taste it. All right, everybody hit the like button. Let's get to 250. By the time we get to the top of the hour, we're also at $160 away from today's goal. Getting close. Getting really, really close. Let's hit up that Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo and get it under 100 by the top of the hour. Bill Loney, becoming a member for his 5th month, says Yingling is brewed in a very red part of Pennsylvania. Well, it makes sense. Makes sense. Killer Beehive says, I'm lazy. Why do we hate Dylan Mulvaney? I watched the March Madness clip, but I only cringed. I don't think I hate Dylan Mulvaney. I think I more hate the machine that's pushing Dylan Mulvaney. Like, Dylan Mulvaney's just some mentally ill dude and an actor. I mean, that's...
Yeah, I don't even know, like, that's the thing. Dylan Mulvaney seems like so much of a, again, like, it's weird to... I guess not weird. I get Crowder vibes from Dylan Mulvaney with the whole, like, you're playing a character. I don't believe this is who you really are.
Yeah.
And it just, I feel like when the camera's not rolling, you're like, fucking watch it.
Yeah. I watch someone like Dylan Mulvaney, and when the cameras aren't on, I feel like they're constantly thinking something like, oh, we got away with it today. You know?
The weird part is much like Crowder, Dylan Mulvaney, from what I've heard, this is a rumor. There's no proof of this. We can't be sure. But allegedly, Dylan Mulvaney also puts his dick on your shoulder, but then he walks away after.
The remnants of what once was from Dylan Mulvaney. It's ironic that as a protest to the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light thing, Yingling released this red, white, and blue beer. Ironically, you drink enough Yingling beer, you might end up fucking Dylan Mulvaney. So, who knows? The Mood says,
God, that's got to be a morning after. Like, is that a walk of shame or a walk of contemplation about whether or not that's the last day? Because Jesus, man.
Or is there even going to be a walk? That ceiling fan seems sturdy. The Mood.
You just wake up to another one. It's like Brooks was here. Like, I regret this. Not again.
Dylan Mulvaney's bedroom just has people's names carved in the support beams. And a rickety chair in the corner, and you're like, what's that for? It's like, do you feel good about what you did? Like, no. Well, that's what that's for.
Most people scrawl their victories in their headboard. Well, I do things a little differently.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this or not, but I don't play by the rules. I'm Dylan Mulvaney. Oh, boy.
He took the kill count thing, like, seriously. Like, I don't think you understand that number wasn't.
That's not why they call it a body count, Dylan. What are you doing? The Mood says, I did get the VIP package and have 2 busy spots where I will stick them this weekend. Oh, the stickers. Okay, great. Glad you got your VIP package. I think April's going to be making the next VIP order this week. I think that's got to be her next thing. Is making the next VIP order. Omega Wolf says, breaking news, Dylan Mulvaney dead at 43 and statistically likely by his own hand. Hey, that's only a 50-50, I think. We can't say most likely. At worst, it's a coin flip. Guys, make sure to pick up your Steel Toe coffee today. If you're just joining the show, it went live today, or went live last night. The link is there in the chat. The mods will put it in there. And you can go get your Steel Toe coffee. Oh, it's also, the link is down in the description of the show as well. So you can check that out. Johnny, it seems like we've got 6 Supreme Court cases coming up that are going to basically determine the rest of our lives, is the way they're making it sound. Like these,
Jesus.
these.
What are we doing now? I thought we already did the abortion thing. I thought, or are we undoing that now?
Dude, we've got affirmative action, we've got religious liberty, big tech, immigration, government confiscation of property, and a student loan bailout. All of these things are
that second to last one scares the shit out of me because I already don't like civil forfeiture. And that sounds like an increase of that.
Isn't that fucked up? Like, you can arrest a guy on suspicion of, like, dealing drugs and shit like that, and you just take all his stuff?
Yeah. Well, we believe the House was involved in association with this. Well, if you mean that he was living in it, yes, that's about it.
Yeah, but also, like, you have to prove, like, you can take his shit before you prove he was guilty.
Yeah, you're guilty until proven innocent in terms of your stuff.
That is.
And the people you have to prove your innocence to are the ones who think you're guilty.
Right, exactly. And they've taken your car, they've taken your house, they've taken your ability to bail yourself out of jail because they've said, no, that's all part of it too. Well, how do you know it's part of it? Well, because we say so. Yeah, but don't you have to go and prove that in court?
No, we have to auction your shit off and then spend the money.
Right. Now, so how does civil asset forfeiture work? Like, if they seize it, can they sell it at auction before you're even convicted? Like, let's say you get acquitted. Do you get your shit back?
No. You, again, have to prove. Again, you might be acquitted of the crime, but the stuff was believed in collusion with the crime. So until you prove to the DA that it wasn't used in collusion with that crime, whether or not you were proven of it, I think they can still hold on to it.
That is horseshit. Well, here's the 6 Supreme Court cases that we've got coming up. Affirmative action, which this might be the closest we've gotten to striking down affirmative action in our entire history. It's Students for Fair Admissions versus President and Fellows of Harvard College and Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated versus University of North. I think this is the one where the Asian kid didn't get into Harvard, but like someone with worse grades did because it was part of an affirmative action thing. So, whereas white kids are like, well, I'm not going to sue over affirmative action. People will call me a racist. An Asian kid who didn't get into Harvard is like, no, fuck that, son. I'm suing to get my ass into Harvard. These 2 cases will determine the future for affirmative action policies, which are widely used by college to lower standards for black and other minority students and exclude higher performing students based on skin color and other traits. Affirmative action was accelerated by the 2003 case Grutter versus Bollinger, which allowed colleges to consider race. Now, this is the court that overturned Roe v. Wade. So I really don't think that this court is going to uphold affirmative action. I think they're going to say that considering race in any way, shape, or form goes against the Constitution.
And it really, we've seen time and time again that if you select somebody for a job or whatever, if your criteria is based on specifically filling a specific checkbox, you don't get the best candidate.
Right. You're going to make sure that you're going to check all the boxes. You're going to have a good cornucopia of different colors and genders and everything else, but you're not going to have, we should look into that. We should look at affirmative action admissions and amount of people who get their degree. That'd be interesting.
Or even just their overall grades and performance.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're someone who has to rely on the fact of, I have this special thing about me that, automatically disqualifies anything from counting against me. It's like, well, then why are we looking at you? I don't know that you're any. Right. Are you going to be motivated to do the best job you can do if you can't fuck up because you are X factor?
Right. There's also the religious liberty one, 303 Creative LLC versus Alenus. Ever since the Colorado gays wanted to force Jack to bake the cake, the LGBT lobby has been demanding service for their gay events, even if that violates fundamental teachings of our religion and the core of conscience. This case by website designer Lori Smith, who says Colorado's law banning discrimination based on sexual identity is unconstitutional, may determine the future of religious liberty for business owners in America. So this kind of goes back in layman terms to do you have to make a cake for a gay wedding, basically.
And why would you want the person, why would you want the person who doesn't want to make you the cake? Why would you want to force them to do it? You're just increasing the odds that there's jizz in your frosting.
Well, then it makes it more delicious. So
maybe that's why they want it.
Maybe they'll jizz in the frosting. Oh, no, it's shit. Well, just pick it off. Yeah, why would you want somebody who doesn't like you to make your cake? I've never, like in a million years, I've never understood why we need a law to make people to bake you a cake other than you want to be obnoxious. Because A, if that asshole doesn't want to make you a cake, he's just losing himself money anyway. So the person down the street, like they don't want to make, if they know that the guy down the street making cakes doesn't like gay people, they don't want the law changed because they're like, good, more cakes that are going to come my way. I get more business.
Ironically, the capitalism that a lot of these people seem to rally and fight against is their friend in this. It's like, no, you go down the street to the guy that supports your cause. Not only do you have an ally, you have fucking cake.
Right. You get a cake that you can promise doesn't have shit, piss, spit, or jizz in it. Perfect. Hobo Chili Recipe says, yeah, I heard the cake had a Zyklon B confetti frosting. Right. You got to be careful forcing people to make a cake for you. So I hope that I guess the cake bakers in this case get the win, because I think it's better for everybody. It's certainly better for the business, and I think it's better for the customer. Why would you want to force someone who doesn't like you to make you shit? It's just obnoxious for the sake of being obnoxious.
I love going to the mechanic that hates me because I'm sure I'm getting a good deal and he's doing a great job.
I really hate your guts. I know, and I want to force you to do my brakes. No, you don't want me to do your brakes. I hate your guts. I'm going to do a rush job on it. You better fucking do it. Like, how bad do you need to punish a guy? The immigration case, Pugin versus Garland and Garland versus Cordero Garcia. These cases could clarify the deportation process in America. Boy, that would be nice. If we could get a little clarification on who we can deport in this country, because right now the answer seems to be nobody. The federal government.
Are we deporting people at all?
I mean, after tomorrow, it's going to be even worse. But no, I don't think we're deporting.
I think we're importing.
People. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a net import. That's for sure.
I got to step off for a second. My phone alarm started going off. I forgot. I didn't turn off the alarms for Wednesday.
The federal government is extremely lax on the deportation of illegals coming across the border, and many are granted lawful status on the, it's Inception.
I'll turn my camera, whatever.
Yeah, turn your camera on so I don't have a fucking 3-shot thing in here. There you go. The federal government relies on state laws to determine if an immigrant has committed a qualifying crime. Okay, so that's why we can't deport people, because if you've got an illegal immigrant, the state has to report to ICE that you arrested somebody who has a criminal record. And if you have states like California who are like, no, we're just not going to report to the federal government, then there's nothing they can really do. Well, shit. Well, that's not a good, I don't like that law. Can we do a law where, like, if you arrest someone and they're here illegally, it just, like, a light pops up and then you get it, like, there's a process that just kicks them out, for lack of a better word? It really is kind of fucky when you find out how our system works and you're like someone who thought that our system was shitty to begin with, and then you hear something like the immigration laws and you go, oh, okay, so it's like 100 times worse than I thought it was. Oh, well, that makes it even more terrifying. Government confiscation of property is the other one. Tyler v. Hennepin County. This is a Minnesota one. We covered the story of Geraldine Tyler, a 94-year-old widowed grandmother who had her home seized by Hennepin County, Minnesota in 2015 because she owed $2,000 in back taxes. We just talked about this story like 2 weeks ago. The county sold the home for $45,000 and gave her none of the proceeds. So they sold it for less than what it was worth, took the $2,000 she owed in back taxes, and gave her none of the equity. What a piece of shit. Now, if the Supreme Court rules in favor of Tyler, Americans might be exempt from government seizure on their own property for not paying into subjective tax schemes devised by said government. Well, hold on a minute. So if the Supreme Court rules in favor of this lady, that might stop the government from seizing your property if you don't pay property taxes? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that not like maybe the end of property taxes? I mean, I guess there's other punishments, but that sounds kind of good. So we want that lady to win, right? We want the old lady to win because then if you're behind by $2,000 on your property taxes, they can't take your whole house, sell it, and give you nothing. That would definitely sound like a win. I tell you what, I'm glad these cases are coming up now when there's like a 6-3 conservative majority on the court. And then you've got...
I'm sure that doesn't mean it's going to all go one way.
And then you've got the Biden student loan bailout. 6 conservative states are suing to block Joe from forcing taxpayers to pay for kids' degrees at colleges across America. Biden wants to give everyone $10,000 off their student loans on the premise that COVID was a national emergency and somehow qualifies under the 2003 HEROES Act, meant to relieve student loan debt during times of war. Of course, since the federal government doesn't make but only takes, this cut means someone else will be paying for the degree that some kid got in 2010. If the court rules in favor of Joe, it would set a dangerous precedent and cause our economy to crash even further. That's the not the B take on the whole thing. Yes.
And the worst part is, what is it? Corinne Jean-Pierre recently was talking to the White House press corps, and she's sitting there talking about she's blaming the Democrats and McCarthy for it, or the Republicans and McCarthy for it. But she's talking about the debt ceiling thing, and she's like, look, this is paying a debt you already have. This is like when you have a car payment.
Oh, we have that. We have that clip.
Oh,
if
God,
do you want me to play it now?
Yeah, because it's the most ironic fucking thing to say with regards to like student loan debt. Like, yeah, now just do student loan debt. Just put that in the same thing.
Well, you know, what's funny is that, like, she keeps saying like, oh yeah, this is just paying our bills that we currently have. No. If you don't raise the debt ceiling, you can still pay the bills you currently have. You just can't borrow any more money. You know, she keeps saying like, oh, it's just, you know, paying what we've already done. No. That's already debt. Like, we've already taken on the debt that from the money we've already spent. This isn't paying for shit we've already done. If we don't raise the debt ceiling, all that means is that the federal government has to either cut across the board or cut certain things to bring the budget into alignment. So the budget is balanced. We can't borrow any extra money, which some
of us would argue is a very good thing.
I know. I would say it's probably a good thing. Slippin' Jamie says it's all funny money anyway. Right. Like, we're just trying to save $1 that's already worthless from becoming more worthless is all we're trying to do. I think not. I've always said this, like, they've argued about the debt ceiling for like 10, 15 years now. Like, as it keeps bumping up into another limit. I've always thought as they like do this panicky doom and gloom thing about the debt ceiling, I'm like, well, why don't we just not raise it one time? Like, why don't we give it a shot, not raise the debt ceiling, and see what the fuck happens?
I think that's another thing with the Corinne thing too. She's even like, yeah, we've been doing this since 1960, like clockwork. I'm like, yeah, can you see how that might be a progression of a bad thing?
Yeah, I mean, it keeps going up and up. Like, it's at 31.7 trillion or whatever it is. How about we have a thing where we don't raise the debt limit, and now we have to cut a bunch of money and only spend what we bring in.
If you switch that behavior from money to alcohol, it sounds like you have a problem. You know, like, look, every year we got to start drinking more and more liquor.
Right. And we're gonna play the Corinne Jean-Pierre clip here, and it is. I love it when irresponsible politicians try to talk about like budgeting and paying bills and family budgets, because they always get it so wrong.
And they also publicly prove they can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I want politicians telling me about balancing budgets. Great. Guy Sartell says China and Russia would really like that. Oh, if we didn't raise the debt ceiling? Yeah, you know what I would really like? If we didn't spend $1 trillion every year more than we bring in. That would be really great.
I'd really love it if we'd stop shipping our money to other countries like we're responsible to pay for them for some reason.
Yeah, that would be good too. We are about 160 away from today's goal. Guys, there's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo link in the chat. If you feel like contributing to our program, please do. It helps us stay on the air. It helps us keep going. We are only $160 away from today's goal. If you'd like to chip in, there's the links. It's also pinned to the top of the page. Everybody chip in 5 or 10. We'll knock this shit out in no time. We are about, 40 minutes, 50 minutes away from playing the music, rattling the cans, and seeing if we can knock this out the old-fashioned e-beggar way. We'll see. Let's go to the Corinne Jean-Pierre thing on the debt ceiling.
You are expected to pay the monthly payments. If you buy a home, you are expected to pay the mortgage every month.
Okay, let me take this one piece at a time. If your car payment and your mortgage payment are so much that you don't have any more money left in the budget, putting a bunch of lavish shit on a credit card is not a good idea. You should probably start trying to get your finances in order before you start throwing a bunch more shit on your credit card. Maybe? No, they just see, like, the government just sees the credit card as inevitable. That's their problem. They're like, oh, well, we got to pay the credit card. It's like, yeah, why don't we get our finances in order so we stop needing the credit card for a while?
Yeah, 5 years is forever away.
Like, a credit card for a family is like, hey, we're going through a patch here where we're spending a lot of fucking money. We just had a bunch of stuff hit us, boom, 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 right in a row. Let's put it on the credit card for now. We'll pay it down when all this,
as we can.
Yeah, when all the dust settles and everything else. For a government, that would be like a time of war. All right? Okay, sure. You got to defend yourself, whatever. You got to borrow some money. Okay. Then when it's all over and you go back to your normal spending, you pay some of that off. Your normal spending should not be shitloads of money on the credit card all the time.
Well, you just said at a time of war. If I'm not mistaken, we've been at one since like 1940. If we stop,
you know what? That's a good point. Since 1941, we've seemingly been at an endless war. Boy, I can't.
One or another.
I can't imagine why all these bankers and arms companies love our spending so much. I don't understand why they seem to be the ones really pounding the table and going, you got to get this fucking debt ceiling passed. Why? Our quarterly bonuses depend on it. I mean the health of the country.
That is the expectation. That is the spending that you put forth or spending that you may have done before. And now you're paying it every month. If you do not.
This isn't, but no, wait a minute. The debt ceiling is not spending we've done before. The debt ceiling is so we can borrow more money. It's calling the credit card company to raise your limit. That's what the debt ceiling is. It's not, hey, I did this shit. I got to pay for it somehow. No, it's, hey, excuse me, JP Morgan Chase? Yeah, can I get an extra like $5,000? I got some shit I want to keep doing.
Well, that's weird though, because like on on Google, like if you ask what does raising the debt ceiling mean, it what happens when the debt ceiling is raised? No, a vote to raise the debt limit does not authorize new spending, but essentially allows the Treasury to raise more money to pay for the expenses the government has already authorized. So what it sounds like is they spent above their means and they need them to authorize this to cover it.
That's what I mean. You're spending into oblivion and you're calling the credit card company and going, hey, you want to raise how much I can borrow? I just spend way too much money. But like if they want
to. So it still looks like shit even if you look at it that way. It's just, dude, how about you stop spending money?
Right. Because, okay, then are you going to. That's fine. Her argument is great. If that's going to be the last increase in the debt ceiling, like, hey, you guys increase the debt ceiling to the shit we've already spent. Okay, fine. After this, we're not going to run any more deficits. We're not going to borrow any more money. But when the answer to how many times will you raise the debt ceiling is just more, at some point, an adult needs to put their foot down and go, no, you guys need to get the spending shit in order before we promise you that we'll keep raising your credit card limit. But then again, the banks aren't going to say no to the United States raising their credit limit because the United States always pays their fucking debt service. The United States makes the minimum payment.
We only have to not do it once.
Right. If you not do it one time, then your credit rating goes in the shitter and everything else. But like the US pays, like we're almost to the point now where our service on the national debt, if you go to usdebtclock.org, our service on the debt is now almost the same amount that we spend every year on the military. And that's just servicing the debt we have. It's crazy.
Car
Doesn't
payment,
actually move it anywhere.
No.
if you do not pay your mortgage.
No, it goes up every year. Like we make them, it's like you make a minimum payment of $200 on your credit card, and let's say the interest is $90. So there's $110 you knock down, and you spent $200. Now you lost whatever that interest is. The credit card went up when you did that.
Your car payment, if you do not pay your mortgage payment, then your credit is going to be bad.
Okay, but if we raise your limit, you guys are going to buy another house and another car. If you promise to stop buying all these houses and cars, then maybe we'll give you a debt limit increase. But what you guys want is for us just to say, okay, here you go, here's more.
And by the way, this argument, even if we want to take it at face value, like I said, now do student loans. You're expecting us to pay for that shit. I didn't sign on for that.
Right.
That's the person who signed on. You're expected to make your payments.
She just says whatever's written down on the paper. Like she's really useful in the job she's in because she won't question the horse shit that they tell her to say. You've seen some of the really dumb shit they've sent her out there to say, and she's none the wiser for it. She's like, oh yeah, illegal immigration in this category it's down 90%. And like everybody laughs right in her face. She goes, what? That's what they told me to say. I'm not retarded. They wrote
I wouldn't lie.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt your credit. So let's look at Congress for a second. This is spending that they've already done. They've already spent. Let's not forget the $2 trillion Trump tax cuts that they were.
Why does that have anything to do with this? In fact, that's the opposite thing. Let's not forget the $2 trillion Trump tax cuts. You mean when they tried to cut spending? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, you mean when here's my problem with the Trump tax. Here's what annoyed the shit out of me with the Trump tax cuts. They voted yes on the cutting taxes. They voted no on the cutting spending. So all you did was took money away from the government
and then spent more.
And then spent the same amount of money. So while she's right, the tax cuts do add to the deficit temporarily. There's also more economic growth when you cut taxes because people have more of their money to spend and invest. And people do a better job of spending and investing that money in a good way for the economy than the government does. So tax cuts over time can actually be a wash or even a net positive in revenue generation. But ideally, if you're going to cut taxes by $2 trillion, I would like to see you cut spending by $2 trillion.
By a similar amount.
Yeah, that was the thing that always kind of annoyed me about the Trump tax cuts was I was like, okay, yeah, cutting taxes is great. I love that. But are you guys going to cut some spending? They're like, no,
and that's the part that pissed me off about the Republicans, not to interrupt you, sorry, but
no, it's fine.
Yeah, the Republicans are just like, hey man, we don't like how the Democrats are doing everything, so we're going to give you tax cuts, but we're going to still spend all the same amount of money they will.
Yeah, and I love that Corinne Jean-Pierre's like, you know what the real problem is here? Those $2 trillion tax cuts. You mean the ones that we did in 2017, 6 years ago? That's what's butt fucking us? Come on.
And happy to vote for. So we're telling them or saying to them, do your job. Pay for something that you've already spent on. That's it. This is spending that has already occurred. They need to do the right thing that has been done 78 times since 1960.
Right. That's a problem.
Yeah.
78 times.
That's like saying, oh, they need to do the same thing that has been done 78 times since 1960 when we got drunk and beat up our wife. It's like, no, that's not a good thing. You don't understand.
In 63 years, we've been calling our credit card company to up the limit more than once a year. In the last 63 years, we've been calling more than once a year to raise our credit card limit. I'm starting to think we might have a spending problem.
And it's a really great thing to say, like, hey, we should do this thing we've been doing this whole time. Yeah, do you know where we are right now? It seems like maybe some of the stuff we've done should stop.
It just feels
just
like maybe we're going the wrong way. That's all.
It's that simple. It is very, very simple. It is the right thing to do. It is their constitutional duty. It is not complicated at all.
Okay, then make me a promise that on this 78th or 79th time that we're going to do this, you guys are going to behave differently.
And that's actually why it's being held up. Like McCarthy and the Republicans are holding it up because, like, no, we want to cut some spending. And whereas the Democrats, like, no, we are in control a lot. We just want to say, let's up the limit and go crazy. Like, no. We don't want to do it.
Semper Reloaded with $3 says, that is how you think Americans use credit cards? Well, no, look, I know that people abuse credit cards. I was talking more the idea of the credit card is
it's how smart people use credit cards.
Smart people use credit cards when they go like, okay, here's a good example. We're having a new roof put on, and we have a deductible that we have to pay on that roof. I'm not going to shell out the fucking deductible and I'll go ahead, I'll put it on the credit card here, and we'll pay it down in a few months here. I don't want to burn through that much cash right now. I'm going to put it on the card over here. We'll pay it down in a few months. We'll kick the can down the road a little bit. Look, what I was saying was that's how responsible people use a credit card. They go, okay, we got hammered by a bunch of shit all at once. We're going to put it on this thing here, which we've kept pretty clean because we haven't been using it on vacations and shit like that. That's not what it's for. We're going to spend it on all these bills that just came in all at once. And then we're going to, after that, we're going to pay it down over time just to give us a little breathing room. I know that, Semper Reloaded's right. That's not how that's not how a lot of Americans use their credit card. But that is kind of where the argument comes in that perhaps we should be teaching a little, financial literacy in schools. Right?
Yeah, because again, that's not how most people use their credit card. Yeah, what is it? The studies now are like, 5 or 6, 1 or like 4 out of 5 people are living paycheck to paycheck. I don't think we should be taking how people are doing it now as the status quo is a good thing.
Right. Stevie J says, can you believe this fancy pants guy bragging about his new roof? Hail pelted the fuck out of our roof and we need a new one and our insurance company will pay for it. So we're getting a new roof. Sorry. Have to. Everyone in our neighborhood is getting a new roof this year because the hailstorms of last year just dented the shit out of everybody's house. I think
I got my new roof last year.
Nice. Attaboy. I got to call my insurance company, though, because they gave me the deductible. And you know when you when you start your insurance on either your house or you start your insurance on like a car or something, when you're doing it, you're like, well, why don't I just pick the high deductible and then it'll lower the premium because when am I ever going to need that fucking deductible? Then you need the deductible and you're like, shit, I hope
kicking yourself in the dick.
Yeah, you're like, boy, I hope I picked the smaller one. And you find out, nope, you didn't.
Oops a doodle.
Thank you very much to Matt Melt with $4.99. Says, I've been punching myself in the dick every day for the past 137 days. Why should I stop now? It's the right thing to do. Yeah, that's kind of the rationale on the debt ceiling.
I don't even feel it anymore.
Yeah. It's like, hey, we've been doing the wrong thing for 63 years, 78 times. Why don't we keep doing the wrong thing? What's the problem? Somebody says, I got 2 new nice garage doors out of the hail. Sicky says, always have a plan on how to repay it. Then you can use credit cards for anything. Just have to have a plan. Yes, exactly. If you can go, look, sometimes it's just a convenience thing. You're like, man, I'm ahead financially a little bit here. You know, it's kind of nice. I don't want to fucking burn through all my cash. Let's put this on here for right now. We'll knock it down over time. Sometimes that's all people do. The ones who are, you put it on there, you're like, oh, I'm going to do, the people who treat it like free money. And it's amazing. You would think with all the cautionary tales we have out there, like people wouldn't be doing that anymore with credit cards. I don't know.
But it's really easy to just hand them the piece of plastic and go, oh, no skin off my nuts. It's like, yeah, but you do have to pay for that eventually.
Right.
The bill comes due, homie.
The bill does come due. Speaking of the bill coming due, 155 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, Matt Melt. We are 30 minutes away from firing up the music and doing our e-beggar best to knock out today's goal. Again, 155 away from knocking it out. Tonight is the last evening show of the week, so after today, just 2 more goals, and we have another successful week of Steel Toe. Thank you guys very much. If you want to sneak into that Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo and throw a couple of bucks our way, that would be lovely. Don't forget about Crescent Mountain Coffee. The new Steel Toe coffee is available now. Go to Crescent Mount Empty. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. The link will be in the chat in just a second. And get your Steel Toe coffee. There it is. The medium and dark roast Bali Blue Indonesian blend, tasting notes of dark chocolate, molasses, and brown sugar. You see those prices? $19.99 for a 12-ounce bag, $24.99 for a 1-pound bag. Those include shipping. So you're not going to get any shipping charges tacked onto that. There you go. Go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com and get your steel toe coffee. 252 likes. Hey, let's keep hitting the like button. Like. Let's get that up to 300 by the end of the show. Thank you, guys. Salvatore says credit cards are cash that you should have, but you get rewards. Yeah, that's another thing. I have had people tell me over the years, and I've always wanted to do this, but I always worry about like keeping track wrong. They go, put all of your bills on your credit card and just pay them every month, and you get all those reward points.
And the credit. Yeah. That's one thing that people always tell me too, is like, make sure the stuff you're putting on your credit card is something you can pay off at the end of every month. So like, I try to do that, but like you said, sometimes things happen. Like for me, I had the shit with my tire and I went into the hospital, just a bunch of things happening at once. So like my savings account got depreciated to the point where I'm like, all right, I'm gonna put some things on the card.
Yeah.
Just because I want to keep the money flow a little loose, and I'll pay it off in some big chunks in the next month and a half. It'd be fine.
Right, which is fine. Spicy Mustard says, my ex-wife managed to run up nearly $100,000 in credit card debt. Made that child support feel so worth it. Holy shit. $100,000 in credit card debt. Like, I have 2 credit cards. I don't know how you'd even get $100,000 in credit card. You just keep signing up for them.
Yeah, but at a certain point, they're dumb to keep sending you the card. No. You have a track record.
Not if you're paying the bill, I guess. Guy Sartell says it's easy to open a new credit card under someone else's name. Free money. Hey, don't do that. That's a total dick move. Kenny G-Man says they wouldn't reinsure my grandmother's house until she had a $30,000 roof put on. Her roof was perfect. They do this shit in Florida to everyone, even if you have not been through a hurricane. I know in Minnesota, it's like once one roof goes up in a neighborhood, everybody starts checking with their insurance company to see if they can get a roof. It's just
that guy got one. I better too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it's better to get it before the shit starts leaking and falling apart, and you notice problems, right?
And having a new roof is always very reassuring for that winter, because you're like, well, I'm glad we got the new roof now. There's snow on it.
Right. Can't even look at the fucking thing. Vinny's mom says people get money and new roofs in Oklahoma. Insurance scam everywhere. Well, here's the problem. There are people who do that. So they get approved for a new roof by their insurance company, and the insurance company will send them like $20,000 or whatever it is. And people will pocket the money. And you can technically do that. Here's the problem. Whenever you decide to put a new roof on, you have to fucking pay for it.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta, eventually you're paying the $20,000 regardless.
This is like the credit card thing. The bill is still going to come due.
Right. Because you can't go and file another claim with your insurance company, because they're going to look through and go, you never had the new roof put on. We never got anything from any company that they did the work. So, no, we're denying your claim. That can get you in a lot of trouble. All right. I am really far behind in the chat. Salvatore says Experian is such a work because your credit rating with them goes down when you have low debt. Just file for bankruptcy at that point, says Kane J. Yeah, $100,000 in credit cards. Oof. That's going to be a hard one to work off.
Yeah,
are you ever digging out of that? Hobo Chili Recipe says, I paid off all my personal credit cards and just have a credit card in the business, which I know I can pay off. Ryan the Garbage Man says, I have no credit cards, a debit card for my checking, and a PayPal debit card. Well, you are the fucking coolest. Don Lemonzade says, I was at the bank yesterday and dude in front of me was bitching to the teller that his ex ran up $24,000 on credit card debt right before filing for divorce. Brutal. Oh,
that's a dick move.
That is just, you should be able to put someone in prison for that.
Or at the very least, assign that debt to that person. I didn't spend that money. She did.
Right. They
Give
spend
to
it
her.
with your credit card. There's a rule in divorce. It's called whoever takes the asset takes the debt. Like if you take a vehicle, you pay for the vehicle. But if the credit card is in the guy's name and not yours, there's no way you're taking the credit card. Oh, that is just a spiteful move. And I thought you hated this person. I thought you were done with this person. Isn't the divorce the blessing? The divorce is the nice thing. You're getting away from this person. Why fuck them on the way out the door?
Apparently they had a small dick, and you need to make them remember that.
I guess so. That's your shaming. Guy Sartell says, just sell the house. There you go. Jeremy Munson says, I just did that here in Sartell, got the work done, paid the contractor half. Now the contractor will be seizing my home if not paid by July. Yeah, you can't be keeping that insurance money and thinking that that's going to work out for you. You got to pay for a new roof at some point. I mean, I guess you could maybe go with like a fly-by-night roofing company who's going to charge you less, and then you can keep the difference, but...
All right, guys, we're going to go to Home Depot to pick up supplies and a workforce.
Semper Reloaded says it's just insurance fraud. No big deal. But is it insurance fraud if the insurance company knows you never did it and they're never going to pay for it again? I don't know if that's technically insurance fraud. It's insurance fraud.
Kind of is.
I think it's insurance fraud if you like got paperwork that says you had the work done. And then
but I mean, if they give you money and you don't get the work done, they'll want their money back.
Either way, don't keep the fucking money. Pay for your goddamn roof. That's what you got it for anyway. Don't do that. Cockdiff says...
What I'm going to do, I'm going to fuck up my life to make like, what, 12, 13 grand?
Yeah. Cockdiff says paying interest is for suckers unless it's for 20-inch rims on a rusty old sedan. Well, it's good to have yourself some goals. Mr. Approachable says if you're going to pocket the money, you need to switch insurance companies. Wrong. There's a thing that they do now where the insurance companies share all the information with each other now. So you can't even pull that gimmick. Like they've tightened that up.
They've gotten wise.
They have absolutely gotten wise to all of that shit. All right, guys, let's go on to the next thing. Vinny's mom says you are not understanding. What do you mean I'm not understanding? I'm trying to tell you not to pocket the insurance money and just do the honest thing.
And get your roof.
Just get your roof. Oh, man. Well, anyway, guys, 100. Now that we've had the Steel Toe Financial Show here, we're $155 away from knocking out today's goal. If you want to help us knock that out, we're 25 minutes away from rattling the cans, playing the music, and knocking her down. Let's see if you guys want to help us out with that. 155 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, and so much more. Thank you guys very much for your support. Morgan Wallen, the country music star, canceled the rest of his tour for the year. And
did he say something racist again, or what's the deal now?
Yeah, like he didn't even say the N-word this time. Semper Reloaded says, do the honest thing. What a sissy. Sorry. I apologize. Tree Rogie says, I use my credit cards at Indian casinos because I love America. Static says, it's only fraud if you get the RCV money released without doing the roof. Keep the ACV and you're fine, but then you're on the hook for the roof next time. Exactly. It's only fraud if you claim you had the roof done and you keep the money. If you keep the money and the roof didn't get done, the insurance company's just going to go, all right, the next time you come to them for a roof, they're going to go, no, fuck you, we already gave you the money.
We already paid for you.
Do your fucking roof. Just, you're on the hook. So, at any rate, Morgan Wallen is, that's very funny, Zenrhino, Revenge of the Sissy. There you go. Morgan Wallen has postponed the rest of his tour dates for the rest of the year. Now, you say, like, hey, he hasn't yelled the N-word. That's what Morgan Wallen is kind of famous. Let's not pretend that this guy got famous because, he just made great country music songs. Morgan Wallen got famous because he got shit-faced and yelled the N-word at his buddy, and then everyone tried to cancel him, and then country fans went, fuck that, we don't mind if you yell the N-word at your buddy. I'm buying all his music whether I like it or not. So Morgan Wallen got really famous off of yelling the N-word at a guy. And
his music isn't bad.
It's not as good as he is successful, put it that way.
I mean, it's not I will agree. He has a little bit more success than possibly he deserves. But I mean, let's be honest. He's no Eric Church. I mean, he's just
goddamn right.
No, I mean he's above it. Like it's not like it's that low.
Wait, what? No. You had it right. He's no Eric Church. But he dropped the N-bomb. He got really famous off the whole deal. And now he goes on big tours. He's a big headlining star. And now, I don't know, maybe this is like N-word justice. I don't know what that would look like. I'm sure people in the chat will have all of their theories. But apparently he's blown his voice out completely. And this is not an uncommon thing among singers. Rob Zombie does this like every 3 months.
Yeah, but Rob Zombie like puts something into his singing. No offense, I've heard Morgan Wallen's songs. How are you blowing your voice out?
Well, he's going to tell you why. Now, there's a conspiracy theory here, Johnny, so you watch this and you tell me which one you believe. He claims he's blown his voice out and he has to cancel all his dates. His fans and some of the scuttlebutt on the internet is that he's a drunk and he's got to go to rehab. You tell me. We're going to play this for you. You tell me which one it is. Call me a sucker. I believe the voice thing.
What's going on, y'all? I'm just going to go ahead and get straight to it. I got some bad news from my doctors at the Vanderbilt Voice Center yesterday. After taking 10 days of vocal rest, I performed 3 shows last weekend in Florida, and by the third one, I felt terrible. So I went in and got scoped yesterday, and they told me that I re-injured my vocal cords and that I have vocal fold trauma. Their advice is that I go on vocal rest for 6 weeks. So that's what I'm going to do.
So he's going on. I mean, maybe I'm naive. That makes sense to me.
No, I think he's drinking.
You think he's drinking?
His voice doesn't sound too bad. And like I said, if you're Rob Zombie or fucking if you're
James
a band that puts something into it, I feel like I've listened to a lot of your music and I don't see where you're pushing your vocal cords to the point where those are going to give out on you.
You're right. I'm trying to think of the last country music star who had to postpone a tour because their throat blew out. Maybe Taylor Swift, but for a different reason.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, that's a good point. Like Rob Zombie, he traumatizes his vocal cords, but he also goes, yeah, like 800 times a show. And that will definitely blow out your vocal cords. Morgan Wallen sings like kind of gay country songs, doesn't he?
And a lot of his bigger songs involve him singing with someone else, so you aren't even taking the whole brunt of the song. You like pitch it to the other guy for a bit.
You know what? You're starting to turn me on this. I think he might be going on a little vacation. I think he might be going to get a little help. But here's the thing. Why didn't he go and get, wouldn't that have been the move to make when he dropped the N-bomb? He's like, oh, you know what it is? It's my drinking, and I'm going to go get help. So, because it's all the booze that makes me a racist. Like, why didn't he do that?
Look, guys, Morgan Wallen loves Captain Morgan.
So, all right. Okay. Maybe he is going away for a while.
They want me not to talk at all, but they said if I need to, it's okay for something like this.
Okay. See, now all right, you're right. That's a red flag. They told me I shouldn't even talk, but they said I could make a Twitter video. It doesn't sound like something a doctor would say.
Look, we don't believe you should talk unless it's to your thousands and thousands of adoring fans who hang on your every word, and then the million or so who will just kind of catch up later.
Yeah. Unless you can get a video that gets 3.3 million views, we really don't think you should even be talking. But if it's for 2 minutes to 3.3 million people on Twitter, well, then by all means, don't listen to us.
And let me ask you a question. As someone who's actually dealt with having your voice not working so well, does it sound like he's having any vocal difficulty right now?
No, but
does it sound distressed or worn?
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like let's say I wanted to milk my illness for one more day. He's talking like that.
All right, yeah, but then again, do you believe that he's got this problem if he's milking it for one more day?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like a guy who's going, "Oh, guys, you wouldn't believe it. I'm talking really low because I have vocal fold trauma, and I think what they should do is drop a pit bull on crack right next to him and have it bark and see if he goes, hey, holy shit, motherfucker. And he'd be like, oh, he's faking it. See, I told you. Oh, shit, but we didn't really come up with a plan on how to get the pit bull off him. This is whoopsie daisy.
We didn't think this through.
Sorry.
Why does he smell like toddler? Why does he smell like toddler?
I also tore my lat while we were in Australia. I've been trying to work through that quietly, but
Motherfucker's tearing his lats, tearing his vocal cords, tearing everything. Would you tear an ACL? I mean, drunken falls can really hurt.
Time off is going to help me get that back right as well. We're working on rescheduling all the dates during this time frame. We've almost got that done, but some of them are pending, so I'll keep you updated. I won't be able to make these festivals that I have during this time frame.
Because as you know, sometimes they got them all-you-can-drink tickets, and my team decided that that's probably a negative for me.
They usually keep the beer tent right next to the performing area, and that's a danger.
Yeah, you know what? I'm starting to be on your side because those like country music festivals, those go into like August or September.
Yeah.
How long do your vocal cords need to heal?
Well, he said 6 weeks.
Of no talking, unless you need to. But the doctor said he could make a Twitter video if he needed to. So, that's okay. Yeah, you know what? You're right. You sold me on it. I ain't buying it.
I don't believe he's got vocal problems.
But we are going to make those right. And
he had some kind of a fuck up at a show like a couple weeks ago. Remember, he had to like cancel a show on the scoreboard. They had to put the announcement up there. So he showed up to the show, ready to go. Everything's good. But then all of a sudden, what? He like opened his mouth for the first time that day and went, oh my God, my voice is gone. You're right. There's something going on here with Morgan Wallen. I don't know what it is, but the internet has their theories so far.
next year, I won't be able to do the ACM Awards or the Lifting Lives event, but y'all make sure you still go. It's for a great cause.
You know what? This is over-explaining. This is a classic sign of lying. He's over-explaining. He's saying too many things. It's like, hey, guys, I just want to let you know I'm supposed to be on 6 weeks of vocal rest, so I'm not even supposed to be talking. I've had to cancel all my tour dates. I'm really, really sorry. I'll be updating you in the weeks to come. Take it easy. Like, instead, he does a 2-minute video. He's like, I'm rescheduling all my concerts. I won't be at any of the festivals. I won't be at any of the award shows. Yeah, we know what postponing means. We got it.
They told me.
Like, he should end this video with, you believe me, don't you guys?
Look, I have to cancel this video because I've been wasted on you, and really it's from too much drinking them whiskey glasses.
Oh, fuck you.
That if I do this the right way, that I'll get back to 100%.
I just thought you should know.
And they also said that if I don't listen and I keep singing, then I'll permanently damage my voice. So for the longevity of my career, this is just the choice I had to make. I hate it, but I love you guys.
Y'all are my oh, shit. You know what? I'm sorry. I've talked too long. I got to go back on vocal rest, y'all. It makes me racist to talk with damaged vocal cords.
And I appreciate all the support that you always give me.
Now, if you'll excuse me, my car done broke down. I got to go rig it. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry again. God damn it.
And I'll see you soon, and I'll be back better than ever. God bless you.
All right, I'm putting a poll up in the chat. I'm seeing what people think. Is he a drunk or does he need to rest his voice? Here we go. Oh, that's not how you make a poll. That's just in the chat, you dipshit. Here we go. Start a poll. Morgan Wallen absence. Voice or booze? I'm putting it in the chat. There you go. The poll is up. You guys can go ahead and vote. I'm with Johnny on this one.
It's booze, man.
I'm going to say it's the booze. Can't see Johnny Cash rescheduling shows at jails because of his vocal rest. Paul Heckathorn says, I have tickets to see this guy. His voice better get fixed. Well, don't worry. He's rescheduling all of them as we speak.
So you can just, go see him some other time.
When is the last time, when is the last time you saw a country music singer take time off for vocal damage?
Again, I never have. Most country music songs I don't see any of them really pushing. The only person I could ever imagine it being, just because he goes so crazy during his shows and the fans get into it and everything, would be like Garth Brooks. But even then, like he's never had
even
that.
then he never has. Yeah. Oh, hey, back in 2021, Wallen did check himself into rehab after the N-word thing. So he's been to rehab before. And he's way more famous now than he was then. So maybe
Just admit you're off the wagon.
Yeah, just admit you're off the wagon and there's no vocal trauma and you know, got out in front of your skis a little bit. It happens to the best
Look, I've
of
got
us.
some severe vocal trauma from swallowing all of this liquor, and it has hurt my vocal cords.
81% of the audience right now says it's booze. Semper Reloaded, he could just want the time off, but he couldn't get out of the contract, so he got the doctor to give him another order of vocal rest. He's missing a bunch of charity events. Yeah. T. Jefferson says, well, he may have some acid reflux from too much drinking, causing his vocal cord issues. So it could be both. Stevie J says he's rehabbing his throat because he needs rehab for his throat. There you go. And now Johnny, when he comes back and has a return tour, he'll make more money.
Sponsored by Captain Morgan.
Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Oh, man. Oh, well, looks like people just have to settle for Florida-Georgia line, says Kyle. Nobody should ever have to settle for Florida-Georgia line. Oh. Joe the Toe says, Toey provides prime content in this live chat. This sideshow co-host disrespected my homie. He should apologize. I don't know which one of us disrespected his homie, but should we both apologize to Joe the Toe?
I guess. I'm sorry, Joe the Toe.
Joe the Toe, we're all very, very sorry. And we never meant to hurt you. All right, guys, 155 away from knocking out our goal today. Thank you for getting us there. We've got 10 minutes until we fire up the music and see if we can knock out the rest of this. If you feel like helping out, we would appreciate it. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo link in the chat. You know, Johnny, I'm looking at how much stuff we have left. Do you want to do the Chad Zumach panicking, calling Godfrey phone call?
Yes, I do.
So Kevin Brennan
Yes, I do.
told everyone he was going to get Chad canceled with all of his friends. And then he called Godfrey and Godfrey hates Geno Bisconte, so he told God. Okay, I got to say this. I've been learning from these comedians that I'm so glad I'm a broadcaster and not a comedian, because I watch the behavior that's going on with this shit and I go, guys, we're not fucking 12. Let's grow up a little bit. But so he goes, I'm going to get Chad in trouble with all his friends. And then Chad hears that Kevin's going to get him in trouble with all his friends. So Chad goes and calls all his friends to tell him Kevin's a meanie head and not to listen to Kevin because he's just a meanie head.
Wait, Chad has friends.
Allegedly. So we'll do that for overtime.
Nice.
If we get there. Joe the Toe says the co-host hurts himself with his loose statements, but since he apologized, you didn't have to, Aaron. We're good. Oh, see, you guys are good now.
Yeah, I guess my joke about the Morgan Wallen thing was too loose of a statement.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
I think he's an Eric Church fan who feels a little affronted by my joke.
Look,
again, it's a humor show. I make jokes. I'm sorry.
I will not tolerate any besmirchment of the great Eric Church either. So I'm.
Well, I mean, I make jokes, but why wouldn't I be? Why would I be against someone whose belief and motto is drink a little drink, smoke a little smoke?
Sharon on Rumble's mad at us for our Crowder talk earlier. Sharon on Rumble says, throw Crowder under the bus. Segue to Tucker talking about ill-informed news. Has Crowder been convicted? I'm out. Convicted of what? Being a piece of shit? Yeah. In the court of public
opinion.
Yeah. We've all decided that guy is a gigantic piece of shit.
And some of us are taking a victory lap going, I fucking told you.
I told her so. There you go. Jake says, God damn it, Sharon. Yeah. We can't see Sharon leave. Ryan the Garbage Man says the great homosexual Eric Church. See, now that's a disgusting thing for you to say.
It's just a dirty rumor.
The allegations that are being thrown around. How fucking dare you? All right, guys, 8 minutes until we rattle the cans and play the music. 155 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can go on a rally and get it there. So no more Morgan Wallen. He's going to take a break because, his throat hurts. He's got bad vocal cords, which happens all the time to country music singers who
all the time
drink a lot, cancel shows. An NFL punter got done really dirty by an R-word conviction, I guess we have to say on YouTube. A pro football player, Matt Araiza, who was a top punter in the NFL, last summer, Araiza was accused, along with 2 San Diego State University football players, of gang-R-ing a 17-year-old at an off-campus party in 2021. Now, the media reported it, put his name in there, everything. While the then high school senior reported slipping in and out of consciousness, she claimed to remember moments of various men violating her. At the time, Araiza's lawyer said the complaint was a shakedown because he's now with the Buffalo Bills, stressing that there was no doubt Araiza was innocent. Notwithstanding the punter's profession of innocence, the accusation marked the end of his career. The Buffalo Bills cut him loose just days after the suit was filed amid the media coverage. Got rid of him, cut him, career over. General Manager Brandon Beane and Coach Sean McDermott addressed the matter at a press conference, calling it tough for everyone involved, saying they sympathize with the whole situation, so on and so forth. Araiza's lawyer, Armstrong, released a statement following the Bills' decision, writing, "I have not talked to Matt about this yet, but I sent him a text. I am sure he is very upset and disappointed that his career with the Bills ended, not because he played poorly, but because of false allegations leveled against him by a young lady and her attorney." Following a 124-day investigation of their own, prosecutors announced on December of last year that they would not be pressing any criminal charges. In the explanation, they concluded that Araiza could not have led the girl into the alleged R because he had left the home at 12:30, at least an hour before the incident supposedly occurred. So this fucking guy, who had a contract to play professional football, as a punter, which is, come on, nice and easy money.
Yeah, you got to perform like what? 3-4 times a season?
A game. But, I mean, still, you got to kick a fucking ball. And then the thing about being a punter is that if they touch you, it's a penalty. So they're not even allowed to.
You're the one person that the God's only man spared by the gridiron.
Yes. So this guy gets cut. They find out that this girl, look, I'm not going to say lied, but definitely put him there when he wasn't. So I guess in that case, yeah, in the literal sense, she lied about this Matt Araiza. It cost him his job. And I think what really sucks about shit like this is is there any way for this guy to get his reputation back? No. He was cut last year, so maybe he can still play this year. He's young enough to. You can't sue her. She probably doesn't have a fucking dime. Although she should have to pay for whatever salary you lost. She's the one who falsely accused you.
Yeah, you got a couple $1 million. I mean, you're really quick to point the finger. Where's the checkbook? Yeah. I mean, there's got to be some kind of justice for people who have to go through this. Maybe you can sue the government. Probably not. Did the Duke lacrosse players get anything when they got lied about? I don't know. I thought sued. I think they sued Mike Nifong. I think they sued the DA's office and got some money. Semper Reloaded said he should be able to sue and get his contract payout at the very least. He should also be able to sue for lost money due to his reputation hit. Yeah, I mean, look, I believe that people, if they believe they were harmed by someone, they have every right to, face their accuser and, bring them to justice and have them face charges. But what if you were wrong? I mean, I won't even say the word lie. What if you were wrong? And now this guy lost his job in the NFL, which, it ain't a job at McDonald's. Even if you're a punter, you're making $1 million a year. He lost his job, lost his reputation. Everyone thinks he's the rapey punter, which, by the way, terrible Bond movie. And now what's his recourse? How does he build his life back from zero after all of this stuff? You call yourself a chick and you join women's soccer to crush all records and take your place in Hall of Fames.
You know what? I withdraw all my statements. We need to look no further. All Matt Araiza needs to do is become Matty Araiza and just wear himself a nice little dress, take a few hormone changers, and It'll be right as rain. I don't even
And
think...
then no one can criticize him either, because then you're just transphobic.
Yeah, and then nobody can criticize him at all. He can even go into the women's bathroom. It's a pretty great deal. SC Motorsports says, you don't shake down the punter. You go after the running back or quarterback. Well, she says it was a gang deal, so she could have got them too.
It could have been the whole team.
Yeah. Brian Not Brain BG says, Wallen has been having issues since he canceled his second show at Ole Miss a few weeks ago. Yeah. I don't know. Again, it just doesn't seem right that he's canceling his entire summer over a vocal cord issue when he's like
if it sounded like he even had a cold, I'd be like, all right, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing.
I think somebody might be checking into the old facility for a long vacation. So I think with this Matt Araiza guy, I feel bad for him. It sucks. It's terrible. It's no good. But unfortunately, there's really nothing you can do. You can't squeeze blood from a stone. You can't get this girl to pay you with money she doesn't have. And there's no law on the books that says, hey, if you get falsely accused of this, you get this much money.
And you can't force the world to publicly exonerate you.
Right.
Or blame her for the fact that they don't.
Yeah. Kraken Slappin says he was not guilty. Sue the Bills for firing him because he was never guilty. Only accusations. That might have to be the route you have to go, is you can go, hey, you guys fired me based on an assumption that was incorrect. You owe me money. Maybe that's the route he has to go, is suing the Bills for future earnings. Or maybe sue them and they give him his job back. Semper Reloaded says, name one Wallen song that has a difficult vocal range. Yeah, see, that's like Johnny listed a few of his songs.
Broadway Girls.
Do you know that, or are you just reading them?
No. No, Broadway Girls is an actual song, but Broadway Girls is another one of those where he kind of just provides the chorus and stuff. He's not really in the Broadway Girls song. It's other people doing the song with him. And that's why Morgan Wallen, he's great whoever you pair him with. Or he can't hold his own in a song. One or the other.
All right, man. It's time to blow the whistle and see if we can knock out this 155 and if we're doing overtime today or if we're going to miss out. Let's see. Let's fire up the music. Let's do our e-beggar best. Let's rattle the cans. April and I got to get on designing that fucking offering plate, too. We got to get on that. Let's see if we can knock out this 155, guys. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats. Let's do it. Come on, everybody. Let's see if we can knock out that 155 and call it a successful day. You guys carried us on Monday. You killed it yesterday. Morning and evening show. Let's see if we can do it one more time for Wednesday morning. MSO is saying no goal. He says we're not going to hit it. Guys, just $5 or $10 a pop from a few of you, and we can knock this thing out. If you feel like becoming a VIP today, hey, VIP is a good way to go. Ask the other VIPs. They're very happy with it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. The links are right there in the chat. Super Chats, memberships. All of it counts. Rumble rants. Let's see if we can get there and knock out our third morning show goal of the week. We've got plenty of stuff for you coming up. Colt C says, Owen figured he could grift you dummies better if you thought the world was against him. Smart move. I don't know what that means. The Mood says the hoodie is so soft. Thank you, buddy. Zen Rhino says we're at 269 likes. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the goal down. Let's do this thing, boys and girls. 155 away. Who's going to start the rally? PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. It was a short goal today, too. It was about 280, I think. You guys, the evening show really came up big. So let's knock out the rest of it. Magic 8 Ball says, I identify as Chandler minus the money. Sorry. Marble Arms getting us started with $5. All right, 150 away, guys. You can do it. $100 away from just doing it on credit. Let's hit the like button. Let's knock the goal total down. We can do this thing. 3 minutes to go until the show is either over or we add 30 minutes for overtime. Let's see. 3 minutes away. Marble Arms getting us started with the $5, but pretty quiet as of late. You guys got off to a good start today. Got off to some good gifted memberships and whatnot. Let's see if we can finish it off. Barry Watson really hates our show, but he is here in the chat. Thanks, buddy. Katie Kidney says, what do we get in overtime? The Chad Godfrey call is what we're going to do in overtime, but we are a long ways away. I wouldn't worry about overtime right now, as we are 2 minutes and 10 seconds away and $150 away from today's goal. We might be swinging and missing today. It happens every once in a while. You go bust. Here we go. The Mood with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
140 away from today's goal. Stevie J says, it's okay, you'll make it. Well, we got to go on a rally. Everyone's got to do a little bit and pick it up. It's not always going to be a David Chandler. It's not always going to be a Gray Duckling. Sometimes we got to all chip in a little bit to keep a listener-supported show up and running. 140 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, all the links are up there in the chat. Did we do a bad show today, guys? Is that what it is? Did we do a rough job for you? I was feeling better today, too. I wasn't as sick.
I thought it was time flew by. I can't believe we were already at the end of it.
Well, we got a minute left. 1 minute to go, and 140 away from today's goal. Again, started at 280 today. So we're about halfway through. MSO says, I'm getting the win today. Yeah, dude, it is fucking dead right now. Totally dead at the moment. David Chandler says, not that far. $100 coming in from David Chandler. That puts us 40 away. Guys, it can't always be David Chandler coming to the rescue. But thank you very much anyway, buddy. There's $40 away. Alex Nerio with $9.99 in the Super Chats, 35 away from knocking it out today. Boy, when we say e-beggar, you guys are making us earn that title today. No doubt about it. 15 seconds, $35 away from knocking out today's goal. All thanks to one man, pretty much. David Chandler being the main steel-toe benefactor at this point. Guys, he did so much. You can knock out the rest for him. $4 from Trucker 18 Wheeler says pity money, and $5 from Kyle W says, come on, Pores. That's going to get us down to $30. There we go, 30 away. Oh, hold on. I got one more here. Dropped my phone. All right, we got one more coming in. We got 40 from Kyle on Venmo. He says, come on, guys, my first dono. Thank you very much, buddy. And also, Devin with $10 says, great job, guys. So there's 50. Perfect. We got it. We barely got it, but we got it. And we are $15 ahead for tonight. Boy, I tell you, you know, Johnny, sometimes you earn those fucking carnival barker stripes, I tell you.
Oh, yeah, but hey, at least we're not beholden to reading super chats all the time, no matter what. Like, oh, we got to do this, otherwise we got nothing.
Here's where I'm at with our relationship with our audience, and the relationship with the MLT audience. They do what they have to do. We do what we have to do. We would say, hey, at least we don't do a show that just reads super chats all the time. They would say, hey, at least I don't have to be a fucking carnival barker for 5 minutes and fucking play music and shit. And you know what I would say to both of us? You both have a great point. You both have a wonderful point. Guys, make sure you pick up some of that steel toe coffee. If you think donating money to fucking Carney's doing a morning show is horse shit, then check out the steel toe coffee if you want to get something out of it. Kyle W. says, we just like to see you sweat sometimes, buddy. That's okay. I'm going to end up like Morgan Wallen. I don't mean drunken in rehab. I mean tearing the vocal cords.
I assumed you meant drunken in rehab.
All right. You want to do this? This is going to take probably the whole overtime. This Chad Godfrey thing.
I was hoping this would be on the plate today.
Have you seen it yet?
No.
Okay. So
edit clean.
Yeah. Godfrey is a comedian. I don't know if a lot of people outside of like New York really know who Godfrey is. I think he's a respected guy in the New York comedy scene, but I don't I don't really know if people outside of that know who Godfrey is. But anyway, I guess Chad's opened for him a couple of times. And Kevin, because he fucking despises Chad now. And again, I can't cover this shit without pointing out how many...
I told us so.
I told us so. How many times we said this is going to backfire.
Your pit bull will bite you.
This guy is not talented. He's not funny. He's not any good. He just has to make up lies for shock value to be a whipping boy for your show. He's now doing this like victim on multiple ends thing. Like he tried to play victim to Geno.
He said
called him
ends, right? Like ENDS.
Ends, yes, ENDS.
Yes, okay.
E-Rock says Godfrey took over for Orlando Jones in the Sprite commercials. Fuck, he's not Orlando Jones? No, anyway. Chad would bring up these things on MLC, like his brother got run over by a car, his mom, walked in on his mom fucking his stepdad beat him for not getting coffee. Like Chad would bring these things up because Chad's just, unfortunately, not a funny guy. So he goes, well, my only role on this show is to be the center of attention for negative reasons, to get made fun of, to get goofed on. He got made fun of, he got goofed on. He made money doing it. And then he goes, well, I'm quitting this show because all you guys do is goof on me. And they're like, well, good, fucking leave, because all you do is lie about shit. The eyeball, the don't fuck with Kumia, all of that shit. And who knows about what things from his life he's lying about. So now he's trying to...
You never even had a brother.
So now he's trying to accuse everyone else of bullying him. He's even released videos. I saw it didn't do well. It was like our fucking Jackson Mahomes video. Totally bustaroo. But he even did a video saying, I'm an awful person. And Steel Toe's terrible because they made fun of my dead brother. It's like, dude, after all the shit you do about people's kids and people's family and people that aren't involved, you're really going to try to play victim after you brought all that shit up? We had a guy in our chat make fun of your dead brother and we read it and laughed. Fuck you. That is not how this shit works. You don't get to go, look at me, look at me, look at me. And then when people go, oh, hey, look at him, you don't get to go, stop looking at me. You don't get to bring up all of this shit, use it to get yourself made fun of because you're desperate for attention because you couldn't learn how to be funny. And then cry victim after people laugh at you for the thing. David Chandler says all anyone has to do to beat Chad is stand back and wait. He defeats himself. Exactly. Carl has a great rule on WATP. Observe and report. Don't actually get involved. Observe and report. And that's kind of the lesson that needs to be learned about all this. You observe him, you report, the guy collapses under his own weight. So
But he works out.
Yeah, right. He was, Zen Rhino says, Chad literally tried to put Aaron's address on the internet, but got the wrong house. He regularly posts pictures of people's family and homes. Fuck Chad. Yeah. So I'm sorry, but this guy trying to play victim is just another retarded move from that stupid dipshit. So Kevin is now hell-bent on, and I'll say this, Kevin is almost willing to sacrifice himself to take
out
down.
Chad?
Yeah. This is not going well for Kevin. Like, he's even said himself, I don't like this. I'm not enjoying this. It's not fun for me. And I'm like, Kevin, then why don't you pull the nose of the plane up and do something else?
Stop doing it.
Yeah, I think he's just hell-bent on destroying Chad, and he's made peace with himself. He's like, if this costs me everything, I'm willing to do it to destroy Chad Zumock. Now, I'm not willing to take a hard pinch to destroy Chad Zumock. I don't care if Chad lives or dies. It affects my life zero. I don't give a shit how his story ends.
I destroyed Chad Zumock, but what did it cost you?
Right.
Everything.
I mean, what do you get? Name me the trophy you get for destroying or owning Chad Zumock. First of all, anyone who talks about Chad Zumock owns and destroys him because you just watch him. But second of all, what's the reward? What do you get? Are you going to go tell your neighbors, hey, I destroyed Chad Zumock on the internet? Wow.
Wow, you know who else can do that? Chad Zumock. Congratulations.
Yes. Chad can go out and say the same thing to his neighbors. So let's watch, let's have some fun as we observe Kevin Brennan try to destroy Chad Zumock by going after the people that he opens for. Now, Chad is 50 years old and likes to pride himself on who he's opening for at comedy clubs once every 2 months.
I wouldn't do that, but okay.
One of those people is Godfrey. Godfrey hates Geno Bisconte because he claims Geno said some racist things about him, which is up for debate. Geno says he didn't, so on and so forth. Again,
name 3 times.
I need to preface this with these comedians are fucking infants. All of the things I'm going to tell you about, I'm fully aware that it sounds like a bunch of 12-year-olds are arguing. Geno says he didn't say these things about Godfrey. Well, Kevin Brennan goes on and calls Godfrey and tells him, hey, Chad's talking to Geno. Chad's doing a podcast with Geno Bisconte. Isn't that bullshit, Godfrey? Godfrey takes the bait. He calls Chad. You know how Chad shakes really bad when he's nervous?
Yeah, like a dog shitting peach seeds.
Watch Chad panic his fucking balls off in this call to Godfrey. Now, it's 11 minutes long. We'll have to play about 4 minutes. I've got some timestamps for it. And then after that, we don't need to play the whole 11 minutes, but just watch Chad panic in this phone call to Godfrey after Kevin decides he's going to rat him out for doing a podcast with Geno. This is from, by the way, the Insufferable Bastards, Carlos Danger, who's kind of a love-hate guy with Steel Toe, but I like that he clipped this out.
Yep. Hold on. Yo, Godfrey, you're on my podcast. I'm watching Kevin's podcast.
Look, do you see that hand?
Yeah.
That hand.
Also, dude, patch your phone in.
Right.
Whenever you do this, holding your phone, like, I'm sorry, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. This isn't good show content. Like, hey, all right, speak up so they can hear you.
Hey, Mr. fucking professional radio guy, Mr. Third Mic on a afternoon talk show. Hey, maybe learn how to hook the Bluetooth up to the fucking board. Huh? Maybe we don't talk into the phone and hold the speaker up to the mic. Maybe it's not the most professional way to do a show. But then again, Johnny, we're talking about a guy whose whole show is watching someone else's show. It's the most pathetic thing you can do.
Yeah, I feel like that's really, really sad. When, hey, you're on my show. We're watching Kevin's show.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, so why don't I just go watch Kevin's show?
You doing a podcast with Kevin? No, Kevin hates me right now. He's going around trying to get me canceled from everybody. What's that?
You're doing a podcast with Geno.
No, we're having Geno on because Kevin hates Geno, and Kevin's being a complete asshole trying to get me fired from gigs with Jim Brewer. He's going around.
Geno said,
again, if I'm Godfrey and I'm an adult in any way, shape, or form, I go, Chad, you're not fucking 12. Cut the bullshit. I'm hanging up. Like, why would you even entertain this?
I don't know why I would, like, again, like, Chad's doing a show with Geno. Do I give a shit?
Right.
Does it affect me in the slightest? You know, is the only way I care is if all of a sudden my ticket sales are dropping because the guy who's opening for me did a show with Geno. Then I'm like, what the are you doing?
If I'm
but if it doesn't come to that.
Yeah, if I'm Godfrey, I listen to what Kevin Brennan says. Like, oh, Chad's doing a show with Geno. I go, guys, if you fucking bother me with this again, I'm blocking your numbers. I've got shit to do. I don't care. You know what's going to end up happening out of all this? Chad's going to call all these guys and bother them and tell them this fucking dramatic middle school drama story he's got with Kevin Brennan. And these comedians are going to wash their hands of him and go, this is more trouble than it's worth. I can just find some open micer to open for me in Florida. Pay him the same money and I don't get all this fucking high school shit going on.
By the way, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the opener gig is actually a very flexible spot. You don't even have to be good. In some ways, it helps to be bad.
Right. They like it when you're bad because then they look better.
That's why they keep booking Chad. Now it makes sense.
Oh, no. Carl yesterday on MLC played Chad's set at Shuli's show in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's those sets where nobody makes a sound and you just feel like death afterwards. Oh, was it bad?
You're doing a podcast with
I hate
Geno,
that at an open mic, let alone
all kind of racial slurs, and you're on it with him.
No, he's coming on later because Kevin's being a complete asshole. He's making fun of my 9-year-old brother dying.
See, that fucking victim shit. Chad doesn't care about his brother dying. He's brought it up on the show to be made fun of before. The grease spots and the road jokes and everything else. This fucking douchebag, and he's so dumb and he's so bad at it. He thinks he's going to garner sympathy from people because they don't know him any better. But he sits there and he does all this nasty shit to people and all these bad things. And then he goes, people are picking on me and making fun of my brother. Then get the fuck out of here, asshole. I thought you were mud sharking. Where'd your fucking gay army hat go?
I thought you were down in the mud, living in the mud, buddy.
Yeah. But now they're making fun of your brother. I'm not making fun of your brother. I wish he would have lived. I wish you would have tried to stop the car. Your brother was the good guy. He's an innocent, not you.
He tried to do something.
He tried to do something.
What is the ski mask thing? What's that?
It's nothing. It's nobody watches
What
it.
is that?
Look, you got to give Chad credit where credit. I mean, look, even a broken clock is right twice a day. I like ski mask. He got himself a little plug there.
Someone's saying, hey, Chad is on a podcast with Geno, and Geno's calling me all kind of monkeys. I don't really care about
He's
that.
lying. He's lying. Kevin?
Are you sure? I don't know.
Kevin's trying to do a smear.
He was talking to me, so
Kevin.
I don't know who to trust.
Kevin.
He's calling Godfrey Kevin, and his hands are shaking because he's worried he might be losing one of his guys who pays him $150 for an opening gig, and a guy he can name drop every once in a while.
To say, hey, look, I'm a big time comedian. I opened for this guy.
This is just sad to watch. I mean, I'm happy, but it's sad.
Trying to do a smear campaign. I mean, how long have I known you? I mean, he's trying to do.
I know that, but I don't mean shit. But listen.
I know that, but that don't mean shit.
What have you done for me lately?
I like Godfrey in this. The only thing I dislike about Godfrey is that he's even entertaining a minute of this, and even talking about this. But I mean, at least he's handling it well.
He called Jim Brewer trying to get me fired.
Hold on.
Okay, and then he goes, and then Godfrey has a little issue. He's got to rehook up his phone or whatever. He puts him on hold. I have a timestamp here. Sorry for my unprofessional. 2:22.
No.
Is the next timestamp. So 2:22, Godfrey comes back on the phone, and Chad keeps kvetching to him about Kevin Brennan.
And Bisconte, I'm like, what? It's not making any sense.
You know Kevin Brennan's crazy, right?
Yeah, see, Kevin's the crazy one. And by the way,
Kevin Brandon's crazy. Like one time he made up a story that he got beat up by an oil can and it was apparently tied to Cumia.
And by the way, every time Chad grabs something or touches something, you physically see his hands shaking because he's so nervous. I've never seen someone suck with a passion this bad and not give up. It's astonishing to me.
Oh, I know that.
He's insane. And what he's doing is insane right now. He's trying to make up a narrative. He's trying to make all my friends not become friends with me. He tried to get me fired with Jim Brewer. He's out of control because I quit his show.
Fuck you. The shit that you rained down on him, the shit you said about Levy, the shit you said about Gina, that's why you fucking liar. You're a shameless worm. This, in his moments of doubt and his moments of trouble, we see who the real Chad is. And that is a fucking cockroach. No dignity, all survival. That's it.
Chad, did you not hear when you started this phone call with, by the way, we're watching his show right now?
Yeah.
I wonder why he might have issue with you. It's kind of like you're still taking pot shots at him.
Right. And not only pot shots, just like total fucking cheap shots because he's not a funny guy. Like he's not creative. He can't watch Kevin's show and make fun of it. So he just goes way too far with everything. And fuck
You're
you, pal.
Drunkenly threatening them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And fuck you, pal. I mean, the whole I'm a victim, wah, me. The shit you've done for just me making fun of how fucking untalented you are, you fucking hack. The shit you've done on my family that's not involved in podcasting. How dare you fucking... Chad, you couldn't go mano a mano with me. You couldn't go toe-to-toe with me. You couldn't match wits with me, with Johnny, with Corey, with April, with any of us. So you had to go too far because you're in too deep and you're in over your head. Carl made fun of you. I made fun of you. We made fun of how terrible you are. You couldn't come back at us. So you went to the nth degree and you marketed yourself as that. But then when it came time to pay the piper, pal, when all the rest of us got to say, I fucking a toe-to-so, and Kevin decided to go after you, you sat back and played victim, didn't you, bitch? Didn't you?
It's a chick thing to do, man. Just to say, like you sat there poking at them, and then as soon as they turn, what? Why are you so mean? What did I do?
And now you look like a bitch because on our show we went, well, I'm not going to fuck around with this guy if he's going to bring families into it. And then we handed you a victory, and then you go now and you play victim, and now you show weakness So now everybody shits all over you again, including the people who used to defend you. I have never seen a human being snatch an L from the jaws of victory so many times as this motherfucker. You behave like an asshole to the point where nobody wants to be around you, associate with you, or even say your name because you're fucking toxic. And then you cry like a bitch that nobody wants to be around you because you're toxic. So then all the sharks come back at you and start picking you apart again. God, you are fucking bad at this.
So when did
he's gonna cry in this video?
Say this shit about me? When?
I don't know. I don't know what the hell he said about you on ski mask.
You were on it with him.
He's not. No, he's not on my show right now. But I told him if you want to come on later, just because he apologized.
What are you guys gonna talk about?
Kevin Brennan, because he's out of his mind. Kevin Brennan is crazy.
So now you're gonna match up with Geno Bisconte against Kevin Brennan?
He's trying to ruin my career, Godfrey.
Yeah,
Oh, Chad, you do that. You do that to yourself, buddy. Kevin Brennan's trying to ruin my career. That's like saying, oh, you're trying to wreck my dinner by flicking a peanut. It doesn't take much.
Look, he's going to take all my comedy money out of my pockets. That is a solid $500-$600 that I am living off of.
Jesus. He's trying to ruin my career. This fucking cry victim shit. And there's like tears in this guy's eyes when he's doing this. So stop the tough guy shtick, asshole. We know who you are. You're on the phone with Godfrey begging that he'll take you back and he won't be mad at you. You're shaking and you're in tears. So cut the tough guy shit. Cut the Bob's stepdaughter shit. Cut the Kevin's background shit. Cut the people's kids and the doxing shit. Because you're not that guy. You're a scared, abused alcoholic, in my opinion. And that's what this is. This is coming from pain. Have a little honesty and maybe people might respect you as a broadcaster. Do a show of your own where you don't watch somebody else and you go, hey, guys, I've got a drinking problem. I'm insecure. I've been abused as a child and I've really lashed out at a lot of people and I'm going to step away for a little bit and I'm going to try and make one last honest run at it and see if I can do this comedy thing. But I've got to fix myself first. Maybe if you did that, people might leave you alone. But you act like a cunt, you act like a tough guy, and then you cry like a bitch. And then you wonder why people don't want to work with you and why they go after you. Stop it.
But why would you fuck with Geno Bisconte, though? I don't get it.
I'm not friends with him. I'm only having it on to irritate Kevin.
Again, Godfrey, hang up the phone. This is a 12-year-old's conversation. I'm not going to the dance with Geno. I'm only going to the dance with Geno to make Kevin jealous. So you can't be mad at me for trying to make Kevin jealous at the dance. Ugh. Godfrey, I want to assume that you have better things to do than this.
To get at Kevin?
He tried to get me fired with Brewer.
Fuck both of them.
I agree.
And Geno's a fucking racist. Geno is a piece of shit, faggot ass racist.
Whoa.
Dude. I don't get it.
That was Dante.
Buddy.
That was Dante
yeah,
Nero.
Really cool how he's horrible, and you're gonna throw those terms. He's a racist. Like, oh yeah, because you're not being derogatory at all with those words.
That was Dante Nero. That was somebody else coming in on the call with the gay F word.
You're on the.
Unless you're just because you're kind of Italian too, so you might be combining forces with him.
Oh, shut up.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
No, dude, it's not even a race thing right now.
Boy, that phone is a teeter, and that phone is tremoring back and forth in his hand. He is panicked.
You're either loaded with anxiety, or that is a sign of. Again, we keep saying that there might be an alcohol issue. If I was to believe that, I'd say that could be hand tremors and things are a thing with that,
or anxiety. Either one. You're right. Either one.
It's a me pissing off Kevin. That's all it is. Because Kevin's just.
Geno is always a race thing. Yeah, with Geno, it's a race thing behind the good because Geno's just doing it wherever he's safe.
Who are you with?
Geno knows what's going to happen to him.
Who are you with right now?
Let's skip ahead a little bit. Who gives a shit who he's with? Chad can't even make this interesting.
Don't even get it twisted with Kevin Brennan. He's such a hypocrite, and he's being a complete asshole to me.
See, that victim shit right there. Kevin's just being mean to me. Chad, you've been a piece of shit to everybody, even the people who have tried to be nice to you. You took people like Carl, and you took people like me and Johnny and everybody else who simply just made fun of you. Literally played your words. Johnny and I have done this a million times. Played your words, played your content, and shit on you. Made fun of how untalented you are. And what was your answer? Here's his house. Maybe the Stonies guy attacked me. Here's his children. Here's his... You're a piece of shit, and you're getting what's coming to you. And I hope that every minute of your life is uncomfortable until it's over, because you deserve it. You're human garbage. And look, is Kevin Brennan the best guy in the world? No. But it takes a guy who's not the best guy in the world to want to wade into this shit. And you finally pissed off the wrong guy. That's all. And Bob Levy.
He's not the hero we need, but God damn it, he's the hero we deserve.
Kevin Brennan is not the hero. No, he's not the hero we deserve, but he's the hero we need.
Hero we need.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I got it wrong. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's not good. So I would never listen to what Kevin has to say. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, don't listen to Kevin. Listen to me, Godfrey. Like, you see how I'm always the good guy in my story and the other people are always all bad? Listen to me, Godfrey. Don't listen to Kevin. Godfrey, be the adult and hang up the fucking phone. Be the grown-up in this situation and go, I'm not fucking with any of you anymore. And really, Johnny, that's kind of Kevin's solution to destroying Chad. Is like, Kevin Brennan doesn't need Godfrey. So he can annoy the piss out of him and keep driving this thing until Godfrey makes the logical decision of which, I'm not going to fuck with either of these guys. Well, that's not going to hurt.
12. I don't need to do this.
Yeah, that's not going to hurt Kevin Brennan. That's just going to hurt Chad Zumach. But Godfrey's just going to go, I don't need this fucking drama from an opener. It's not necessary.
Kevin's spitting on me and insulting my career. Chad doesn't even do clubs. He's gay and stupid. Like, just enough.
And then Godfrey, what? Godfrey's supposed to sit there like a judge as though there's two cogent points being made here and which one he's going to choose? No, he's going to tell you to
before we get into this, who pulled whose pigtails first?
Exactly. Godfrey, hang up the phone and do yourself a favor.
Surprise. That's all. It's not, I'm not this stuff. I'm not all like, what? He said, an Irish guy from fucking Queens. Oh, is he from Queens? I don't know where he's from.
Look at Chad. Dude, he's staring off into the void. He's shaking. He looks like he's almost in tears, worried that Godfrey's not going to talk to him on the playground anymore.
And he's also still watching. Like, again, this is the problem with it. I can see that you're watching Kevin's show, which is weird to me.
Yeah.
Because it's like, all right, I feel like, why shouldn't I just be watching Kevin's show? That's apparently the interesting thing about your show. If a show does one clip for its entire show, I don't go, ooh, I should watch this show and that clip. I go, you know what? Can I get that clip on its own? Let me do my own thing with that clip.
Yeah. Do you feel like we pretty much we got the gist of that one? I don't feel the need to continue on into that victimhood 12-year-old horse.
It's a sack of squirrels at this point. I think we've beaten it enough that we can just let it go.
So let's go to the chat and see what they have to say. Fauci's Pangolin says, Aaron, your honesty is refreshing about yourself. What did I say about myself that was refreshing? I can't remember what I said. Look, if I shit on other people, I'll also tell you what's wrong with me. That's for sure. Colt C says, imagine Aaron talking about someone fixing themselves. That's how you know you fucked up. I'm telling you. Semper Reloaded says, can someone find out what Owen thinks about chat so Joe the Toe can have an opinion on this? Oh, is Joe the Toe an Owen Benjamin guy? I like Owen Benjamin. I think Owen's funny. I do. He's a weirdo, but he's funny.
I don't believe him on the flat earth stuff, but I don't have a problem with him.
Johnny 1.0 says, I've abandoned my Bob. I'm a backslider. I am Chad. No, Daniel Plainview accomplished things.
I take your super chats.
Delco Lou says, Chad ain't Italian. Don't associate that motherfucker with the Paisanos. Yeah, that's not going to go well. Why would Jim Brewer want anything to do with Chad Zumach? It's not that they're like working with the guy. When they go to Florida, they know, hey, there's a comic in Florida that'll open for me cheap. And they have him open. It's not like they bring him on the road with them. But
He's
again,
not,
but again,
not cutting it really hard. He's easy to go in and he'll probably do okay at best. Either way, you're going to bring the room up from him. So
yeah. BYB podcast says even Chad's hands want to punch his face. That's what the shaking is. He's trying to get his hand to not.
We're so close. We're so close.
Oh man. Oh, now people are arguing with each other in the chat as I'm scrolling down. I missed a lot.
Yeah, it got heavy.
Citizen M says Chad's doxing was dangerous, whereas Aaron's jokes were just hurtful. Yeah. Like we made jokes about how shitty you are at podcasting, which, by the way, I stand by 100%. And like you went over the top because you don't know how to do this. That's it.
That would be like if we went and dug up the brother thing and nobody knew about it, and then we started talking about it and using it.
Yeah.
As opposed to Chad bringing it up and making it a thing that people then later talked about.
Eastwood, here, I'll give you a little self-awareness here. Eastwood says, I thought this show was moving on from Chad and all that stuff. Yeah, it's like fucking catnip. I can't help it every once in a while. I got to get like a little 20-minute Nicorette patch, which is what this overtime is. Little 20, 30-minute Nicorette patch. And then I'm subsiding. And when a guy's that big of a piece of shit to you and people around you, watching him fall apart, I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy. I'm going, look, man, I'm going to report on his funeral. I mean, the guy's been a complete piece of shit. And for what? For getting made fun of because he's not good at podcasting.
Which, by the way, we and everyone else has done and had done to us. It didn't get to street level for the rest of us.
Right. I'm not going to fucking dox Red Bar. You know, I mean, we shit on Red Bar. We'll make fun of Red Bar. But, like, I'm not going to do anything dirty to Mike David. I'll bring up his illness. I'll bring up that he's probably dying because, he fucking made fun of us. But I'm not going to dox his location or anything like that or bring up his secrets. Jaeger King says, why hasn't anyone doxed Chad? Yeah, because it's gay ops, and nobody should do that.
We don't want that.
Yeah, that's the shit. That's the
Chad
thing.
is doing a beautiful job of destroying himself. Don't get involved. Just let it happen.
Exactly. Somebody says, I don't know much about Chad, but what I did get from this is that he's an annoying douche canoe. Well, then there you go. You know Chad. You're familiar. Semper Reloaded says, I've covered him 3 times in 4 years. When he has milked his current grift try and moves to the next one, lay off the turpentine, Joe. Oh, they're still fighting about Owen Benjamin.
Okay.
All right. Well, there you go. We're all I skipped around a little bit, but I think we're all caught up. Dead Jester says, don't become what you hate. Exactly. Don't do the thing back to those people that they do to you. How else do you determine who has the high ground? Exactly. And by the way, when a piece of shit like me has the high ground on you, you're garbage. Johnny, thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome.
I'm glad
I'll be on all 3 platforms today at Just Kidding LLC at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. So
I'm glad I didn't have to get you.
there.
I'm glad I didn't have to get you sick today.
I'm glad to.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're going to be able to do your own show now. Again, Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, on Rumble, on YouTube. Check it out. 2:00 Central Time today, and go subscribe to all of those platforms. And go to CrescentMountCoffee.com to get your steel toe coffee. Let's get that link in there one more time. Don't worry, Zen. I got it this time, buddy. There's the steel toe coffee link if you want to get yours. Steel toe coffee just for you. Shipping included in the price. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. There's the link. All right. Johnny, thank you very much. Take it easy, buddy.
You're very welcome.
And to the rest of you, we'll talk to you again tonight for the last evening show of the week at 7 p.m. Central. Hit like, hit subscribe. Talk to you soon.